Chapter 201. I found you, my dearest husband. Upon hearing these words, Shen Weiwei, who was just about to step out the door, froze in her tracks. She spun around, eyes wide, staring at Shen He. What did you just say that kid's name was? Shen He was startled by her sudden question. He, his name is Qin Tianci, sis. Why? Is something wrong? After confirming, Shen Weiwei's pupils dilated. She rushed towards him, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him violently. Are you sure his name is Qin Tianci? Why, yes. Yes, I am. Ha ha ha. Shen Weiwei suddenly burst into laughter. Her hearty chuckles filled the entire room. Good. This little brat. He's been so hard to find. She had followed Qin Tianci all the way to Jiangbei, only to lose track of him. She never expected that he'd turn up so easily. Seeing his sister's uncharacteristic behavior, Shen He couldn't help but ask, Sis, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this kid? Nothing's wrong. In fact, I think he did a pretty good job beating you up. Shen He was dumbfounded. She had just agreed to help him get revenge, so why was she now taking the other guy's side? Do you know him? Shen Weiwei didn't explain, simply tossing out, sort of. You. Take me to him right now. If you can't find him, I'll beat you up first. Shen He. Seeing that his sister wasn't joking, Shen He immediately panicked and led her out the door to find Qin Tianci. Meanwhile, Qin Tianci and Tang Xinro had finished looking at their new house and had returned to the Longxian Manor sales office. Tang Xinro's cheeks were flushed, like a young girl experiencing her first love. Her fingers were hooked around Qin Tianci's wrist, looking incredibly shy. What had happened in Longxian Manor was a first for her. She had discovered that being intimate with the man she loved felt so wonderful. That's why her face was still flushed, and she couldn't quite meet Qin Tianci's gaze. Qin Tianci looked at her bashful demeanor and felt helpless. He had intended to take the opportunity to be with Tang Xinro completely, since the atmosphere was perfect. However, at the peak of their passion, she had surprisingly refused. The reason? At a crucial moment, Tang Xinro had asked Qin Tianci a question. She had asked if he had ever done something like that with his other fiancés. In his haste, Qin Tianci had blurted out that he hadn't. And then, Tang Xinro had refused. Her reason for refusing was, she couldn't cross that line. It was exactly the same excuse Lin Mushi had used before. Qin Tianci was baffled. Sometimes, the fact that all of his women were so considerate of others wasn't actually a good thing. They were all thinking of everyone else, and he was the one who got nothing. It was too much. But he knew that he couldn't rush things. If Tang Xinro didn't have a good first experience, things would become more complicated in the future. He could only be patient and take things slowly. But still, Qin Tianci couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ever since he returned to his normal life, he had been preparing several herbal remedies. Each time he was close to succeeding, someone would come to disturb him, and when he checked back, the remedies had all exploded. Every day he was surrounded by beautiful women, but he could only look and not touch. When had he ever lived so frustratingly? Tang Xinro, seeing Qin Tianci's somewhat somber expression, felt a pang of guilt and whispered, Tianci, I'm sorry. Qin Tianci was taken aback. He looked at her pitiful appearance, sighed helplessly, and quickly put on a smile. What are you apologizing for? Tang Xinro didn't know how to describe the situation. After thinking for a moment, she said earnestly, No matter where I am, I will always be yours. Qin Tianci understood what she meant. He smiled and replied, Are you still thinking about what just happened? I've already forgotten about it. Instead of worrying about this, you should be worrying about how you're going to explain things to your mom. As expected, this topic instantly caused Tang Xinro's expression to darken. But she quickly made her decision. When I get back, I'll move out. No matter what, I won't let my mom control me anymore. I want to live my own life. If it had been anyone else, Qin Tianci might have tried to talk her out of it, but Wu Lihua was an exception. Some women are mothers, and some are just machines that use the name of mother to exploit. Wu Lihua was one such woman. Qin Tianci knew that there was a strong bias towards males in Tang Xinro's family. Wu Lihua only treated Tang Xinro as a tool to gain profit, and didn't care about her well-being at all. That's why Qin Tianci had no qualms about throwing that woman out of the sales office. He then said, After you've handled your family matters, call me. I'll take you to meet my mom and my sister. Tang Xinro's heart warmed at his words. Her smile bloomed, as pure as a lily. Okay. Just as the two reached an agreement and were about to leave the sales office, The front door was kicked to pieces with a loud crash. Everyone in the room jumped in fright and huddled into corners, thinking they were experiencing a robbery. Qin Tianci suddenly turned around and saw a petite figure emerge from the dust cloud. Security! Security! Yang Lu called over a group of security guards, who stood ready for action. Who are you? How dare you damage Longxian Manor's property? Do you know that we can call the police? Call the police? The small figure in the dust cloud snorted coldly. Nobody can stop me from finding the person I'm looking for. You'd better get out of the way, or I won't be gentle. I'll send you all crying back to your mommies. Hearing that the person speaking was a young girl, Yang Lu was stunned. When everyone could see Shen Weiwei's face, disbelief spread across their faces. The front door of Longxian Manor was made of aluminum alloy and weighed over 100 kilograms. Yet, this little girl had kicked it down with a single blow? Was she human, or a monster? Yang Lu was also beyond shocked. She couldn't help but swallow nervously before asking, "Who are you trying to find? We just sell houses here. There's no one you're looking for." Shen Weiwei completely ignored her threats. She then pulled out a check from her bag and slapped it onto Yang Lu's face. "I'll cover all the damages. But from now on, you and those security guards better not come anywhere near me. Or this check will cover not only your renovation costs, but also your medical bills." Yang Lu was dumbfounded at her arrogant words. Where did this little tyrant come from? Such a domineering behavior. However, the moment she appeared in the sales office, Qin Tianci had recognized her immediately. Why is she here? Tang Xinro was startled. Do you know her? Qin Tianci leaned back on the sofa. Don't you recognize her face? Tang Xinro looked at her closely before gasping in surprise. She's Sister Weiwei? She then realized that this woman was another one of Qin Tianci's fiancées, Shen Weiwei. Shen Weiwei heard her exclamation, turned, and her eyes met Qin Tianci's relaxed gaze on the sofa. She then grinned. "I found you, my dearest husband." Chapter 202. She needs to learn what it means to respect her husband. Husband? Yang Lu was utterly confused by Shen Weiwei's sudden words and looked around, bewildered. This woman was violent, but her looks were breathtaking. Even with a lowly-like face, she looked like a delicate porcelain doll, making people want to protect her at first glance. Wait, protect her? She had just kicked a 100-kilogram alloy door into pieces. Who was protecting who here? And she had a husband? What kind of man could handle a violent lowly like her? At that moment, Shunhee rushed in, panting. He looked left and right frantically before pointing at Qin Tianci, who was sitting on the sofa. "Sis, it's him. That little punk." He then sneered at Qin Tianci. "Punk, I told you not to run away. Now my sister's here, you're gonna die." However, the moment he finished speaking, Shen Weiwei slapped him across the face. "Who are you calling a little punk?" Shunhee was stunned. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't Shen Weiwei supposed to be the hitman he had called? Why was she hitting him instead? Shen Weiwei puffed out her chest and tilted her delicate chin. "Shunhee, I'm warning you. It's not your place to comment on what kind of person he is. If you dare say another word, I'll rip your mouth apart." Shunhee shivered, his face paling in terror. He knew that his violent sister was a woman of her word. However, Shunhee was still unwilling. He said, "Sis, weren't you here to help me? Why are you siding with him?" Smack. Another slap. "Shut up. My man is only allowed to be taught a lesson by me," Shen Weiwei said imperiously. "Why your man? What the heck is going on?" Shunhee was dumbfounded. He called his sister to help him teach a man a lesson. So why did it suddenly become his sister helping him teach her man a lesson? Also, when did his sister even get a man? Why didn't he know about it? Shen Weiwei ignored Shunhee's confusion and stepped towards Qin Tianci and Tang Xinro on the sofa. Tang Xinro's face paled as she watched Shen Weiwei approach. She instinctively grabbed Qin Tianci's arm, looking timid. But when she remembered that Shen Weiwei was Qin Tianci's actual fiancée, she let go of his arm, looking scared. Qin Tianci smiled and patted her hand, reassuring her. "It's okay. Okay." The moment Shen Weiwei saw Tang Xinro, murderous intent filled her eyes. Although her fierce appearance made her seem even more adorable, the powerful aura she emitted made it difficult to breathe. This brat. She had only met him twice, and every time he was flirting with different women. And these women were always top-tier beauties. Those long legs, that timid and gentle face. Damn it, what a Janan. However, Qin Tianci merely smiled at her question, lit a cigarette, and said, "What could possibly happen?" You think nothing happened? That's what you think. I, on the other hand, think you're in big trouble. The moment Shin Weiwei's voice faded, she suddenly extended her foot and kicked the umbrella stand beside her into the air. She then aimed it at Tang Shinro and launched the umbrella. Whoosh! The umbrella turned into a sharp arrow, flying towards Tang Shinro's head with bullet-like speed. Tang Shinro shrieked and closed her eyes, bracing for the pain, but it never came. She opened her eyes to see that Qin Tianci had intercepted the umbrella before it could reach her. That was too far for a joke. It's not fun anymore. Qin Tianci smiled, but a hint of coldness laced his expression. He didn't care about the kind of women that the old man had introduced to him. Even if they were extraordinary, they still needed to earn his approval. Xiao Qinxue, Long Jing, and Lin Mushi had already won his heart, but Shin Weiwei had not. Moreover, this woman was trying to kill Tang Shinro, and that made him feel murderous. Shin Weiwei looked at his cold smile, and a trace of fear involuntarily flickered in her heart. It was something she had never felt before in her martial arts journey. Who was she? The young lady of the Shin family in Tianhai. She was the leader of the Shin martial arts school, not only in Tianhai but in the entire Dragon Country. How could she be intimidated by a man? Impossible. What? Trying to scare me? Do you think I'm easily scared? Shin Weiwei raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with displeasure. This bastard could go around fooling with women, but how dare he glare at her? Was he trying to rebel? Sis, look how arrogant he is. Why aren't you doing anything? Shin He was shouting behind her. He had power trip written all over his face. Hearing this, Shin Weiwei glared at him impatiently. She then clenched her fists, and excitement gradually appeared on her beautiful face. What? You want to fight? I love a good fight. You're a man who's supposed to be my fiancé, and you dare go around fooling with other women, not to mention that you're so arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson today. Hey, you're wrong about that. Qin Tianci suddenly pointed at her and retorted. I've never fooled around with other women. Shin Weiwei was stunned and burst into anger. Still trying to deny it? Who is that little B***TCH sitting next to you? And what about the one before her? Was I hallucinating? Qin Tianci shrugged and said with a matter-of-fact smile, Sorry, these are all the women I like. I'm not fooling around. Shin Weiwei? Silence. Complete silence. Everyone on the scene was speechless. After a long, long pause, Qin Tianci, Shin Weiwei stomped her foot, and the entire hall shook violently. Then, she suddenly disappeared from her spot. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as Shin Weiwei's fist, the size of a sandbag, directly struck Qin Tianci's arm. Qin Tianci casually blocked her attack. With a flick of his finger, Shin Weiwei instantly felt a surge of tremendous power and immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest to defend herself. Bang! In the next instant, Shin Weiwei was sent flying backward, her body crashing through the glass display case behind her. Everyone was in an uproar. Even Shin He, who had been so keen to teach Qin Tianci a lesson, was now dumbfounded. His sister was the youngest grandmaster in the Dragon Country. She even had a position on the grandmaster list. Yet, she had been knocked away by the flick of a finger. What kind of monster was this? Tang Shinro was in shock. She cried out, Tianci, did you go too far? She's your fiancée. Qin Tianci took a drag of his cigarette and smiled calmly. A woman like this deserves a good lesson. Otherwise, she'll never know what it means to respect her husband. Crack. At this moment, Shin Weiwei charged out of the broken glass, laughing heartily. Haha, it's been so long since I've had this much fun. Let's do it again. Chapter 203. You're worthy of being my man. Qin Tianci was taken aback by Shin Weiwei's excited expression. Was this woman crazy? He had only used a fraction of his strength, but normal grandmasters would have already suffered serious injuries. Yet, Shin Weiwei was getting more and more excited. At this point, Shin Weiwei was too immersed in the fight. Her small body emanated a powerful aura that enveloped the entire sales office. The glasses on the counter and the glass displays shattered from the impact. The others were completely terrified. They scrambled to escape. Only Yang Lu remained at her post, shouting in alarm. Miss Shin, please be careful. All the decorations here are extremely expensive. Shin Weiwei didn't pay her any mind. She raised her leg and stomped down hard on the floor where Qin Tianci was standing. Seeing this, Qin Tianci pushed Tang Shinro aside before dodging the attack himself. Boom. A loud bang followed. The spot where he had been standing instantly turned into a giant hole. The sofa and coffee table were completely destroyed. That was an imported sofa from France. It cost over $10,000. Yang Lu cried in despair. I'll pay. Shin Weiwei shouted before attacking Qin Tianci again with a fist. He dodged and the hanging clock behind him shattered to pieces. AAA. That was a classic clock from Y country. It cost over $20,000. I'll pay. Shin Weiwei threw down another answer before attacking Qin Tianci again, bringing down a powerful elbow strike from above. Qin Tianci moved his foot, and Shin Weiwei's elbow crashed into the ground where he had been standing. Boom! With a loud crash, the tiles in the entire sales office began to crack. Yang Lu clutched her head, crying, "It's all over, it's all over. It's all ruined." The once lively sales office now looked like it had survived an earthquake. Nothing was left intact. Looking at the terrifying scene, the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Where on earth did this woman come from? She was too ferocious. She looked like a beautiful porcelain doll, but when she attacked, she was terrifying. A single punch could easily send them to the other side. The entire place looked like a demolition team had come through. No, wait. Even a demolition team couldn't have done it as quickly as Shin Weiwei. Mr. Qin, if you don't do something, we'll have to rebuild this whole place. Yang Lu shouted. Her screams annoyed Shin Weiwei. In the next moment, she kicked a small pebble into Yang Lu's mouth, causing the manager to fall silent. She was already annoyed that she couldn't hit Qin Tianci. The fly buzzing next to her was another source of annoyance. Bastard! Stop running away like a coward, and take my punch. Throughout the fight, Qin Tianci remained calm, unfazed. He even took the time to take a drag of his cigarette as if he was enjoying himself. Shin Weiwei, furious, roared before launching a devastating punch at his head. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Everyone on the scene was blown away by the powerful force, and some were sent flying, rolling several times before stopping. When everything had quieted down, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Even Shin Weiwei widened her eyes, looking at the man who had just caught her punch with a single hand, the other still holding his cigarette. Your strength is decent, but unfortunately brute force without technique is useless. Qin Tianci took a drag of his cigarette, his expression filled with mockery. Shin Weiwei was shocked, completely shocked. She had been training for 20 years. Nobody in the Shin family or in the entire dragon country dared to take one of her punches head-on. But now, Qin Tianci had caught it with ease, with one hand. It was something that went completely against her perception of the world. She was completely dumbfounded. During their last encounter, Qin Tianci had dodged all her punches, which led Shin Weiwei to believe that he was afraid to take one. Now she understood that it was not that he couldn't take her punch, but that he had thought it wasn't even worth blocking. In that moment, Shin Weiwei realized that their difference in strength could be summed up in one sentence. A seasoned veteran playing with a child. Qin Tianci was far above her. A grandmaster? A grandmaster in his early 20s? No, wait. Even grandmasters would be crippled or killed by her punch. Yet, Qin Tianci had completely dominated her. Looking at the handsome, somewhat rebellious, and mocking man in front of her, Shin Weiwei was speechless. She recalled something her father had told her. The man who can take one of your punches is your destined soulmate. And the man in front of her, wasn't he the soulmate that her father had been talking about? In an instant, the violent aura that had been surrounding Shin Weiwei slowly dissipated. The oppressive feeling she had been emitting also vanished. Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Qin Tianci lowered his hand and went to the terrified Tang Xinro. He hugged her tightly and pointed to the shattered sales office and said to Shin Weiwei, "Remember to pay for the damages. I still have to sell the house." He then left with Tang Xinro without turning back. He stopped next to Shunhe and glanced at him. Shunhe instantly snapped out of his shock and was terrified. He immediately held his head and shouted, Don't hit me." He had never expected that Shin Weiwei, whom he had called over, the youngest grandmaster in the dragon country, would be no match for Qin Tianci. He had lost all confidence and was completely subdued. Qin Tianci looked at the foolish man and couldn't help but chuckle. "You should be thankful that she's your sister. Otherwise, you'd be crawling out of here today." "Why, you're right, Mr. Qin. It's all my fault." Without a second word, Shunhe slapped his own face to show his sincerity. However, Qin Tianci stretched out his hand. Shunhe immediately wet himself in fear, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Please don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was wrong." Qin Tianci was helpless. He turned to look at Shin Weiwei. "Shin Weiwei, Looking at Shun, his spineless appearance, turned her eyes away in disgust. Then Qin Tianci pulled him up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "Don't be so arrogant outside in the future, letting your sister clean up your mess. You're a man. Where's your dignity? Don't let it happen again. You hear me?" "Why, yes, I understand. I understand." Shunhee nodded frantically, like a child. Qin Tianci decided not to pursue it any further, took Tang Shinro, and walked towards the exit. However, as soon as he stepped out of the sales office, he heard Shen Weiwei's voice behind him. "Qin Tianci." Qin Tianci turned his head and looked at her. "What is it?" Shen Weiwei's expression was complex. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she didn't know what to say. But soon she mustered up her courage, rushed forward, and wrapped her arm around his other arm. "I acknowledge you now. You are worthy of being my man." Chapter 204. You absolutely have to forgive me. Looking at Shen Weiwei's large, bright eyes, which were completely devoid of their previous domineering attitude and now revealed a touch of girlish vulnerability, Qin Tianci couldn't help but find it amusing. "Even a scumbag like me can win Miss Shen's favor?" Hearing his sarcastic tone, Shen Weiwei's cheeks flushed red, but she didn't care. Grabbing his arm, she declared, "I don't care. My dad said that whoever can beat me in a fight can marry me. You beat me, so you have to take responsibility for me." Qin Tianci was speechless. What kind of logic is that? There are plenty of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could defeat you. Does that mean you have to marry all of them? However, Shen Weiwei said matter-of-factly, "None of them are as handsome as you." Qin Tianci was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously. "That's actually true. Tang Shinro. However, your personality is too volatile. I don't like it. If you were to become my woman, it would be difficult for my other women. So, forget it. When I have time, I'll go to the Shin family and cancel this engagement." "You dare." The moment Shen Weiwei heard that he wanted to cancel the engagement, she instantly flew into a rage. "See, you're getting worked up again." Qin Tianci spread his hands, looking innocent. Seeing his infuriatingly smug expression, Shen Weiwei's face turned red with anger. She stomped her foot in frustration. "I don't care. If you dare to break off the engagement, I'll never let you have a moment's peace." "Oh." Qin Tianci's interest was piqued. "What will you do then?" Shen Weiwei was somewhat at a loss for words at his brazen attitude. She stammered, I'll just follow you everywhere. If you go on dates with other women, I'll be there. If you go to sleep, I'll be there. If you eat, I'll be there, unless you agree to marry me." Qin Tianci chuckled. "So if I'm in bed with one of my women, you'll join in?" At those words, Shen Weiwei's face flushed crimson red. She exclaimed angrily, You're a pervert." "You're right." Qin Tianci didn't deny it. "I am a pervert. You should hurry back and have your father cancel the engagement." "I don't want to." Shen Weiwei seemed to have been caught on her soft spot. Her aggressive momentum instantly weakened. She put on a pitiful look and shook his arm. "I only want you. I only want you. Don't treat me like this, okay? I've heard about it. Sister Xiao and Sister Long and Sister Lin have all met you. You don't mind them, so why do you mind me?" Tang Shinro stared blankly at Shen Weiwei's adorable, pleading behavior, completely stunned. Her personality had shifted so dramatically, hadn't it? She was just acting like she was ready to fight to the death, and now she was suddenly a completely different person? Could it be that she was truly someone's match? Seeing that she refused to leave, Qin Tianci turned to Tang Shinro. "What do you think?" Me? Tang Shinro hadn't expected that Qin Tianci would pass such a difficult decision to her. Her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. I'm not in a position to make that decision for you. Sister Tang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that before. Can you please forgive me?" Shen Weiwei immediately turned to Tang Shinro and started pleading with her. Actually, she had not really intended to harm Tang Shinro in the sales office. If Qin Tianci hadn't stopped her, she would have retracted the umbrella. But she didn't expect that her actions would make Qin Tianci so angry. She immediately felt a pang of remorse. Tang Shinro waved her hands hurriedly. It's nothing." Since she knew that Qin Tianci had multiple fiancées, she didn't need to fuss about these minor things. Even if there was a faint feeling of loss, it was still better than being completely estranged from Qin Tianci. However, the thought of living with these exceptional beauties in the future made her feel inexplicably shy. It seemed that she was an extremely conservative woman, yet she had never imagined she would make such a reckless decision for the man she loved. "Hubby, look, Sister Shinro has said so. You absolutely have to choose to forgive me, right? Seeing this, Shun Weiwei immediately got excited. She grabbed Qin Tianci's arm and started pleading again. What one-man, one-woman system? What moral principles? She didn't care about any of that. In her mindset, she only admired those who were stronger than her. Moreover, Qin Tianci was someone she was already engaged to. Of course, she wouldn't let such an exceptional man go. Qin Tianci looked at Shun Weiwei's glittering, expressive eyes and felt a bit helpless. He reached out and tapped her head lightly. Since you want to marry me so badly, then I'll reluctantly accept it. This was the first time Shun Weiwei had been tapped on the head, but hearing Qin Tianci's words, her eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement, and she jumped up on the spot in front of everyone. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Her petite body clung to Qin Tianci's 6-foot frame like a pendant. That's great. This young lady, have been single for over 20 years, and I finally have a man. Qin Tianci felt Shun Weiwei's soft skin against him, and the fragrant scent wafting into his nose. Instinctively, he supported her with his hands around her hips, and then a thought occurred to him, so he raised his hand and gave her a swat on the bottom. Shun Weiwei let out a soft, coquettish sound, her face blushing as she looked at him shyly. Next time, if I see you raise your hand against my women like that, it won't be just a single smack that resolves things. Qin Tianci's stern face was less than an inch from Shun Weiwei's blushing face. They could hear each other's breathing clearly. The surrounding passers-by, seeing this scene, were full of envy and awe. The younger generation these days sure knew how to have fun. They couldn't even wait to get home before getting affectionate. And the most important thing was, this guy had another beautiful woman's arm wrapped around his other arm. He had one in his arms and one at his side. What kind of heavenly life was this? Tang Shinro felt a bit embarrassed by the stares around them, but she also knew that there would be many more such stares in the future. So, after gradually adjusting her mindset, she started to get used to it. I understand. Shun Weiwei's heart was fluttering from his swat, and her pitiful eyes were filled with infatuation. Also, don't refer to yourself as this young lady in front of me again. In this family, you are the lowest in status, got it? Qin Tianci threatened her in a stern voice. But Shun Weiwei was smiling like a flower. She nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, your wish is my command, my dear husband. Then get down first, let's go home. I don't want to. Be good. No, I just want to be close to my hubby. Okay. Shun Weiwei acted like a child who had made a mistake. She obediently let go of him as Qin Tianci gradually narrowed his eyes. Qin Tianci then put his hands in his pockets, while Tang Shinro and Shun Weiwei each wrapped an arm around his shoulder. They walked home under the astonished gaze of the surrounding crowd. Chapter 205. Long Jing and Shun Weiwei's confrontation. Xiao Qianxue, Long Jing, Lin Muxi. At this moment, in the living room, there were 2 rows of sofas facing each other. On one side sat Xiao Qianxue, Long Jing, and Lin Muxi. On the other side sat Qin Tianci, Shun Weiwei, and Tang Shinro. The 5 women stared at each other, while the only man lounged on the sofa, crossed his legs, and smoked a cigarette, completely at ease. Tang Shinro felt uncomfortable under their direct gazes, lowering her head and avoiding eye contact. Shun Weiwei, on the other hand, looked at them boldly, occasionally smiling to reveal her cute little fangs, and introducing herself with great goodwill. Sister Xiao, Sister Long, Sister Lin, my name is Shun Weiwei. I'm the daughter of the Shin family from Tianhai. Since we will be living under the same roof from now on, please take care of your little sister. Hearing that, Xiao Qianxue snapped back to reality, looking at Qin Tianci with a complicated expression. Although she had long known that Qin Tianci had several fiancés, it seemed that he had brought back 2 more in such a short time. At this rate, wouldn't their home become overcrowded soon? Long Jing, however, had a nonchalant attitude. After all, Xiao Qianxue was the oldest sister in name. As the second sister, she just wanted Qin Tianci to give her milk every day. Lin Muxi, on the other hand, was smiling faintly on the side. It didn't seem to matter to her how many women Qin Tianci brought home. Xiao Qianxue looked at Shun Weiwei's excited and cheerful expression, and then glanced at Tang Shinro's shy demeanor. These 2 women felt like 2 completely opposite extremes. Sigh. She didn't blame Shun Weiwei and Tang Shinro at all. If anything, the blame lay with her man, who was a ruthless killer of women. He was able to capture the hearts of women of all types, and no one could escape him. She knew this feeling all too well. Xiao Qianxue took a deep breath. She got up and walked in front of Qin Tianci and the two women. She glared at him fiercely. Get out of here. Qin Tianci smiled, not wanting to invite trouble for himself. He got up and went to another spot to smoke. After he left, Xiao Qianxue sat down between the two women, taking each of their hands into hers, and said softly, Sisters, how did this bad man manage to bring you here? Hearing that, Shin Weiwei excitedly bounced while asking Xiao Qianxue, Sister Xiao, are you also engaged to hubby? Xiao Qianxue nodded, then looked at Long Jing and Lin Muxi. Jingjing and Muxi are also engaged to Tianci. So, you also plan to live with us? Of course. Shin Weiwei replied without hesitation. I have always wanted to marry a man who is stronger than me since I was a child. You know, our hubby is super powerful. He defeated me in one move, so I have decided that I have to marry him. Hearing that, Xiao Qianxue was stunned. She didn't know much about martial arts, but she knew that Qin Tianci was definitely not weak. But she didn't expect that Qin Tianci had actually used his strength to conquer Shin Weiwei. This made her feel a bit puzzled. Sister, are you a martial artist? Of course. Shin Weiwei nodded. Then, are you very powerful? Xiao Qianxue asked tentatively. Shin Weiwei was about to answer when she saw Long Jing filing her nails on the side. Long Jing said, How powerful can a little girl be? If she marries whoever is stronger than her, wouldn't she have to marry every man in the world? Big sis, should we really let a woman like this into our home? As soon as she said that, the smile on Shin Weiwei's face stiffened. She glared at Long Jing with her eyes wide open and retorted mockingly, Oh, I was wondering where this slut came from. Looking at your frame, your ass is almost sticking to the sky. I wonder who you're trying to seduce. Hearing that, Long Jing narrowed her eyes slightly, her face breaking into an excited smile, but her eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. Little shorty, I'm glad you have taken a liking to my man, but I don't like the tone you use when talking to me. Shin Weiwei scoffed, puffing up her chest. Are you tall? What use is being tall? You're still just a slut. This young lady, have personally torn apart countless sluts like you since I was young. Do you want to try me? I'd be happy to. Long Jing said with a smile. Suddenly, a pink dagger flashed in her hand, and her body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Long Jing appeared behind Shin Weiwei, the dagger already against Shin Weiwei's neck. Is that all? Long Jing's mocking voice had just started when Shin Weiwei suddenly grabbed her dagger with her bare hand in the blink of an eye. Long Jing was shocked. She didn't try to pull it out forcibly, as if she was still a bit afraid of hurting Shin Weiwei. But Shin Weiwei just squeezed it casually, and Long Jing's pink dagger suddenly cracked with a loud sound. It broke. This scene shocked all the women. Looking at Shin Weiwei's short stature, no one would have thought that she could actually crush a dagger with her bare hands. What kind of superhuman strength was this? However, Long Jing was no pushover. She immediately reacted and drew another dagger, slashing it at Shin Weiwei's neck. And Shin Weiwei did not dodge at all, raising her fist to strike at Long Jing's face. In an instant, the temperature in the entire room dropped to freezing point. If that punch lands, both of you can get out. Just at this critical moment, Qin Tianci's voice suddenly rang out. The two women stopped abruptly. Shin Weiwei's fist was just inches away from Long Jing's face, and Long Jing's dagger was also a little less than an inch away from her neck. Shin Weiwei spoke coldly. If my hubby hadn't stopped me, slut, you should be preparing for plastic surgery today. Long Jing was not to be outdone. She said with a smile. Little shorty, you're joking. If hubby hadn't spoken, you could have already asked your family to contact a funeral home for you. Shin Weiwei scoffed. Heh, slut, you really have a big mouth. I, Shin Weiwei, the youngest grandmaster in the current Dragon Kingdom, have never seen such an arrogant woman. Hearing this, all the women were shocked. This Shin Weiwei is a grandmaster? No wonder she has such strength, not losing to Long Jing at all. But when Long Jing heard her title, she showed no fear. Instead, she threatened with a smile. Grandmaster, so what? This old lady has killed them before. Seeing that the two were at each other's throats, Xiao Qianxue immediately stepped forward to pull them apart. Enough. We'll all be sisters living together in the future. Fighting like this is just causing trouble for Tianci. Qin Tianci smiled on the side, a pleased look on his face. Xiao Qianxue was indeed the most understanding woman. It was indeed right to make her the big sister. Seeing that Xiao Qianxue intervened, Long Jing and Shin Weiwei did not continue to confront each other, but it was obvious that neither of them was willing to concede. Xiao Qianxue also knew that these two did not get along. She would be the one to have headaches in the future. But Qin Tianci, that bad man, never cared about such things. Then, she turned to Tang Xinro and asked her softly, "Miss Tang, didn't that scare you?" Tang Xinro shook her head. Miss Xiao, you're too polite. I'm fine." It was the first time Tang Xinro was in such a place surrounded by so many beautiful women, and it made her feel a bit at a loss. Xiao Qianxue, seeing that she was very nervous, couldn't help but reassure her. "You don't have to be so formal. We're sisters from now on. You can just call me Qianxue. From now on, I'll call you Sister Xinro, okay?" Seeing that she was friendly and kind, Tang Xinro finally relaxed. She nodded obediently and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, big sis." Chapter 206, An Uninvited Guest. In a courtyard in the capital. Master Zhao. Master Zhao. Something happened. Zhao Qingfeng rushed in anxiously, while an old man with black hair was playing with birds inside. When the old man heard Zhao Qingfeng's voice, the birds in the cage were startled and flew away with their wings spread. Master Zhao coldly put down the bird-teasing stick. He turned and glared at him angrily. "Why are you so flustered? Where are your manners?" Zhao Qingfeng strode forward, his face pale, and said, "Master Zhao, something happened. Ji Tianrong is dead." At those words, Master Zhao, who was just putting down the bird's stick, suddenly trembled. He turned and stared at him with wide eyes. "What did you say?" Zhao Qingfeng nodded, took out his phone, and handed it over. "Not only is Ji Tianrong dead, but Hong Sanqing is also dead. This is the case details provided by the Jiangbei Martial Law Police. Please have a look." Master Zhao threw down the bird's stick, took the phone he handed over, and started to browse carefully. However, the more he flipped through, the more unpleasant his expression became. In the end, his face turned furious, and he threw the phone to the ground violently. "Bastard!" "Master Zhao." Zhao Qingfeng looked at the phone smashed on the ground, speechless. But he still said, "I asked around." Apparently, there was a sudden appearance of some Jiangbei commander. Not only did he take over all of the Ji family's assets, but he also redeveloped the Dragon Mansion and is selling it for 1 million per square meter. "Jiangbei is mine. Mine." Upon hearing that, Master Zhao got angry again and pounded his chest, shouting, "Even if Ji Tianrong is dead, it should be my people who take over. What does it have to do with this Jiangbei commander?" Zhao Qingfeng lowered his head at the side, not daring to provoke him. Then, Master Zhao turned to Zhao Qingfeng, his old face filled with murderous intent. "Who exactly is this Jiangbei commander? Does Dong Shuqing want to die? How dare he openly challenge our Zhao family?" Seeing his ferocious expression, Zhao Qingfeng gulped and said, It's that kid named Qin Tianci. It's that Qin Tianci again?" Master Zhao's eyes widened. What kind of thing is he? How dare he be the Jiangbei commander? Does he think this old man is afraid to touch him? Zhao Qingfeng took a deep breath. "I'm not too sure either, Master Zhao, but this Qin Tianci has ruined our plans twice now. We can't let this person live." Master Zhao glared at him fiercely and asked, "I know this kid needs to be eliminated. What about Sunji? Wasn't he sent to Sanjiang province? Why haven't we heard anything from him?" Zhao Qingfeng got a little unnerved by the menacing look in his eyes, and he quickly explained, "Master Zhao, after Sunji went to Jiangbei, he went into hiding." "He went into hiding? I sent him to deal with that bastard surnamed Qin. So why is he in hiding?" Zhao Qingfeng looked embarrassed. "I heard that, as soon as he left the capital, he was targeted by the Shin family. Master Zhao, you know that Sunji and the Shin family are sworn enemies. Although he is very strong, the Grandmaster from the Shin family is always watching him. So he doesn't dare to act rashly." "The Shin family?" Master Zhao knitted his brows into a frown. "Why does the Shin family have to get involved?" Zhao Qingfeng explained. "Shin Daotian has a daughter named Shin Weiwei, who is also the youngest Grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. I heard that Shin Daotian somehow managed to obtain a marriage contract for his daughter. The target is Qin Tianci." "Huh." Master Zhao was shocked upon hearing that. "So you are saying that this Qin Tianci is the son-in-law of the Shin family? Well, that's pretty much the idea." Zhao Qingfeng said, "It seems that this kid has more than one marriage contract. Shin Weiwei is only one of them. Long Xiaoyan's daughter, Long Jing, is also engaged to Qin Tianci." "Heh." Master Zhao laughed coldly. The young generation these days are having quite a time. As he said this, he stood with his hands behind his back. After thinking for a long time, he said, Qingfeng, notify Tianhai. Let the Shin family disappear within a month. At that, Zhao Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Master Zhao, are you really going to move against the Shin family? The Shin family has a grandmaster. It's just a fallen grandmaster. What's there to be afraid of? I want everyone to know that when the four great families want to move against someone, no one can protect them. Master Zhao said calmly, tell Sunji not to stay in Jiangbei. Let's go to Tianhai together. Hearing that, Zhao Qingfeng nodded solemnly. Then, without another word, he retreated. Master Zhao remained still in place. His old eyes held a sinister chill. The bird that had just flown away had flown back into the cage, and Master Zhao reached out and stroked it gently. The bird also rubbed against his palm in cooperation. The next second, Poochie, Master Zhao abruptly clenched the bird in his palm. It didn't even have a chance to cry out before it was crushed into blood and bone. Feathers slowly fell into the bloodstains. Qin Tianci, Shin Weiwei, Long Jing, Hehe, you have successfully made me angry. On the other side, ever since Shen Weiwei and Tang Xinro had integrated into this big family, the 300-plus square meter apartment suddenly felt crowded. Especially Shen Weiwei. Despite how aggressive and domineering she was when they first met, full of the pampered, willful ways of a young lady, once she became familiar with them, she was like a little treasure, adding a lot of joyful moments to the home. And because she had been practicing martial arts for a long time, her energy was also excellent. She got up to train downstairs at 6 o'clock every morning. At 7 o'clock, she would buy breakfast and call everyone to get up to eat. This made Xiao Qianxue, who was busy until midnight every day, develop dark circles. Luckily, there was a skin-nourishing cream concocted by Lin Mushi, which helped alleviate them. Tang Xinro was also new to this big family, so she couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, she was living with her immediate superior, and she was also sharing a husband with her, which made her feel very reserved. However, under Xiao Qianxue's reassurance and the teasing of the lively Shin Weiwei, she gradually relaxed. 5 women living under the same roof without any conflict was an incredibly unlikely thing, no matter where you went. Of course, among the 5 women, other than Long Jing and Shin Weiwei, who still had some minor verbal disagreements, they were gradually getting used to each other's presence. But strangely enough, none of the 5 women had actively tried to sneak into Qin Tianci's bed in the middle of the night. Even Long Jing, who liked to drink milk, had tacitly stopped these sneaky attempts. Perhaps, they all didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Qianxue and wanted to respect her status as the big sister. As for Qin Tianci, he was already planning on moving into the Dragon Mansion. Having so many beautiful legs and soft breasts constantly waving in front of him, being able to look but not touch, was very torturous. Once they moved into the Dragon Mansion, this matter had to be put on the agenda. But these peaceful days were soon interrupted. That day, an uninvited guest came to their home. Shunhe, why are you here? Shin Weiwei, seeing the anxious-looking Shunhe, put down the fruit she had just cut and greeted him. Chapter 207. Has a grandmaster gone missing? Little sister, something happened at home? As soon as Shunhe saw Shin Weiwei, he rushed over anxiously. Something happened at home? Shin Weiwei popped a piece of fruit into her mouth and asked while chewing. With that old man around, what could possibly happen? Looking at her, she didn't seem worried at all. Shunhe gulped. It's about Dad. Something happened to him. At those words, Shin Weiwei froze, then a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. What happened to the old man? Shunhe quickly explained, a month ago, Dad discovered Sunji's trail. He left the Shun family without a second word, and we haven't heard from him since then. After that, the Liao family seem to have got wind of something. They have been challenging our martial arts gyms one after another. So far, 18 gyms have been stripped of the Shin family flag, and only Uncle's gym is still barely holding on. What did you say? Hearing that, Shin Weiwei's face changed drastically. Sunji appeared? She didn't care about the Liao family challenging their gyms. She only cared about the whereabouts of Sunji. Shunhe nodded. His last known location was in the capital. Dad chased him all the way to Sanjiang province, and then he lost him. Little sister, there's no one in charge at home now. You'd better go back and take a look. Okay. Shin Weiwei realized the seriousness of the matter. She didn't waste any more words. She put down the fruit plate and prepared to leave. At that moment, Long Jing, who had been playing with her dagger on the balcony, suddenly spoke. Such a small matter. and you're acting like the sky is falling. What did you say? Shin Weiwei blew up instantly. You slut. You must be happy that my family is in trouble, right? Long Jing revealed a charming smile. I never said that. I was just saying, someone's already challenging your family right at your doorstep. What's the point of you going back now? This is clearly someone setting a trap. Do you think you can handle it all by yourself? Shin Weiwei retorted angrily. Even if I can't handle it, I still have to go back. What's it to you? Long Jing chuckled. Faced with her insults, she didn't get angry. Instead, she spread her hands and said, It's none of my business? All right then. I was just about to ask you if you needed help. Shin Weiwei was taken aback. She finally realized she had misunderstood Long Jing. Her expression immediately softened. It's just some clowns jumping around. I can handle it myself. Seeing that she rejected her offer, Long Jing didn't try to insist. Okay, then be careful. Humph. Shin Weiwei snorted coldly, unwilling to admit that she appreciated Long Jing's offer. Xiao Qianxue stepped forward and asked, Weiwei, are you sure you don't need Jingjing to go back with you? Although I don't know anything about martial arts, judging from this man's tone, it sounds like it might be very tricky. Big sister, don't worry. Shin Weiwei grinned, revealing her white teeth. Our Shin family is one of the top martial arts families in Tianhai. It's not that easy to take us down. And besides, that old man of mine is still around. But didn't you say that your uncle hasn't returned yet? Lin Mushi also came up, looking worried. Although the Ji family has fallen, those evil sorcerers will not give up easily. Should I call the police and have them look? No, absolutely not. Shin Weiwei immediately rejected Lin Mushi's proposal. That old man of mine cares the most about his reputation. Calling the police would be like cutting off his face and spitting on it, right? Besides, who would believe it if you called the police and said a grandmaster has gone missing? If she were to call 110, she would have to declare, Hello, 110? My family member is missing. 110. Who is missing? Shin Weiwei, my dad. 110. What's your father's name and what does he do? Shin Weiwei, my dad's name is Shun Daotian. He's a grandmaster. 110? The 110 operator would probably think she was crazy and making a false report. As the pinnacle of combat power in the Dragon Kingdom, there were only 3 martial artists in the entire nation who had reached the grandmaster level. The imperial families Qin Long, the town king Bei Xian, and another, Shun Daotian of the Shun family of Tianhai. Of course, Shin Weiwei was aware that her old man's title of grandmaster was merely a formality. He wasn't actually a true grandmaster. It was just that during the war, Shin Daotian had received guidance from the Underworld king, which had boosted his strength. In other words, his strength was stronger than a master, but less than a grandmaster. Because of Shan Daotian's meritorious service, the imperial family had given him the title of grandmaster. 3 masters. They all represented the strongest power in the Dragon Kingdom. They were renowned throughout the entire nation. Just mentioning their names would make enemy forces tremble with fear. However, there was one person who could easily crush the 3 of them. His strength was such that even if these 3 worked together, they wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Therefore, he didn't fall within the martial arts classification. That person was the Underworld king. Therefore, if she called the martial law police and said a grandmaster was missing, she would probably receive a 5-day detention package. All right, don't worry so much. I'll go back, handle things, and come back. I'm still waiting to move into the new house, hee. Shin Weiwei saw that the women still looked worried, so she laughed and tried to reassure them. Xiao Qianxue saw that it was no use saying anything further. But after thinking for a moment, she added, If that's the case, then why don't you let Tianci go back with you? After all, he's going to meet your family anyway. Why not take this chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Tianci's head popped out from the doorway. Who called me? Okay. This time, Shin Weiwei didn't refuse at all. She immediately agreed cheerfully. If hubby goes to Tianhai with me, then the sisters can't be jealous. Qin Tianci looked at her, speechless. I haven't agreed yet. I don't care. Shin Weiwei stepped forward and pulled him out of the room. You're my man. My family's business is your business. You have to help me. The women. This was too blatant, wasn't it? She refused their offers to help, but agreed immediately when it came to Qin Tianci. She clearly just wanted a chance to be alone with him. But since they were all sisters now, and something had happened at Shin Weiwei's home, it was only natural for her boyfriend to help. Qin Tianci looked unwilling. Can't Shin Daotian handle this kind of thing? His title as Grandmaster is just for show. As soon as he said that, Shun Weiwei froze, staring at Qin Tianci in surprise. Hubby, have you met my old man? Qin Tianci realized he'd made a slip of the tongue. He smiled casually and said, "Didn't you say he was a Grandmaster? Grandmasters are supposed to be very powerful." Although Shin Weiwei felt something was off, she was anxious to get home, so she didn't delve any further into it. She pulled him toward the door. "Grandmasters are still people, you know? Big sister's right. It's a good opportunity for you to meet my family. Let's go." Okay, I'll go, is that fine?" Qin Tianci was helpless. Then, after explaining to the women about the house renovation, he left the complex with Shun Weiwei and headed towards Tianhai. Chapter 208, Shun Weiwei's Past. On the way, Qin Tianci had a brief understanding of the situation from Shin Weiwei. He learned that Sunji was actually the murderer of Shin Weiwei's mother. It was said that this Sunji was a pedophile. When Shin Weiwei was 5 years old, he had targeted her. Her mother had desperately fought Sunji to protect her. Fortunately, her mother had stalled enough time for Shin Daotian to arrive, which allowed him to heavily injure Sunji and save Shin Weiwei. However, Shin Weiwei's mother had been abused to death by Sunji, and she had left this world forever. As Shun Weiwei revealed the hatred that she had kept locked in her heart for so many years, Qin Tianci, though he was outwardly unaffected, could still feel the intensity of her anger. Ever since Mom passed away, my brother Shinhe's personality changed. He became timid and unwilling to touch martial arts. I could only train like crazy, hoping that one day I could avenge my mom. Mentioning her sad past again, Shun Weiwei's fists slowly clenched, and her eyes lost their clarity, already filled with tears. This matter was like a childhood nightmare that had haunted her for over a decade. Every time she couldn't persevere during training, she would see the image of her mother dying tragically, forcing her to grit her teeth and keep going, training until she vomited, until all her muscles were torn. Shun He listened silently at the side, but judging from his pale face, he was clearly feeling distressed. Although he and his sister bickered on a daily basis, their sibling bond was strong. Now that he saw Shin Weiwei confide her deepest secret to Qin Tianci, he knew that this man would be his sister's reliance in the future. Qin Tianci lit a cigarette and looked out the car window. "So, old man Shin left the Shin family when he found out about Sunji and hasn't returned yet?" Shin Weiwei nodded, her face clouded with gloom. "Although that old man of mine is usually irresponsible, I know that he has always kept this matter in his heart. That Sunji is a dog of a bastard. This young lady will definitely chop him into pieces with my own hands." Qin Tianci hadn't expected that Shin Weiwei, who seemed so radiant on the outside, had such a tragic childhood. His gaze became more profound. Then a thought occurred to him. And what about the Liao family? Isn't the Shin family the #1 martial arts family in Tianhai? How did they get kicked around so badly by the Liao family? Hearing that, Shin Weiwei's face showed a hint of anger. She said furiously, "The Liao family is a native family of Tianhai. They were originally the overlords of Tianhai. Later, because my old man made contributions in the Northern Territory War and broke through to Grandmaster, the Shun family rose up and suppressed them. So they have always been at odds with us. They are our sworn enemies. But what I don't understand is that the Liao family has been very quiet these past few years. Why did they suddenly come and challenge our martial arts gyms?" Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows with interest upon hearing that. Jinger's analysis is right. The Shin family has been targeted. In the martial arts world, there was an unwritten rule. Every martial arts family must have a martial arts gym. If a martial arts gym is successfully challenged, it must be unconditionally transferred to the challenger. This was the reason why Shin Weiwei was so anxious to return. Now that 18 out of their 19 gyms had been challenged successfully, if the last gym was taken as well, then the Shin family would lose their license to operate a gym for at least 3 years. Without the support of martial arts gyms, not to mention the Shin family, even the 4 great families would decline. This Liao family was obviously aiming to swallow the Shin family. Shin Weiwei nodded in agreement. Then, she shook her head to get rid of the distractions. She got rid of her gloom and leaned over to Qin Tianci out of curiosity. "Hubby, what's your current strength? A Grandmaster?" There weren't many people in the Dragon Kingdom who could defeat her. Other than a Grandmaster, Shin Weiwei couldn't think of any other strength that could crush her. "Grandmaster?" Qin Tianci chuckled. "In your eyes, is your man really that useless?" "Useless?" Shin Weiwei was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that she was hearing the words Grandmaster is useless from her own man. Her face immediately turned very strange. She couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster is already the strongest combat power in the Dragon Kingdom. How can you call it useless? Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette and said with a half-smile, In my eyes, Grandmaster equals waste. Shin Weiwei. That tone. Wasn't it a little too arrogant? There were no more than 3 Grandmasters in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and Qin Tianci was saying that Grandmaster equals waste? He was probably the only one in the entire world who would dare say such a thing, right? Then Shin Weiwei snapped back to reality. She smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Hubby, I really love it when you act arrogant and ignorant. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. What, do you think I'm wrong? Shin Weiwei patted his shoulder. Yes, of course you are right. Whatever my hubby says is correct. But soon, she changed the subject. But hubby, you can't say those things carelessly. Do you know that there are 3 Grandmasters in our Dragon Kingdom? I know. Then do you know who can suppress these 3 Grandmasters? Shin Weiwei blinked her eyes and spoke cautiously. Who? Qin Tianci lowered his voice as well. He'll play along with your act even if you can't see it. Shin Weiwei leaned over and whispered, It's the Underworld King. In our Dragon Kingdom, only the Underworld King is qualified to look down on Grandmasters. We ordinary people should keep a low profile. Qin Tianci chuckled again after hearing that. So what if it's the Underworld King? If he can look down on those 3 Grandmasters, why can't I? You can. Of course you can. Shin Weiwei agreed with his words, making sure to give him plenty of face. But you can only say these things to me. You must not say them outside. Or if it reaches the ears of that old man of mine, he might beat you up. If I understand you correctly, I can't speak ill of the Underworld King in front of old man Shun? Qin Tianci asked tentatively. Of course. The person the old man respects the most in this life is the Underworld King. If he hears someone insulting the Underworld King, he will flip the table on the spot. Shin Weiwei nodded seriously, her words full of gravity. And you? Qin Tianci asked in return. Shin Weiwei was taken aback. Then she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his arm. Hee, I only want you. As for the Underworld King, I don't have any space for him in my heart. Looking at her adorable appearance, Qin Tianci smiled helplessly. Although Shin Weiwei didn't say it explicitly, she definitely had a great admiration for the Underworld King because of Shun Daotian. He could only blame the fame he had earned in those 3 years. It had become so great that everyone looked up to him. He wanted to live as a normal person, unnoticed by everyone. But if he were to tell others his true identity, they would probably call him a madman. Sometimes, too much fame is a real hassle. As they were talking and laughing, Tianhai arrived. Chapter 209, The Martial Arts Association's Official Document. After arriving in Tianhai, at Shin Weiwei's insistence, the driver quickly took them to the Shun clan martial arts gym. Qin Tianci was stunned when he saw the massive martial arts gym in front of him. In his mind, martial arts gyms were generally built in relatively remote places, and they were mostly single-story buildings with a small footprint. But the Shin family martial arts gym in front of him was more than a dozen stories high, and it had basically formed a complex. It was more like a government office. No wonder Shin Weiwei said that if the martial arts gyms were all taken, then the Shin family would collapse. Just that one martial arts gym alone would bring in a significant annual profit. Let's go. Shin Weiwei didn't say much. She led Qin Tianci and Shun He into the martial arts gym. As soon as the 3 of them entered, they heard the angry roar of a middle-aged man inside. Liaoji, are you sure you have to take things this far? Qin Tianci looked over and saw a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyebrows and a square face, wearing a yellow Taoist robe. He was clutching his chest and kneeling on the ground, a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered a serious injury. Not far from him, a group of people wearing black and red Taoist robes were standing there, all with a mocking expression on their faces. The one leading them was a middle-aged man with long hair and dark circles under his eyes, giving off a sinister vibe. He sneered. Shinpenghua, are you in any position to say that? Hehe, when your Shin family forced our Liao family to the brink, did you ever think about not taking things so far? That's right. A young man with a rebellious expression walked out from behind the man named Liao Ji. He pointed at Shinpenghua and sneered. The martial arts world is about the survival of the fittest. If your Shin family doesn't have the strength, you should just hand over your flags and let our Liao family be the leader of Tianhai's martial arts. Occupying the seat without doing anything. Is that what you Shin family are all about? Bullshit. Shin Penghua was obviously short-tempered. He roared, Liao Baofeng, if you guys hadn't bribed our martial arts gym's canteen and put laxatives in the food, would your Liao family have been able to challenge and take down our 18 gyms? You shameless bastards. However, Liaoji didn't get angry at his insults at all. Instead, he spread his hands with a smile. Shin Penghua, you were the ones who ate bad food. How can you talk nonsense now? You say that we bribed your gym canteens and put laxatives in the food. That needs evidence. Do you have any evidence? Liao Baofeng then also mocked him from the side. Hehe, if you're not as skilled as us, you shouldn't throw mud at us. Is this the #1 martial arts family in Tianhai? TSK, I've really learned a lot today. You damn dog. How dare you talk? Shin Penghua got angry as soon as he saw Liao Baofeng's face, pointing his finger at him and scolding him. If you hadn't attacked him by surprise, Qin Kuan wouldn't have lost to you. You Liao family are a bunch of deceitful scoundrels. Hehe. Liao Baofeng's face showed contempt and disdain. Old man Hua, how old are you this year? A martial arts competition is always changing. Who said surprise attacks aren't allowed? If Qin Kuan had the ability, he could have attacked me by surprise too. Unfortunately, he couldn't, haha. You. Shin Penghua was furious, but unable to retort. In other words, he didn't have the strength to retaliate. With just his late-stage innate realm martial arts, he was no match for Liao Ji, who was a master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured with just one move when he tried to stand up for Qin Kuan just now. Don't worry. Liao Ji said arrogantly again. Once our Liao family has taken over the Shin family's martial arts gyms, we will certainly manage them well. You should give up the position of head of the martial arts alliance. This young lady would like to see what skills you have to take over our Shin family's position as the head of the alliance. Just at that moment, Shin Weiwei's voice rang out in the gym. Then everyone's expressions changed, and they focused their gazes on her. Shin Weiwei led Qin Tianci and Shan Hien. Shin Weiwei's face was as dark as thunder. She had thought that the Liao family had brought in some experts, but she hadn't expected that they would use such underhanded means like laxatives. She was immediately furious. When he saw Shin Weiwei, Liaoji's expression clearly became unpleasant. Although he was also a master, he couldn't deal with the freak that was Shin Weiwei. He didn't expect her to return so quickly. Damn it. As expected, villains die because they talk too much. However, Liaoji soon regained his composure. He had already prepared for 2 outcomes. Even if Shin Weiwei returned, it wouldn't change anything. Oh, I was wondering who it was. I didn't expect it to be the deputy head of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, Miss Shan. Shin Weiwei looked at the arrogant Liaoji. She puffed out her chest and looked at the people from the Liao family with pride. I'll give you 10 seconds. Get out of my Shin family's martial arts gym. Otherwise, you will all be carried out. Hearing her domineering words, the expressions of those who had come to challenge her changed. They all had a genuine fear of this Shun family's eldest young miss, who didn't care about reasoning, only about fists. Especially since this woman didn't care about martial ethics at all. Once you messed with her, she wouldn't care if you were younger or a weaker martial artist. She would dislocate your bones first and then argue with you. Liaoji was also genuinely scared, but he still forced a twisted smile. Miss Shun, what you're doing isn't in accordance with the rules. 10. Shin Weiwei cut him off and started counting down. Shin Weiwei, do you really think you're invincible? 9. Shin Weiwei's domineering presence filled the entire gym. Liaoji took a deep breath. As she continued to count down, regardless, he pulled out a document from his bag and threw it at Shin Weiwei. Miss Shin, our challenges this time are all with the permission of the Martial Arts Association. All procedures are legal and compliant. Even if you don't care about our Liao family, you must at least take a look at the official document stamped by the Martial Arts Association, right? Shin Weiwei frowned and stopped counting down. She picked up the document and started to read. She shouldn't have looked at all, but once she did, an uncontrollable rage appeared on her beautiful face. She gritted her teeth and said, "You really came very well prepared." Liaoji chuckled. If we weren't well prepared, we wouldn't have come to challenge you. Our Liao family and your Shin family have always minded our own business. Sorry, it's all the head of the family's order. All right. Shin Weiwei laughed angrily. She crumpled the document into a ball. Since it's a competition, then this young lady will personally step up. If any of you can touch my clothes, I will immediately give up all the martial arts gyms of the Shin family. No questions asked. That won't do. Unexpectedly, Liaoji rejected her outright. Who doesn't know how strong Miss Shin is? We wouldn't dare to compete with you. The document says that the competition is to be carried out by the disciples. Miss Shun, when you read, please read carefully. At those words, Shin Weiwei's expression turned as dark as thunder. Chapter 210. He's a waste? Shin Weiwei turned to look at the Shun family disciples who were on the verge of death. Finally, her gaze landed on Chun Kuan. Looking at his pale face, she took a deep breath and said, Today, my disciples are not feeling well. We shall have another match some other day? That won't do. Unexpectedly, Liao Baofeng refused directly. Miss Shun, our Liao family came to challenge you. Are you going to drive us challengers away? Hearing his aggressive tone, Shin Weiwei's face became even darker. A challenge at the door. As the name suggested, it meant that someone came to challenge you. As a martial artist, you didn't have the right to refuse. If you did refuse, then you would be ridiculed by everyone in the martial arts world. Sometimes Shin Weiwei felt that these unwritten rules of the martial arts world must have been invented by some idiot. She really wanted to punch him to death. This Liao family was clearly using a conspiracy to trick their Shin family, putting them in a position where they had no way to avoid it. It was as if they were being roasted on a fire. However, Qin Tianci scoffed at the side. Weiwei, if I were you, I would kick all of those dogs from the Liao family out right now. What's with the disciple competition? You weren't this reasonable when you were hitting me earlier. Shin Weiwei. After hearing that, she didn't know whether Qin Tianci was praising or scolding her. She glared at him and said angrily, There are a lot of rules in the martial arts world. The actions of the Liao family today are all reasonable and in accordance with the rules. If we don't handle this properly, our Shin family will definitely become the target of public criticism. However, Qin Tianci didn't care at all and said, Are you afraid of being the target of public criticism? Since the Shin family is the #1 martial arts family in Tianhai, then it should have the appearance of #1. Who becomes #1 without people talking behind their back? Are you afraid of being cyberbullied or something? Shin Weiwei was speechless. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that there are some things, it's hard to explain. Hubby, wait for me on the side. I'll handle this first. Hubby. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone in the entire place was shocked. Even the people of the Shin family were dumbfounded. Their eldest young miss of the Shin family went out for a while, and suddenly she was calling someone else hubby? That was when they noticed a strange man behind Shin Weiwei, and seeing the nonchalant arrogance on his face, everyone's expressions became extremely strange. Even the people of the Liao family stared at Shin Weiwei in shock. This eldest young miss of the Shin family was famous in Tianhai for her beauty, but because of her violent personality and terrifying strength, not many men dared to approach her. But even so, she was the dream goddess of many martial artists, including Liao Baofeng. Although the Liao and Shun families were sworn enemies, it didn't stop Liao Baofeng from fantasizing about Shin Weiwei every moment. This challenge, he was also thinking about swallowing the Shin family, and then putting this proud young miss on his bed to enjoy himself. He had never tasted the flavor of a master-level woman before, but now he heard Shin Weiwei call someone else hubby, and the face that had been full of mockery immediately turned dark. At that moment, Chun Kuan's expression changed drastically when he saw Qin Tianci's familiar face. You kid. Why are you here? Shin Penghua frowned. Chun Kuan, you know him? Chun Kuan gulped and said, his face extremely unpleasant. I saw this kid when we were capturing evil sorcerers in Jiangbei some time ago. Shin Penghua was slightly taken aback. Then, he began to stare at Qin Tianci. No aura? It was a well-known fact that the most important thing for martial arts practitioners was aura. It was precisely because of the use of aura that they could unleash strength that was beyond that of ordinary people. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't sense even the slightest bit of aura from Qin Tianci's body. How could Weiwei possibly like an ordinary person? Could it be that this kid used some underhanded means and took advantage of Weiwei? Thinking about this, Shin Penghua suddenly felt an intense pain in his chest. For the Shin family, Shin Weiwei was the apple of their eye, their most precious treasure. They were so worried about her that they were afraid she would melt in their hands. Now she had been taken by a good-for-nothing? How could he possibly accept this? Then, he stepped forward and asked, Weiwei, who is this kid? Shin Weiwei explained, Second uncle, he's the fiancé that my old man arranged for me. Him? Shin Penghua's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? How could Big Brother let a good-for-nothing be your fiancé? Are you sure that it's not a mistake? A good-for-nothing? Shin Weiwei was dumbfounded. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Second uncle, Brother Tianci is not a good-for-nothing. Why isn't he a good-for-nothing? Qin Penghua glared at him angrily. Look at his skinny arms and legs. We can't even sense the slightest bit of aura from him. What else can he be if not a good-for-nothing? If others knew that our Shen family was taking on such a good-for-nothing as our son-in-law, we'd be ridiculed by the entire martial arts world. Before Shen Weiwei could speak, Qin Tianci suddenly laughed. Your Shen family is not that strong, but you sure care about face. You are worried that you will be laughed at. If so, then you shouldn't run a martial arts gym at all. You might as well shut it down. What did you say? You little brat, say that again? Qin Penghua heard his mockery, his beard bristling with anger, and pointing at him. How dare you point fingers at how our Shen family does things? Hey, what's going on? At that moment, Liaoji couldn't help but interrupt. Our people are still standing here. Are you not taking us seriously? Liao Baofeng, now back to his senses, also stepped forward. The Shen family is already on the verge of collapse, and you still have a good-for-nothing as your son-in-law? Haha, I can see that your Shen family is truly finished. As he said this, he revealed a lewd smile. Miss Shen, why don't you do this? Once our Liao family has taken over your Shen family, why don't you just come with me? That way, you can still protect the Shen family's reputation. And our Liao and Shen families can even become in-laws, combining our strengths. Why not? Shen Weiwei glared angrily. Liao Baofeng, I advise you to watch your words. My husband is standing right here. What do you mean by that? What do I mean by that? Liao Baofeng looked at Qin Tianci, who didn't have a hint of a martial artist's aura, and arrogantly stepped forward, spread his hands, and said, I am obviously trying to steal your woman. Can't you see? Miss Shen, you are a martial artist and a master at that, yet you are willing to be a couple with an ordinary good-for-nothing. I won't hide it anymore. I have long wanted to taste the flavors of Miss Shun. This time, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape my grasp, haha. But as soon as he said that, Qin Tianci's mouth curled into a smile. The next moment, the cigarette butt in his hand suddenly shot out, aiming at Liao Baofeng. Boom. Before anyone could react, Liao Baofeng had already flown out, crashing heavily into the wall and smashing a large hole in it. He fainted. Chapter 211. When a man dies, rules mean nothing. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was petrified, stunned by the scene before them. Weiwei, you've fallen. Qin Tianci's leisurely voice cut through the quiet hall, sending a shiver down everyone's spines. Shen Weiwei snapped out of her daze, her face flushing with embarrassment. Her personality was naturally fearless, except for those martial arts rules her father had drilled into her. If not for those rules, she would have already kicked down every dojo in the Liao family, driving them out of Tianhai long ago. You, Liao Ji stammered, completely disoriented by Qin Tianci's sudden attack. He pointed at him, livid. You dog, you dared to ambush me? Where's your honor? Qin Tianci casually lit a cigarette and took a drag, a smirk playing on his lips. Rules are rigid, people are flexible. But when a man dies, rules mean nothing. The words sent a ripple of uproar through the crowd. What kind of twisted logic was that? And yet, it somehow made perfect sense. Even Shan Penghua was completely taken aback by Qin Tianci's sudden attack. He was a late-stage innate martial artist, second only to a grandmaster. However, he hadn't even seen how Qin Tianci had moved, and Liao Baofeng was already sent flying. Keep in mind that while Liao Baofeng was a younger generation fighter, his strength was on par with his own, another late-stage innate. Even if it was a sneak attack, how could he have been taken down in one blow? Was this man really just an ordinary person? Immediately, Shen Penghua scrutinized Qin Tianci again, but he still couldn't sense any aura from him. Where did Shen Weiwei find this monster? Seeing Qin Tianci take action, Shen Weiwei decided to drop the charade. She crossed her arms and threatened Liao Ji and the others. All right, I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. Huh? My husband is angry now, so what do you say? Liao Ji's expression darkened, and he said with a grim face, Shen Weiwei, this was supposed to be a fair fight. Your man ambushed us. You need to give us an explanation. An explanation? Shen Weiwei sneered and turned to Chen Kuan, shouting, the mighty Liao family can't even afford tape and has to come here to ask for it? Chen Kuan, go to the warehouse and get that box of tape for them. Don't say I'm stingy. Shen Weiwei. Liao Ji was enraged at her mockery. What do you mean by that? Shen Weiwei looked him straight in the eyes. It's exactly what I said. Since we're showing our true colors, I'm not wasting any more time with you. Leave, or stay and face the consequences. It's your choice. Now that her man was backing her up, there was no way Shin Weiwei was going to back down. And besides, this was so satisfying. She had wanted to get back at the Liao family for so long. Liaoji was furious. He glared at Qin Tianci and said through clenched teeth, "Dog, do you even know that Baofeng is the son of our Liao clan leader? You dare hurt him? You're tired of living, aren't you?" Slap. The words were barely out of his mouth when Qin Tianci vanished and reappeared, slapping him hard across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the hall, leaving everyone stunned once again. I didn't see it wrong, did I? He just slapped the Grandmaster's face. Where did Sister Weiwei find this beast? Holy crap, that was awesome. He really is worthy of Sister Weiwei's attention. So strong. Even Shen Penghua was dumbfounded. Where did this reckless fool come from? To publicly slap a Grandmaster? How bold. You little brat, I'm going to kill you. Slap. Liao Ji's face was twisted with fury, and he was about to retaliate, but he was struck across the other side of his face by another swift slap. Liao Ji froze, the shock clear in his eyes. Ah! Liao Ji roared in anger. He vowed to shatter the little brat's limbs, leaving him to spend the rest of his days in a wheelchair. Slap. He hadn't even finished his shout. Another slap. Qin Tianci performed the strikes effortlessly, his movements fluid and calm. He even took another puff of his cigarette with his free hand. You little brat. Slap. You got the guts to try that again? Slap. Aleph * King kill you. Slap. A series of slaps resounded throughout the silent hall. The onlookers were so shocked they forgot how to breathe. Even Shin Penghua was utterly perplexed by Qin Tianci's reckless actions and stood there stunned. Finally, without looking away, he quietly asked, Weiwei, where did you find this strange fellow? Shin Weiwei snapped out of it and, puffing out her chest proudly, said, Second uncle, don't talk about brother Tianci like that. He is the man I'm going to marry. Shin Penghua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Putting aside his power level, the very fact that he dared to slap a grandmaster showed a courage none of them possessed. You little brat. You are going too far. I've tolerated you for long enough. Liao Ji finally lost his composure. His expression was contorted with rage. With a primal roar, he unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, causing the faces of the crowd to pale. Not good. He's going to use his grandmaster power. Shin Penghua's heart leaped into his throat. He yelled, Liao Ji, you're using a grandmaster's strength to deal with a junior? Where is your face? Shut your damn mouth. At this point, Liao Ji didn't care about morals or what was right or wrong. The only thing on his mind was to kill Qin Tianci. This dog dared to humiliate me like this. I will make him pay with his life. Anyone who tries to stop me is going to die first. He spoke with an unwavering certainty that made Shen Penghua's face turn grave. Weiwei, act now. If that old thing, Liao Ji, makes a move, your man is going to die. However, Shen Weiwei showed not a single sign of panic. She casually waved her hand. Relax, second uncle. Brother Tianci can handle him. This is a grandmaster. Are you out of your mind? Shin Penghua exclaimed. While he didn't have a high opinion of Qin Tianci, he was still a grandmaster. How could a man in his early 20s possibly be a match? However, Shin Weiwei just smiled faintly and found a place to sit down. Just watch, second uncle. Liao Ji is in for a world of pain. How could a man who easily crushed her be unable to handle Liao Ji? If it weren't for their family standing, she would have already beaten the stuffing out of him. It was perfect that Qin Tianci was taking the initiative. Boom. Before the crowd could collect themselves, Liao Ji stomped the floor, cracking the tiles, and unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that enveloped Qin Tianci. You little beast. Offending the Liao family is the stupidest decision you've ever made in your pathetic life. As he spoke, Liao Ji exploded with incredible speed, hurtling towards Qin Tianci. Just as everyone thought that Qin Tianci was about to be destroyed by Liao Ji. Boom. Another loud bang reverberated. However, this time everyone witnessed Liao Ji being sent flying backwards. Chapter 212. The new wave overwhelms the old. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Once again, the scene became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Only the sounds of falling debris from the wall echoed through the space. Everyone was standing with their mouths agape in shock, a collective look of disbelief on their faces. Especially Shen Penghua. His face was a mask of comical horror as he stared at the spectacle of Liao Ji, embedded into the wall just like Liao Baofeng had been. His mind was utterly blank. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have refused to believe that the man in the wall was a grandmaster. A grandmaster. A grandmaster. A grandmaster. 3 times to emphasize the point. This wasn't some innate martial artist like Liao Baofeng. This was a grandmaster, and he had just been sent flying into the wall and was now completely stuck. Hiss. Shin Panghua drew a sharp intake of breath, his mind a churning tempest of disbelief. Even Shin Weiwei was stunned by what she just witnessed. While she already knew that Qin Tianci was far from ordinary, she never imagined that he was this powerful. Was a grandmaster really like a chicken to him? No wonder he barely broke a sweat when they fought. What kind of monster was this man, picked out by her grandfather as her fiancé? A grandmaster at barely 20 years old? What? How is this even possible? She, Shin Weiwei, was considered a prodigy of the entire Dragon Country's martial arts world. Moreover, she cultivated relentlessly to achieve the level she was at today. Yet Qin Tianci, who was about the same age as her, had reached such a terrifying height? Was he also a once-in-a-lifetime talent? Shun He, standing nearby, watched Liao Ji being sent flying and couldn't help but swallow, a look of relief on his face. Thank goodness I didn't go too hard on my future brother-in-law. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. Looking back at how he had been yelling at Qin Tianci, he was lucky to have teeth. You dared to hurt our Liao family's grandmaster. At this, the Liao family disciples finally regained their composure. They pointed at Qin Tianci, screaming and cursing, You dog, how dare you? You're finished. You're doomed. You dared to offend our Liao family, just wait to die. Before their words could fully register, Shin Weiwei made a move. With a punch to the ground near them, the entire dojo trembled. The Liao family disciples were immediately sent sprawling, coughing up blood. Go back and tell Liao Shengwu that if he wants to take down the Shin family, he doesn't have what it takes. Now get out. Shin Weiwei shouted angrily, sending a shiver of fear down the spines of the Liao family disciples. They quickly rose to their feet and, supporting the unconscious Liao Ji and Liao Baofeng, fled in disarray. With the troublemaking Liao family gone, Shin Weiwei finally relaxed and turned to the other Shin family disciples, asking, Are you all right? We're fine. Miss, we're so grateful you came back in time. If not, our last dojo would have been seized by those beasts. The Shin family disciples all shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. However, Chen Kuan was not happy, stepping forward to complain, Weiwei, how could you bring an outsider to deal with this? Silence fell over the crowd. They all stared at him like he was a fool. Shin Weiwei frowned. Brother Tianci is my fiancé. He is not an outsider to the Shin family. And I've told you many times, don't call me Weiwei. Do my words just go in one ear and out the other? However, Chen Kuan insisted. What fiancé? Weiwei, you are the Shin family's eldest daughter. How can you just casually get engaged to someone from an unknown background? Hearing this, Shin Weiwei's eyebrows furrowed deeper, and her eyes flashed with displeasure. Someone from an unknown background? Chen Kuan, who are you calling someone from an unknown background? It's obviously that kid. Chen Kuan didn't hesitate to point at Qin Tianci. The Liao family came prepared this time. What does his taking action even mean? What will the Tianhai martial arts world think of us? Don't you think about these things at all? Shin Weiwei was rapidly losing patience. The Shin family's actions are not your concern. How others perceive us is not your business either. I will warn you one last time. He is my man, and nobody can change that. If anyone dares to use this to create problems for the Shin family, I will naturally deal with them with my fists. Chen Kuan wanted to argue, but was cut off by Shin Panghua. Chen Kuan, this is Weiwei's private matter. You should not interfere. Besides, if it weren't for this kid, Qin, the Liao family would not have stopped so easily, and it would only be more trouble. Uncle Hua, aren't you the one who values martial arts rules the most? Why are you? Chen Kuan asked, confused, but was cut off again. That kid Qin is right. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. The Liao family took advantage of loopholes, putting the Shin family on the fire. Are we supposed to stand here and let them slaughter us? The Shin family doesn't have such cowards. Shin Panghua's tone was sharp and firm, showing how displeased he was with the Liao family's actions. He turned his head. His gaze toward Qin Tianci was full of appreciation. Kid Qin, you did well. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Haha, even Liaoji is no match for you. Impressive. As he spoke, he gave Qin Tianci a thumbs up and let out a hearty laugh. Qin Tianci saw that Shin Panghua was a straightforward and genuine person and smiled as he offered him a cigarette. It was nothing. It's definitely not nothing. Shin Panghua shook his head, denying his modesty. You may not know who Liaoji is. He is the youngest of the 4 Liao brothers and broke through to Grandmaster at the young age of 40. He's considered a genius of the Liao family. Even Wei Wei would have a hard time defeating him. I never would have thought that the new wave would overwhelm the old so quickly. You just flattened the old wave on the beach. TSK, TSK. You are a promising young man. A truly promising young man. Qin Tianci lit Shin Penghua's cigarette, then his own, and with a smile, nodded noncommittally. The Liao family isn't much of a wave. Second uncle is too kind. Ha ha ha. This statement seemed to resonate well with Shin Penghua, and he burst into loud laughter. Good kid. You are indeed the man my niece chose. Young and bold. I like it. I recognize you as my nephew-in-law, Shin Penghua. Then he turned to the Shin family disciples and scolded them. Did you all hear what our Shin family's son-in-law said? The Liao family isn't much of a wave. All of you young ones, learn to broaden your horizons and look further. You should all learn from the son-in-law, cultivate diligently, and never allow those Liao mongrels to step over us again. Yes. The Shin family disciples lowered their heads in shame, responding quickly. They also felt a sense of respect for Qin Tianci. He was so young, yet he possessed the strength to crush a grandmaster. It turned out, Miss Shun's judgment was flawless. What they didn't know was that Chen Kuin's eyes were filled with resentment. Chapter 213. The Shun Family Matriarch. Chen Kuin watched Shin Weiwei, Shin Penghua, and the others laughing and talking with Qin Tianci, his fists clenching tighter with each passing moment. He had been an abandoned child, taken in and raised by the Shin family. He and Shin Weiwei had been childhood friends. However, Shin Weiwei's status in the Shin family was so prominent that Chen Kuin had always felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority when he was with her. Of course, that did not stop him from falling in love with her. Besides, they had grown up together, and there was affection between them. Until 2 years ago, his biological family suddenly found him and claimed to be his parents. It was then that Chen Kuin learned that he was a member of the prestigious Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. This gave him the confidence to pursue Shin Weiwei. His parents in the capital had also agreed to a marriage alliance with the Shin family, and had quickly approached the Shin family to arrange their engagement. He thought that with their childhood bond and his current status, his marriage with Shin Weiwei was a done deal. But Shin Daotian had outright rejected the offer. This news had struck Chen Kuin like a bolt of lightning, and he had been unable to accept it ever since. The Chen family was one of the 4 great martial arts families of the capital. Their heritage and social standing were extraordinary. Even the imperial family of the capital was wary of the 4 great families. If the Shin family could ally with the Qin family, then the Shin family would be the one who was climbing up in social status. Even when his parents used their status to pressure him, Shin Daotian still refused, and they had even had several unpleasant arguments over the matter. This caused Chen Kuin to become increasingly resentful. If he didn't have his Qin family background, Chen Kuin would have been more accepting. After all, he was only the Shun family's adopted son. It was normal for Shin Daotian to reject the marriage. But now that he had a powerful backing, Shin Daotian still looked down on him, which caused him great frustration. Over time, his resentment grew stronger and stronger. And now, he was witnessing Shin Weiwei bringing back a man that he had had a conflict with before. That resentment now reached a boiling point. Shin Weiwei, if you are not kind, then don't blame me for being unjust. You forced me to do this. Chen Kuin stared at Shin Weiwei and Qin Tianci being close, jealousy burning in his eyes. After they cleaned up the mess, Shin Weiwei took Qin Tianci back to the Shin family home. As the first martial arts family of Tianhai, the Shin family naturally had the prestige that came with their status. The sprawling gardens and courtyards, the countless luxury cars within the compound, all displayed their wealth and power. Honey, we'll go see my grandmother later. She's old and her health isn't great, so please don't say anything to upset her. Shin Weiwei said to Qin Tianci as they walked. Qin Tianci nodded and smiled. Don't worry, my greatest strength is respecting elders and caring for the young. Shin Weiwei's face flushed with a cute, rosy hue when she heard him agree so easily. Honey, you're so sweet. She nestled her body against him, a soft warmth pressing against his side, making Qin Tianci sigh to himself. This girl may not look that tall, but her body is really something. A child's face with huge breasts? Maybe they were talking about someone like Qin Weiwei. Soon, they arrived at a large villa. The moment they entered, Qin Tianci saw an old woman with a hunched back, leaning on a cane, sitting on a sofa. She was chatting with a middle-aged woman who was wearing a black qipao. Although she was older, she still had a beautiful face. Grandma, third aunt. Qin Weiwei called out respectfully. Weiwei's back? That's wonderful. I missed you so much. Come give Grandma a hug. Hu Yuanping immediately rose to her feet, her wrinkled old face filled with smiles. However, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly looked a bit unnatural when she saw Qin Weiwei. But she maintained a polite, yet awkward, smile. Weiwei, you've had a long trip. Qin Weiwei helped Hu Yuanping up and then turned to the woman. Third aunt, what are you doing here? Didn't Dad tell you to stay in the capital? The woman laughed. How could I stay there with all that's going on here at home? I came to help, you know? It's good of third aunt to worry, but I think this matter is something you can't handle. Maybe you should listen to Dad and return to the capital? The branch. Dojo there needs someone to manage it. Qin Weiwei's direct words caused the woman's smile to stiffen and a flash of displeasure to flicker in her eyes. Qin Tianci, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but whisper to himself. It seems that Qin Weiwei doesn't have a great relationship with her third aunt. Qin Weiwei ignored her and instead dragged Hu Yuanping over to Qin Tianci. Grandma, guess who he is? Hu Yuanping was momentarily stunned and scrutinized Qin Tianci carefully. Seeing the unfamiliar face, she asked, Weiwei, who is he? This young man seems very compatible with you. Grandma, you're so smart. Qin Weiwei grinned, a shy blush appearing on her cheeks. He is Qin Tianci, the man my old man picked out to be my fiancé. Oh, Qin Tianci? A fiancé? What does that mean? Hu Yuanping seemed unfazed after hearing his name, and with a shaky ankle, she hobbled over to grab Qin Tianci's arm and began to examine him closely. Qin Weiwei patiently explained, It means I am going to marry him. Qin Tianci did not resist. He didn't mind the old woman's behavior. However, he noticed that the old woman seemed not quite right. He politely nodded, Grandma, it's nice to meet you. I'm Qin Tianci, Weiwei's fiancé. Marry? Okay. My Weiwei has grown up too. She is going to get married. A good young man. He is very sturdy. Perhaps because she was aware that she was no longer young, or perhaps because she was witnessing her descendants getting married. Qin Weiwei's words touched a soft spot in the old woman's heart, and she patted Qin Tianci's arm as tears welled up in her old eyes. Qin Weiwei, seeing this, came forward and held the old woman's arm. Grandma, shouldn't you be happy that your granddaughter is getting married? What? You're getting married? The old woman suddenly seemed to have forgotten and turned to Qin Weiwei in surprise. Qin Tianci was stunned. What was going on? But Qin Weiwei seemed used to it, and despite her usual explosive temper, she patiently explained, Yes, Grandma, your granddaughter is getting married. Marriage is a good thing. My granddaughter is going to get married, haha. Hu Yuanping laughed gently, excitedly waving her hands. Then she turned to look at Qin Tianci, and once again her expression became confused. Who are you? Chapter 214. Did I just get called out by my own gossip? Qin Tianci? Looking at the earnest expression of the old woman in front of him, Qin Tianci was momentarily bewildered. He couldn't help but turn to Qin Weiwei and ask, Alzheimer's? Qin Weiwei nodded, her expression dimming. Grandma was diagnosed with Alzheimer's 3 years ago. She doesn't remember anything now. She forgets things as soon as they happen. The only thing she remembers is me, her granddaughter. She doesn't even remember my old man, my grandpa. Qin Tianci was silent. Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as senile dementia. This disease primarily affects the elderly, and there is no known cure. Over the past 3 years, Qin Tianci had learned a great deal from the old man, especially in medicine, reaching the point where he could snatch someone back from the clutches of death. But this Alzheimer's disease was a mystery to him. He didn't understand why humans developed such a disease, capable of making them gradually forget everything. Forgetting. For humans, was it a good thing or a bad thing? He didn't know. Why would the brain, which humans took pride in, issue such a command? Was it a form of protection or a form of harm? Looking at the confusion on Hu Yuanping's face, he chuckled and introduced himself again. Grandma, hello. My name is Qin Tianci. Hu Yuanping nodded blankly. Oh, Tianci, what brings you to our house? Qin Tianci crouched down and patted her hand, I'm here to marry Wei Wei. You're the Shin family's son-in-law? Hearing this, Hu Yuanping immediately became overjoyed, waving her hands again. Wonderful, my granddaughter is going to get married. Seeing Hu Yuanping rambling on, the middle-aged woman stepped forward with a dry laugh. I'm so sorry. My mother is getting older. You must find us ridiculous. Who are you calling mother? I'm not your mother. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Hu Yuanping's face instantly vanished. She puffed out her cheeks and said angrily. The middle-aged woman said awkwardly, Mom, I'm Shen Yin. I was just chatting with you for a long time. How could you forget about me again? Shen Yin? Hu Yuanping shook her head in confusion. I don't know you. I only have 2 sons, one called Shen Daotian and one called Shen Panghua. I don't have any daughters. Hearing this, Qin Tianci couldn't help but lean closer to Shen Weiwei and whisper, The old woman has some serious patriarchal tendencies, huh? But Shen Weiwei shook her head. It's not that she favors sons over daughters. It's just that my third aunt did something in her younger days. That broke her heart. Perhaps Grandma doesn't want to remember her from the bottom of her heart. You can see that Grandma likes me a lot. Qin Tianci was slightly surprised. What did she do to make the old woman hate her so much? She doesn't even want to acknowledge her daughter? After a moment of silence, Shen Weiwei said, Back then, she secretly collaborated with the Liao family to open martial arts dojos to compete for control of the Shen family. Grandpa found out, and in an attempt to resolve the matter, he went with her to negotiate with the Liao family to terminate the contract. But he never came back. How did your grandfather die? Qin Tianci asked, slightly furrowing his brow. We don't know. A hint of tears appeared in Shen Weiwei's eyes as she spoke, staring at Shen Yin with a face filled with resentment. To this day, Shen Yin hasn't told us the true cause of Grandpa's death. She just said that Grandpa had a heart attack during the negotiation with the Liao family, but I don't believe it, and Grandma doesn't either. Qin Tianci watched Shen Yin, who was trying so hard to seem natural and blend into the family, and felt a sense of unease. It seemed that in large families, there is always a lot of drama. Little Qin, come on, have some candy. This is Wei Wei's favorite candy. Hu Yuanping walked to the coffee table and picked up a piece of milk candy. With a hunched back, she walked towards Qin Tianci with a kind smile and gave him a piece of milk candy. Qin Tianci gladly took it and smiled. Thank you, Grandma. Don't mind, our family isn't very wealthy. I didn't prepare a red envelope for you the first time we met. When you get married, Grandma will definitely give you a big surprise. Hu Yuanping said with an apologetic face. Qin Tianci was stunned for a moment. Perhaps the old woman's memory had stopped in her younger days. Then, he smiled reassuringly. Grandma, you are too kind. For me, marrying Wei Wei is the biggest surprise. Good kid. Hu Yuanping grabbed Qin Tianci's hand with deep emotion. Wei Wei was spoiled by her family. You'll have to be more tolerant of her. Grandma, Shen Weiwei pouted. I'm very well behaved, okay? Yes, well behaved. You are all good kids. Hu Yuanping was smiling happily, and it was clear that she was genuinely happy. However, Shen Yin, who was standing on the side, watched this harmonious scene with a strange look in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. She stepped forward with a full smile. Wei Wei, congratulations? Shen Weiwei nodded indifferently. Third aunt, if there is nothing else, you should go back. I will take care of the Shin family's matters, especially since Grandma doesn't want to see you. The smile on Shen Yan's face stiffened. Wei Wei, what do you mean? I rushed back from the capital as soon as I heard that the Liao family was attacking the Shin family. Are you trying to drive me away? Shen Weiwei looked at her with a surprised expression. Third aunt, so you understand what I mean? I am indeed trying to drive you away. Shen Weiwei was showing no respect for her elder, and Shen Yan's face was extremely ugly. Then, she said, Wei Wei, all those things are in the past. Your father isn't even bringing it up anymore. Why do you still hold on to them? I'm sorry, Shen Weiwei sneered. Until the mystery of my grandfather's death is solved, I won't forget it. Third aunt, you're quite filial, aren't you? My grandfather died suspiciously, but you seem so at peace. The smile on Shen Yan's face completely disappeared, replaced by a grim look. Shen Weiwei, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm your elder. My grandfather was your father. Shen Weiwei retorted angrily. Stop pretending to be an elder in front of me. You are not qualified to scold me. Don't think I don't know that you were in such a hurry to come back because you're afraid that our family's assets will be taken by the Liao family, right? I didn't see you being this enthusiastic when my grandfather died. Shen Shun Yin roared, her face flushed red. But looking at Shun Weiwei's fearless attitude, she still forcefully suppressed her anger. She took a deep breath and looked at Qin Tianci with disdain. Weiwei, how you see me is not important. I have a clear conscience. But as the vice leader of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, you're bringing someone suspicious into the Shun family during such a sensitive time. Have you considered the consequences? Qin Tianci, who was watching the drama unfold, was momentarily stunned. Holy cow. He was just trying to enjoy some gossip on the side, and it turned out it was directed at him? Chapter 215. The thief cries, "Stop thief!" As soon as Shun Weiwei heard Shan Yin direct her accusation towards Qin Tianci, her beautiful face hardened. Shan Yin, you better watch your mouth. What do you mean by suspicious person? What's so suspicious about Brother Tianci? Shan Yin pretended to be righteous and said, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting your so-called fiancé. I'm just stating the facts. What facts are you stating? Shun Weiwei pressed. Brother Tianci was introduced to me by my own father. Is there a problem with that? Even if he was introduced by your older brother, it doesn't mean that there's absolutely no problem, Shan Yin continued, seemingly reasonable. The Liao family has been attacking our 18 Shin family dojos for the past dozen or so days. Where were you during that time? Shun Weiwei was momentarily stunned. Then her face darkened. I was in Jiangbei. Shan Yin continued to press. What were you doing in Jiangbei? Shun Weiwei said coldly. The Heavenly Star Pavilion had tracked down a sorcerer in Jiangbei, and I led a team to eliminate him. The entire Shin family knows about this. Shun Yin, does talking about this make any sense? Of course it makes sense. Shun Yin said, you were oblivious to the situation at home, and instead, you went to do these meaningless things. Weiwei, your actions make it very hard for us to trust you. Shun Weiwei retorted, sorcerers are a much greater threat to social stability, and our Shin family, as the Tianhai Alliance, has an obligation to assist in their elimination. The Shin family is about to be swallowed by the Liao family, and the position of the Tianhai Martial Arts Alliance is about to be handed over to them. Is that really less important than your so-called obligations? Shun Yin interrupted, pressing her advantage. Moreover, I've received information that the so-called sorcerer was captured by the newly appointed Jiangbei commander a month ago. So that means you've been doing nothing in Jiangbei for the past month. Shun Weiwei was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to refute Shun Yin. For the past month, she had been in Jiangbei, mostly trying to find traces of Qin Tianci. And after she did find him, she spent her time with him. In the end, the reason the Shin family was now so passive was largely due to her negligence. At that moment, Qin Tianci spoke up. This? Third aunt, was it? Weiwei has been with me for the past month. How did she become doing nothing in your words? You? Shun Yin was slightly surprised, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She seemed to be surprised that her normally self-disciplined niece would have been living with a man she had only known for a short time. This would have been impossible before. She smiled coldly. So tell me, what exactly were you two doing together? What can a man and woman do together? Of course, we were on our honeymoon, Qin Tianci said matter-of-factly. As soon as these words came out, Shun Yin was at a complete loss for words. She stared blankly at Shun Weiwei's face, gradually turning red, and Chen Kuan, who was standing aside, turned incredibly ugly after hearing the words, honeymoon. His lifelong, unattainable goddess had gone on a month-long honeymoon with a man she had only known for a few days. He couldn't accept it. Immediately, Chen Kuan's eyes widened and turned red, and he looked like he wanted to devour someone. Shun Weiwei coughed softly, glared at Qin Tianci, and said sternly, that's something I wanted to ask you about. The Liao family has been attacking our Shin family dojos for over a dozen days. Why did my brother Shin he only find out about it today? That's right. Shin Panghua, who had been silent for so long, also nodded in agreement. I clearly told people to notify Weiwei a long time ago. So why is she just receiving the news now? This is suspicious. Shin Yin glanced at Shen Panghua, second brother. Are you implying that there's a traitor in the Shin family? The entire room became silent after these words. Shin Panghua continued, we can't rule out that possibility. It's been strange to me. The Liao family clearly came prepared. When they attacked the third dojo, I already sent someone to notify Weiwei. Why is she only coming back now? Someone must have deliberately blocked the message. Moreover, the cafeteria chefs at the 18 dojos of the Heavenly Star Pavilion were recruited after I personally vetted them. How could they be poisoned at the same time? I refuse to believe there isn't an inside man working with the Liao family. Shin Weiwei's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. After Shin Penghua's explanation, she also felt like the situation was becoming even stranger. As a professional martial arts family, the Shan family was very strict about the food its members ate. How could they have all been poisoned at the same time, giving the Liao family an opening? It was impossible that there were no spies. At that moment, Chen Kuan laughed coldly. Then you'd have to ask Mr. Qin about that. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Qin Tianci himself was also surprised. Holy cow, he hadn't known Shin Weiwei for even a month, and they were already trying to put the blame on him? Little bro, your ability to shift blame is just terrible. Shin Weiwei also scolded, Chen Kuan, think before you speak. I've only known Brother Tianci for less than a month. How could he possibly be a Shun family spy? How could it not be possible? Chen Kuan insisted that Qin Tianci was the spy. Who knows what this guy's background is? Maybe he's part of a trap that the Liao family set up years ago, waiting for you to fall into it. That's bullsh**. Shin Weiwei directly cursed. Have you been watching too many dumb dramas? You're saying that they planned this years ago? If the Liao family was capable of that, would they be suppressed by the Shin family? It's not impossible. Shin Yin chimed in, agreeing with Chen Kuan. Weiwei, you said it yourself that you've been with him all the time. That means everything you've done in the past month has been under his control. If he wanted to block your messages, it would be easy. Exactly. Chen Kuan seemed to have found a vent for his anger. He pointed at Qin Tianci with certainty. Moreover, how old is this guy? In his early 20s, he already managed to beat Liao Ji and Liao Baofeng. That's impossible. It's obvious that the Liao family is helping him put on a show, the goal being to have an excuse for them to declare war on the Shin family, so that they can claim to be acting justly. That's it. Shin Yin seemed even more certain that Qin Tianci was a spy after hearing this. In that case, everything makes sense. Weiwei, while you are the eldest daughter of the Shin family and the vice leader of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, now you've led a wolf into our home. You're certainly not without blame. Listening to Chen Kuan and Shan Yin coordinate and accuse him, Qin Tianci laughed, a cold and somber laugh. He now understood. These two were trying to shift the blame. Chapter 216. That's right. I am that spy. Hey, you Qin guy, don't think you can clear your name by staying quiet. You have to give us an explanation. Chen Kuan demanded, pointing at Qin Tianci. He thought to himself, there was no way a man in his 20s could have the strength to crush a grandmaster. So it turned out this guy was putting on a show with the Liao family. This was just human nature. What they themselves were incapable of, they refused to believe that others could do. Moreover, Qin Tianci was trying to steal his woman, which made him doubt him even more. That's impossible. Shin Penghua spoke up to defend Qin Tianci. I saw Qin's strength with my own eyes. Liao Ji and Liao Baofeng were seriously injured. There's no way that was an act. And we didn't know him before all of this, so how could he possibly be a spy? Your claims are too far-fetched. Heh, second brother, what you see is not always the truth. Don't you know how realistic props can be these days? Shun Yin countered his claim. Could you tell if a grandmaster was acting with your late-stage innate ability? Shin Penghua was not happy with this. Third sister, I know you want attention, but this is a serious matter. You're arbitrarily accusing our Shin family son-in-law. Do you think that's appropriate? So now he's our Shin family son-in-law? Shin Yin continued to hold Qin Tianci under suspicion. They haven't even gotten their marriage certificate. How can you know for sure that he's not a problem? You can know someone's face, but not their heart. Shin Yin, that's enough. Shin Weiwei yelled angrily. From the very beginning, you've been targeting Brother Tianci. What exactly do you want? Shin Yin said as if she was being magnanimous. Weiwei, I said that I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just stating the facts. Stating the facts? I think you have a guilty conscience and want to find a scapegoat. Shin Weiwei's tone was starting to get harsh. All right. Just then, Qin Tianci suddenly interrupted everyone's argument, immediately drawing everyone's attention to him. Then, he calmly lit a cigarette, smiled, and said, since you all think I'm a spy for the Liao family, I'll just admit it. Why keep arguing here? Upon hearing this, Shin Weiwei's eyes widened. Honey, you? Before she could finish her words, Qin Tianci held up his hand to stop her. Then, he walked slowly towards Shan Yin and Chen Kuan, and a mocking smile spread across his face. What? Now that I've admitted I'm a spy for the Liao family, what else do you want to say? You. See. Everyone saw it. He admitted it himself. He's a spy for the Liao family. Qin Tianci screamed, pointing at him. Shin Penghua's expression turned extremely ugly, and he asked Qin Tianci while staring at him, "Qin, you really are a spy sent by the Liao family?" "That's right. I was sent by the Liao family." Qin Tianci interrupted with a smile, a glint in his eyes. "My mission was to bribe the chefs in the Shun family's dojos and then coordinate with Liao Ji to put on this show. That was to lower your guard, so the Liao family could launch an all-out attack and completely take over the Shin family." Silence once again filled the room. Shin Penghua stared at him in disbelief. "So you really deliberately approached Wei Wei?" Qin Tianci nodded very seriously. "Of course." "Why?" "Guess." Qin Tianci replied bluntly. "Shin Penghua?" "This guess," directly broke Shin Penghua. "Am I a kid? You still want me to guess? Just tell me already." "I'm not telling you." Qin Tianci ignored Shin Penghua's anger and directly refused. "I'll be damned." Shin Penghua was furious. He was already annoyed by everything that happened in the last few days, and now someone was deliberately trying to mess with his head. That instantly made Shin Penghua's temper flare up, and he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to attack. But Shin Weiwei stopped him. "Weiwei, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this ungrateful beast." "Second uncle, calm down. I'm sure Brother Tianci has his reasons." While Shin Weiwei didn't know what Qin Tianci was trying to do, she still supported him unconditionally. "What reasons can he have? My niece's reputation has been ruined because of him, and the Shin family has lost their 18 dojos to the Liao family, all because of this dog. I have to teach him a lesson." "Stop it." Just then, Hu Yuanping, who had been playing with a flower, suddenly stomped over and began slapping Shin Penghua. "You good for nothing? Why are you hitting our little Qin?" Under his mother's flying hand, Shin Penghua's anger immediately disappeared, and he quickly dodged while shouting, "Mom, this kid is a Liao family spy. He's going to steal our Shin family's assets." "Impossible." Hu Yuanping protected Qin Tianci with her arms. "Our little Qin is very well behaved. There's no way he can be a spy." "You must be mistaken." "He admitted it himself." "Then you must have heard it wrong." Looking at Hu Yuanping's blatant favoritism, Shin Penghua couldn't tell who her real son was. Seeing that the old woman was interfering so unreasonably, Shin Penghua knew that this wouldn't end if they kept arguing. He immediately yelled at Qin Kuan, "Restrain this guy for me first. When my brother comes back, we will let him decide." Qin Kuan snapped out of his daze and excitedly replied, "Yes." He rushed forward, pointing at Qin Tianci, and yelled, "Stay still." Qin Tianci surprisingly did not resist, but instead smiled faintly. "I can walk by myself?" He turned to Shin Weiwei and said, "Weiwei, lock me up?" "Huh." Shin Weiwei was momentarily stunned. What exactly was her husband trying to do? Others have already put the blame on his head, and he was just admitting it? "Hurry." Seeing that she wasn't responding, Qin Tianci quickly urged, "If you don't lock me up, then I'll find a room myself. Oh, and bring a few hemp ropes with you. I'm strong, so you have to tie me up tightly." Everyone? This statement left everyone speechless. Was this kid crazy? When a spy was exposed, they either denied it to the death or ran away. Why would they urge people to tie them up? In the 5,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom, no one had ever seen such a cooperative spy. Shun Yin reacted after a moment. "Right? Quickly lock him up. Now." Qin Tianci ignored their shouting, turned around, and left without stopping. Shin Weiwei immediately followed him, leaving the others dumbfounded. "Little Qin Weiwei, go get your marriage certificate quickly, and don't delay your lucky day." Hu Yuanping yelled to them from where she stood. Chapter 217. Women are natural actors. "Honey, what on earth is going on?" On the way, Shin Weiwei couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and asked Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci took a leisurely drag of his cigarette and chuckled. "What do you think?" Shin Weiwei shook her head, her cute face filled with confusion. "With your power, that Liao Ji was clearly no match for you. Why did you have to say you were a spy for the Liao family, that you were acting in a play with Liao Ji?" Qin Tianci shrugged. "Let alone Liao Ji, even a grandmaster wouldn't fare well against me." "You're still talking big, even at a time like this." Shin Weiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Although she knew her man was powerful, she would never believe he could beat a grandmaster. Qin Tianci, noticing that Shin Penghua and Qin Kuan had yet to catch up, took a puff of his cigarette and said, "However, they did say one thing that was right." "What's that?" "There's a spy in the Shin family," Qin Tianci said. Shin Weiwei was speechless. "Aren't you the spy in the Shin family? You admitted it yourself." Qin Tianci, looking at her annoyed expression, chuckled and reached out to tap her head. You think I'm a spy too? Shin Weiwei said indignantly. Of course I believe you, but your actions just made all the Shin family members think you're a spy. Why would you take the blame? Looking at her vexed expression, Qin Tianci sighed helplessly. You girl, you're strong, but you're clearly lacking some brain power. The ancients weren't wrong. Women are all busty and brainless. You? Shin Weiwei was so mad she stomped her feet angrily. You bad husband, you're bullying me. Who are you calling busty and brainless? Qin Tianci swatted her butt. So, why do you think I took the blame? Though she had been smacked on the butt, Shin Weiwei was quickly drawn in by his words, her face flushed with excitement. Why? Don't tell me. Are you a masochist? Honey, I didn't know you had this kind of fetish. Don't worry, I won't judge you. I'll help you solve it. Ouch. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Tianci smacked her hard on the head, not holding back this time. What are you thinking? Qin Tianci said fiercely. With your little body, you want to be my masochist? Do you believe I'd use you as a cup? Shin Weiwei covered her head, looking wronged. Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette and said annoyed. If we know there's a spy in the Shin family, finding them isn't that easy. Since the Liao family has set up such a huge plan, they definitely won't be giving up so easily. So, I took the initiative to admit to being a spy, then the real spy would think of me as one of their own. Understand now? Hearing this, Shin Weiwei's eyes lit up. So, he'll come find you on his own? And trap himself? Qin Tianci smiled humorlessly. Do you get it now? That's brilliant. Shin Weiwei gave him a thumbs up, her face even more excited. Honey, this luring the snake from its whole trick is amazing. Qin Tianci said helplessly. Why don't you shout it louder, so everyone can hear? Shin Weiwei immediately shut her mouth, cautiously looking around before saying in a low voice, What do you plan to do next? Of course, get myself locked up. Qin Tianci was really worried about Shin Weiwei's intelligence and explained, From now on, you have to act like you hate me, so others can't see through our act. They have to believe that I'm really the spy. Understand? Got it. Shin Weiwei seemed to think that this was very fun and immediately agreed. Do you really understand? Qin Tianci asked worriedly. I really understand. Shin Weiwei nodded with certainty. All right, then punch me. Qin Tianci, noticing that Qin Kuin and the others were about to catch up, said to Shin Weiwei. Now. Right now. Bang. A dull thud resounded from Qin Tianci's stomach. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Tianci almost threw up yesterday's dinner. This woman, did she have to be this strong? You liar. Shin Weiwei's face was filled with resentment and anger. This is the first time in 20 years that I've liked someone, but you actually joined forces with the Liao family to mess with my Shin family. You despicable scumbag. I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. On the other side, Shin Panghua, Shun Yin, and Qin Kurin had just come out of the villa when they saw this scene, and it immediately startled them. Shin Panghua quickly stepped forward and said, Weiwei, let's discuss this when your brother gets back. Don't kill him. I'm going to kill him right now. Shin Weiwei's eyes were red, her expression as resentful as that of a woman who had been abandoned. If she hadn't been in on the plan, Qin Tianci would have really thought she was about to kill him. What great acting. It really seemed that women were born to be actors. Seeing this, Chen Kuin was very pleased, a vicious gleam in his eyes as he muttered, Steal my woman? Who do you think you are? Killing you is too good for you. While everyone was preoccupied with Shin Weiwei, Shun Yin had quietly walked up to Qin Kuin and whispered, When did the Liao family arrange for this guy? I've never heard of him. Qin Kuin snapped back to reality, lowered his voice and said, I don't know either. Liao, she only arranged for me to poison the kitchen. I never heard him say anything about this plan. I did overhear him mention having a backup plan. It seems like this must be it. Shin Yan's righteous face from earlier had disappeared. Her expression was now grim. So he doesn't know about us either? Qin Kuin didn't take it seriously. Probably not. Otherwise, he would have already exposed us. Shin Yan was silent for a moment and said, That's also good. His appearance is helping us attract a lot of attention, and it'll make things easier for us in the future. Qin Kurin asked, Third aunt, when is the Liao family going to launch a full-scale attack on the Shin family? Liao Ji promised me that after taking over the Shin family, he would make me the head of the family. Shin Yan glanced at him, and her gaze became even more sharp, probably in the next few days. Otherwise, once Shin Daotian comes back, it'll be impossible to take over the Shin family. This is the best opportunity. She then glanced at Qin Tianci, who was being restrained by Shen Panghua, and said, Chen Kuan, find a time to get in contact with this Qin guy. It's best if you can make him work for us. Chen Kuan's expression shifted. Third aunt. This kid has already been exposed. What's the point? Shen Yin sneered. He's extremely valuable. Did you see how concerned my niece was about him? Shen Weiwei is also a problem, and this Qin guy could come in handy. Chapter 218. The Four Heroes of the Liao Family. Inside the Liao family residence, two middle-aged men who looked similar to each other were playing chess, while a third man was standing nearby, watching and occasionally pointing out moves. Big brother, you made the wrong move. You should go here. Second brother, you are terrible. Big brother will take all your black pieces in one move. I say, third brother, one should be silent when watching chess, but you keep talking, I can't focus. One of the middle-aged men said impatiently, raising his head. He was Liao Bushi, the second brother of the Liao family. He was playing against the eldest brother and head of the Liao family, Liao Ping. The man pointing out moves from the side was the third brother, Liao Bujin. If your level is terrible, then your level is terrible. Your chess game is already dead. Let me play. Liao Bujin showed no sign of backing down and was about to push him out of his seat. Get out of here. Who says my chess game is dead? You just watch my divine move. Haha, second brother, just admit defeat. It's hopeless. Just as the three brothers were arguing, Liaoji stumbled in with a group of men, looking completely disheveled. Seeing the three brothers, he wailed, Big brother, second brother, third brother, something happened. Seeing the bloodied state of their fourth brother, Liaoji, the three brothers stopped arguing and stared blankly at him and his group. Fourth brother, what happened to you? Why were you beaten up like this? Liao Ping, the eldest, was the first to stand up and rush forward to help him, his eyes filled with shock. Didn't we send you to attack the Shin family's dojos? What happened? Liao Bushi, the second brother, also put down his chess pieces and stood up to ask. Liao Bujin, on the other hand, started laughing. Little Ji, you look so pathetic. What happened? Did those Shin family women suck your brain out? Ha ha ha. But Liao Ji didn't pay attention to his teasing and said in a panic, the dojo raid failed. The three brothers suddenly stopped talking, looking at him in disbelief, as if they had heard something impossible. What did you say? Failed. Liao Ping, the eldest, widened his eyes in disbelief. How can that be? Didn't we arrange for people to put laxatives in the Shin family dojo's food? How could it fail? Are you confused, fourth brother? Liao Bushi, the second brother, also frowned and asked, did Shin Weiwei come back? That's impossible. I specifically asked my spy in the Shin family to block the news. There's no way Shin Weiwei could have returned so quickly. Even Liao Bujin, the third brother, stopped joking and said seriously, fourth brother, first tell us what happened to your head. Also, why are you bringing a stretcher with you? Who's on it? Liao Ji quickly ordered his men to bring the stretcher forward. After they saw who was on it, they all cried out in shock. Baofeng? What happened to him? Liao Ji explained anxiously. What else? He was beaten up? Damn it. Who dared to beat my son like this? I'll F** King kill him. Liao Bujin was enraged, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Liao Baofeng was his most precious son. This time, Liao Ji went to attack the dojo because they were certain of success. He just wanted his son to get some experience. But he didn't expect him to be beaten up like this. Liao Ping realized the gravity of the situation and immediately called for his men to bring Liao Baofeng inside. Then he grabbed Liao Ji and asked, fourth brother, what exactly happened? Explain clearly. Neither Shin Daotian nor Shin Weiwei is home, who in the Shin family is a match for you. Liao Ji was their fourth brother, so they were very aware of his abilities. The four heroes of the Liao family, 4 generations of grandmasters, was a reference to their 4 brothers. Moreover, their strength increased with each brother, making them difficult for ordinary people to threaten. In addition, they had an inside man helping them in the Shin family. Therefore, this dojo attack was practically foolproof in their eyes. But now that his nephew was beaten up like this, something significant must have gone wrong. Liao Ji dealt with his wounds and began to explain the process of what had happened. The 3 brothers' expressions changed unpredictably as they listened. Liao Ping frowned and asked, you said that when you attacked the last dojo, Shin Weiwei suddenly returned? Liao Ji nodded, yes, big brother. If it was just Shin Weiwei, that wouldn't be a problem, because we had made preparations. She wouldn't be able to intervene. But then a guy named Qin suddenly appeared from nowhere. Not only did he injure Baofeng, but even I was no match for him. What? Liao Bujin exclaimed in shock. Even you were no match? A grandmaster? Liao Ji nodded. He should be a grandmaster. When did a grandmaster named Qin appear in Tianhai? Why haven't we heard about him? Liao Bushi asked, frowning. Shen Weiwei brought him, Liao Ji said. I don't know where she found that guy, who's supposedly her fiancé. Damn it, that bastard doesn't have any martial arts ethics. He didn't even recognize the official document from the Martial Arts Association that we brought. Fiancé? Liao Ping's frown deepened. You mean he's only in his 20s? A grandmaster in his 20s? Liao Ji said, judging from his appearance, he is definitely in his 20s. Hearing this, Liao Ping exchanged glances with the other brothers. When did the Dragon Kingdom produce another grandmaster in his 20s? Shen Weiwei was already a top prodigy in the martial arts world, having reached grandmaster status at 24 years old. And now, they were telling him that the Shen family had found another grandmaster in his 20s to be their fiancé. It was as if heaven was protecting the Shen family. Is he just a grandmaster? Liao Bujin snorted coldly. Even if he's a genius, reaching that level in his 20s doesn't mean anything. He's just a grandmaster. Fourth brother, there's no way he should have beaten you up so badly. Liao Ji's face shifted, embarrassed. But he quickly tried to make himself sound strong. I was careless, and he ambushed me. Otherwise, if I fought seriously, I would definitely have defeated him within 10 rounds. Liao Bushi then turned to Liao Ping. Big brother, what do we do now? Liao Ping pondered for a moment, then said dismissively, he's just a kid with milk on his lips. He won't affect the overall situation. Those two pawns in the Shin family should be almost out of hiding. We have to squeeze the last bit of their value before then. Hearing this, all three brothers turned to him. Big brother, do you mean start the war? Yes. Liao Ping nodded and stood with his hands behind his back. The Liao family has been biding its time in Tianhai for so long. Now, it's time for the Shin family to return what is rightfully ours. Liao Bujin slammed his hand on the table and said excitedly, Good, big brother. You just say the word, and I'll do it. But on one condition, I want that Shen Weiwei, that bitch. I've been lusting after her for a long time. As he said this, he licked his lips, revealing a sick smile. Not so fast. However, Liao Ping waved his hand to stop him, a glint in his eyes. First, we need to make the Shun family fall into chaos. Chapter 219. Walking right into the trap. Meanwhile, after confirming that Qin Tianci was a spy for the Liao family, Shin Panghua locked him up in a villa that had been uninhabited for years. Normally, if you caught a spy, they would be beaten black and blue, then locked in a dark room, repeatedly tortured. But he was living a good life, being treated to good food and drinks, playing games on his phone when he was bored, sleeping on a big bed when he was tired, and quenching his thirst with 82-year-old La Fight. If you didn't know any better, you'd think that he was being worshipped rather than being locked up. Of course, all of this was arranged by Shen Weiwei. Although Shin Panghua disapproved, he was very protective of his niece, having spoiled her since she was little. After a lot of pleading, he finally agreed. The only condition was that Shen Weiwei couldn't meet with him during this time. Shen Weiwei also knew Qin Tianci's plan, so she naturally agreed. And on the very night that Qin Tianci was locked up, the fish took the bait. In the middle of the night, Qin Tianci was playing League of Legends on his computer. Suddenly, he punched the table, his eyes red with rage, and roared, Damn it! I died again. I bow to you. I'm out of mana again? Do you have a second phase? Guangxi, save me. With each angry roar that came from the computer room, the usually calm Qin Tianci was losing his cool. He decided to arrange an in-person fan meeting with the people who designed this game. Just when he closed his computer and planned to go to sleep, he suddenly heard a sound from upstairs. Qin Tianci narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. It came faster than he expected. It seems the Liao family will be making a move soon. Then, he stretched, pretending to know nothing, and went upstairs. As he passed a guest room, he suddenly heard a low voice from inside. Gigi Fujiji? Qin Tianci was stunned. Was there a code? Mulan gave birth to a chick. You are one of us. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice of confirmation from inside the room. Qin Tianci? Seriously? You've already come. Why are you hiding? As soon as those words were out, Qin Kuan walked out of the room. When Qin Tianci saw him, a glint flashed through his eyes. It really was him. He had already suspected that this kid was up to no good, and after seeing him now, he was even more certain of it. It's you? Chun Kuin's gaze towards Qin Tianci was full of hostility, but he was able to force a smile to keep his and Shun Yan's plan intact. What? Did I startle you? Qin Tianci sneered. That's not really possible. Ever since you put the blame on me today, I already guessed that you're also a Liao family spy hidden in the Shin family. Hearing this, Qin Kuin was stunned. Since you guessed it, why didn't you expose me as well? Qin Tianci turned away and went downstairs, poured himself a glass of wine and began to sip while saying, I've already been exposed. Do you want me to drag you down with me? I'm not as afraid of death as you are. Besides, we were all in this together to help the Liao family complete their plan. If I hadn't said anything, at least I had a chance of surviving. If I did say something, I would have been as good as dead. I'm not that stupid. Hearing this, Chun Kuin's expression became even more stunned. He felt a bit embarrassed, but because of Qin Tianci's excuse, the resentment he had felt towards him unknowingly disappeared. Heh, brother Qin, you're very loyal. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Tianci raised his head and interrupted him with an unfriendly expression. I covered for you. You owe me one. Now, it's your turn to return the favor. Of course. Don't worry about that. Chun Kuin was completely tricked by Qin Tianci's words, unable to see through his act. As you said, we are on the same boat, so we definitely need to support each other in order to help the Liao family bring down the Shin family. Qin Tianci, on the other hand, looked at him with vigilance and said coldly, You agreed so easily? I noticed before that you had a lot of hostility toward me. How do I know that you're not sent by Shen Weiwei to test my allegiance? I don't believe you. Hearing this, Chun Kuin was stunned. He thought he was going to test his identity, but now he had been tested by him instead. Seeing him like this, Qin Tianci was secretly pleased. He had fallen for the trap. With his prepared speech, he had taken control with only a few words. Chun Kuin now subconsciously felt that he and Qin Tianci were the same kind of person, so it was now his turn to explain himself. Sure enough, Chun Kuin was tricked by Qin Tianci and quickly started explaining, Brother Qin, I really am a spy planted by the Liao family. Otherwise, why would I come to you in the middle of the night? Am I a different type of person? How would I know? Qin Tianci sneered, If you can't produce any evidence, I will not cooperate with you on anything and will also tell the Shin family that you came to see me tonight. Chun Kuin was speechless, and he was now very worried. What do you want to know? Qin Tianci spread his hands. It depends on your sincerity. Hearing this, Chun Kuin's face showed embarrassment. He knew that he wouldn't cooperate unless he gave Qin Tianci some solid evidence. After pondering for a moment, he said, All right, what if I tell you that the chefs in the Shun family's dojos were all bribed by me, and that I was the one who poisoned them? Is that enough now? You say it, but that doesn't make it true. Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows. Chun Kuin pursed his lips, impatient, took out his phone, and opened his private space. He showed him all the photos and purchase records of the laxatives, bragging, I only used laxatives that were traded on the black market. The effect is definitely top tier. Even late-stage innate fighters can't withstand them. Qin Tianci looked at each photo, a smile that was not quite a smile appearing on his face. But then he put on his facade again. Not enough. Not enough? Chun Kuin was even more impatient. I've already told you this secret. If you don't trust me now, then you're being too unreasonable. Qin Tianci just shrugged, not caring. Then you don't have to cooperate with me. In any case, as long as I want to escape, no one can stop me, not even Shen Weiwei. Why should I take this risk to work with you to bring down the Shin family? Seeing that Qin Tianci was unmoved, Chun Kuin grit his teeth and said, What if I tell you who the other spy in the Shin family is? Qin Tianci was intrigued. Did the Liao family plant so many spies in the Shin family? This is definitely valuable information. Let's hear it. Who is it? Then Chun Kuin leaned in closer and whispered into his ear, Shan Yin. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei, who was hiding on the roof, suddenly felt her pupils contract. Chapter 220, Shun Yan's Secret. Shen Yin? Qin Tianci was surprised to hear that name. If Qin Kuin had a motive to bring down the Shin family, that made sense since he had already learned from Shen Weiwei that Qin Kuin was an adopted son of the Shin family whose biological parents were from the Chun family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. But Shun Yin, isn't she a member of the Shin family? How could it be her? Qin Tianci asked, frowning. Even though Shun Yin was aggressively trying to put the blame on him, he still had not suspected her. Chun Kuin smiled triumphantly. My third aunt is a direct descendant of the Shin family. No one would think that she was also part of the Liao family's network. Isn't that valuable information? Qin Tianci's eyes flashed a hint of contemplation. Are you kidding me? If she brings down the Shin family, what would be the benefit for her? Chun Kuan didn't take it seriously. Don't be fooled by my third aunt's gentle and mild-mannered appearance. That woman is a vicious viper. As long as she achieves her goal, she will throw away her own father's life. What did you say? Qin Tianci's pupils contracted. Her father's death, she had something to do with it? Chun Kuan stiffened, realizing he had said the wrong thing. He immediately denied. I never said that. You said that yourself? Qin Tianci stared straight at Chun Kuan, a hint of hesitation rising in his heart. If he continued to press the matter, he was bound to alert him. He would have to change his approach. Then he looked away, seemingly uninterested. Those things have nothing to do with me. What kind of woman Shun Yin is has no bearing on our plan. I just want to know if she, a Shin family member, is worth cooperating with. Seeing Qin Tianci acting so indifferent, the suspicion in Chan Kuan's heart that had just risen again was immediately relaxed. If Qin Tianci was too curious about this matter, then his identity would be suspicious. But since he was uninterested, then he was also relieved. Heh, don't worry about that. Don't let the fact that this woman's last name is Shin fool you. She hates the Shin family to the core, Chun Kuan snorted, and his expression was particularly sarcastic. Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows. The reason? Chun Kuan hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he still decided to tell him, fine. It's not a big deal telling an outsider about it. This Shun Yin, she's the youngest daughter of the Shun family. The Shin patriarch spoiled her since she was young. She's always been ambitious, wanting to show off her talents since her two older brothers started showing their talent in martial arts. You know, the relationship between the Liao family and the Shin family hasn't been good. But my third aunt had a bold idea. She wanted to ease the relationship between the Liao and the Shin families and turn them into allies to create the strongest martial arts family. So she sold herself to the Liao family, and she even slept with the third brother of the Liao family. Finally, when the Shin patriarch found out, he was enraged. He dragged Shun Yin to the Liao family to demand an explanation. And then, at that, Chun Kuan stopped, not continuing. And then what? Qin Tianci asked. Chun Kuan chuckled. Then, this Shun Yin, in order to protect her plans, backstabbed the Shin patriarch on the spot. The Shun patriarch was ambushed by a group of people from the Liao family and died miserably at the Liao family home. But the matter was covered up by the Liao family, and the Shun patriarch's body was never found. From that moment, Hu Yuanping went insane. Heh. Silence suddenly filled the room. Even Qin Tianci, after hearing this shocking news, froze mid-air with the wine glass in his hand. Meanwhile, on the roof, Shin Weiwei's face was pale, her body trembling slightly, her fists clenched, and she was panting with rage, her pupils slowly turning red. She dared not make a sound, afraid of alerting the others. She wanted to continue listening, but the anger in her heart had reached its peak, and she felt lost. It wasn't that she hadn't ever suspected the cause of her grandfather's death, but no matter what, Shin Weiwei would never have guessed that her grandfather had been killed by his own daughter. Even tigers didn't eat their cubs. Her daughter was acting in such a cruel way towards her own father. Instantly, Shin Weiwei felt dizzy from anger. She wished that she could go into Shin Yan's room right now, drag her to the ancestral hall of the Shin family to confront her in person. But ultimately, she held back. She knew that the Shin family was now on the brink of collapse. Without her father, she was the only one holding the family together. She couldn't afford to lose control. The tears rolled down Shin Weiwei's cheeks, dropping down on the roof. After hearing this shocking news, she could no longer remain calm. At this moment, she heard Qin Tianci snort from inside the room. What a ruthless woman. She deserves to die. Chen Kuan, on the other hand, was nonchalant. So she's now doing her best to bring down the Shin family. After she becomes the head of the Shin family, she can realize her original plan. Because of her desire to be recognized as a #1 family, she tossed her own father's life aside. Will she let us go? Qin Tianci asked casually. But Chen Kuan didn't notice Qin Tianci's increasingly cold gaze, and continued confidently, so what? We have her crime of killing her father. She won't dare do anything to us. Qin Tianci retorted. What about Shin Weiwei? Can Shun Yin deal with her? Hearing this, Chen Kuan smiled lewdly. Leave Shin Weiwei to me. I'll make her beg for it. I'll make her addicted. Qin Tianci slightly narrowed his eyes. What do you plan to do? Chen Kuan carefully glanced around. He had already told Qin Tianci about Shun Yan's secret, so he wasn't afraid that he'd turn against him. Naturally, He had enough trust now. So he took a step forward, his expression grim, and whispered, I've bribed the nanny who takes care of Hu Yuanping. She won't survive tonight. When the Shin family descends into chaos, I'll drug Shin Weiwei. Once she wakes up, she'll be mine, and the Shin family will be mine, huh? Crash. As soon as those words came out, the wine glass that Qin Tianci was holding instantly shattered. Chen Kuan was startled, but quickly warned in a low voice, You can't be for real, are you? Are you really into Shin Weiwei? I'm warning you. Shin Weiwei is my woman. Even if we're on the same team, I'm not giving her to you. You better know your place. But Qin Tianci laughed, his laughter extremely cold. You're really a group of monsters, no? Calling you monsters is an insult to monsters. Chen Kuan frowned. What do you mean? Qin Tianci didn't respond, but stood up and said, One was her parents who gave her life and raised her, and the other was an abandoned child who they picked up and carefully took care of. It's sad. It's lamentable. It's hateful. Boom. The second he finished speaking, Shin Weiwei descended from the roof, crashing onto the floor, and the entire villa was violently shaking due to the power of her explosive force. When she saw the look of terror on Chen Kuan's face, Shin Weiwei's face became twisted with hatred as she spoke through clenched teeth. Chen Kuan, you monsters! What do you plan to do to my grandma? Chapter 221. The Death Knell. Weiwei, what are you doing here? The moment Chen Kuan saw Shin Weiwei, he was so terrified that he fell to the ground, his face pale with fear as he stared at the girl whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ignoring his terror, Shin Weiwei rushed forward and landed 2 solid punches on his face, roaring, Speak! What did you do to my grandmother? Chen Kuan was completely dumbfounded. He forgot about the pain in his face for a moment, stammering, Shin Yin said she would swap her medicine tonight. As for what specifically, I don't know. You bastard. Shin Weiwei was consumed by fury. She unleashed another punch, hitting him squarely in the face. The impact shattered bones in Chen Kuan's face, and he screamed in agony. My grandmother suffered her entire life. Now, in her old age, she has dementia, and all she wants is to live peacefully. Why did you have to hurt her? Shin Weiwei was trembling with rage, bordering on hysteria. Chen Kuan, we grew up together. My grandmother treated you like her own grandson. How could you be so heartless, you beast? Chen Kuan was barely recognizable after her blows, but realizing he'd been exposed, he dropped the pretense, sneering, Shin Weiwei, how dare you talk about us growing up together? Don't you know how I felt about you? I proposed to you, but you refused, then you turn around and get all lovey-dovey with some guy you met a month ago. What do you think I am? Slap. Shin Weiwei slapped him hard across the face again. I already rejected you clearly, and I never had any feelings for you besides family. If you want to retaliate against me, come at me. How dare you hurt my grandmother? Did you lose your conscience? Hearing this, Chen Kuan turned towards Qin Tianci, glaring at him viciously, You dog! I should have known you were trying to lure us out. But how did you know our secret code? Qin Tianci shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly, I guessed. Bullshit. Chen Kuan cursed, his expression twisted. That's a specific code between us. How could you guess it so accurately? Qin Tianci, seeing his anger, ignored him and instead turned to Shin Weiwei. Weiwei, we'll deal with him later. Saving the old lady is the priority now. Shin Weiwei knew it wasn't the time to question Chen Kuan. Her face grim, she shouted, Second uncle. Thud. Immediately, Shun Penghua rushed in with his men. Seeing Chen Kuan, his first instinct was to point at him and begin to curse, You little bastard. Our Shin family raised you for so many years, and this is how you repay us. You son of a bitch. He followed up with a flying kick to Chen Kuan's face. Chen Kuan let out a shriek and was sent flying back several meters. Hee ha 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 ha. Despite the blood dripping from his mouth, Chen Kuan began to laugh maniacally. Go ahead and hit me. Beat me to death. See what good it does. Your Shin family is finished. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to. Shin Penghua was about to charge at him to beat him more, but Shin Weiwei stopped him. Second uncle, we need to save Grandma first. By now, she had regained her composure. She knew that this wasn't the time to give in to her anger. Chen Kuan's goal was simply to stall her, giving Shun Yin more time to execute her plan. If Shun Yin succeeded, the Shin family would be thrown into utter chaos. That would be exactly what he wanted. All right. Shin Penghua nodded and looked at Qin Tianci. Kid, you did great. That trick of yours worked perfectly. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. It's because you all played your parts so well. I couldn't have pulled off such a performance on my own. Ha ha ha. Shen Penghua laughed. You kid. I like your style. Wei Wei is fortunate to marry you. It's a blessing for our Shen family. He then turned to the Shen family members, shouting, to the main courtyard. Protect the old matriarch. Yes. The Shen family members immediately obeyed. However, just as they were about to rush to the main courtyard to rescue Hu Yuanping, suddenly, dong, dong, dong. 3 loud bell tolls echoed from the Shun family estate. In an instant, Shun Weiwei's face turned white. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she murmured in disbelief, Grandma, Grandma. Qin Tianci narrowed his eyes, turning to Shen Penghua, who looked stunned. What's going on? That's the Shun family's death knell. It rings when an elder passes away. Shen Penghua's voice was weak with shock. His face went pale as he began to weep in anguish. Mom! He cried out, before running out the door like a child. Shen Weiwei and Qin Tianci followed closely behind. Even a master martial artist like Shen Weiwei found her legs weakening as they ran. Perhaps she couldn't accept the news of Hu Yuanping's death. Her face was stained with tears, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She swore that she would make those who hurt her grandmother pay the price. Qin Tianci calmly supported her, and soon, they arrived at the main courtyard of the Shen family estate. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, they found Hu Yuanping, looking serene, lying on a hammock. Shen Yin was quietly squatting beside her, gently rocking the hammock, muttering to herself, Mom, when you see Dad, please tell him that from today, I will lead the Shen family to a height it has never reached before. A height that Dad could never have achieved. You have to tell him. Remember that? And Mom, you have to apologize to Dad for me. I didn't do it on purpose. I had no choice. He wouldn't let me do it. There was nothing I could do. Nothing? Mom, I know you understand me, right? Just like Dad told me before he left, that he would forgive me. I will always be your most obedient child, right? As Shen Yin rambled, Hu Yuanping, lying on the hammock, appeared to be sound asleep, her eyes closed with no response. Qin Tianci's pupils constricted, and he had a sinking feeling. Weiwei, I can't sense Grandma's life force. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei's heart plunged. As if struck by lightning, she grit her teeth and bellowed, Shen Yin. Shen Yin, hearing Shen Weiwei's roar, ignored her completely, turning to face her with a smile and making a shushing motion. Shuh, your grandma's sleeping, don't wake her. Shen Weiwei, looking at Shen Yin's self-deceiving expression, was consumed by rage, tears of anger welling in her eyes. What did you do to her? What did you do? I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? At that moment, Shen Yin suddenly erupted, her peaceful demeanor vanishing, replaced by a manic madness. Shen Weiwei, my mom is gone. Can't you let her go in peace? What are you up to? Shen Weiwei glared at her, chest heaving with anger. You harmed Grandma, and you still? Shen Yin angrily cut her off. Shut up, Shen Weiwei, you have only yourselves to blame. It is you who forced me to be who I am today. It was you. I hereby announce. From today on, your position as Vice Sect Master of Tianxing Pavilion is hereby revoked. I, Shen Yin, am now the head of the Shen family. Chapter 222, The Shen Family Crisis, Part 1. Shen Weiwei glared at her, eyes blazing with anger. Shen Yin, no one forced you. You chose this path yourself. You killed your mother and father. Even if you go to hell, you will never die in peace. Ha 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 ha. These words only made Shen Yin laugh even harder, her head thrown back. Me? Go to hell? Never die in peace? Ha 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 ha. Shen Weiwei, you think you have any right to judge me? Her expression twisted with fury. So you know about my deeds now, huh? Did Chen Kuan tell you? Shen Weiwei sneered. If you don't want people to know, then you shouldn't have done it. Can you really hide what you did? So what? Learning that Shen Weiwei knew her secrets, Shen Yin didn't show any sign of fear. Instead, she looked even more excited. If that stubborn old fool had agreed to my plan in the first place, none of this would have happened. But she had to insist on having things her way. What choice did I have? I had to send her to see the king of hell. Shen Yin, you motherfucker. You're nothing but a beast. Shen Penghua suddenly exploded with rage. Your dad loved you so much. He gave you all the affection in the family. And this is how you repay his kindness of raising you? Calling you a beast is an insult to the word. Shut up. Hearing Shin Penghua's scolding, Shin Yin suddenly screamed, Shin Penghua, who are you to say that to me? You know what happened back then. Do you have any right to speak in front of me? Huh. As she spoke, Shin Yan's eyes grew redder, and her emotions started spiraling out of control. Shin Penghua's face changed. He couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Seeing his troubled expression, Shin Weiwei couldn't help but ask, Second uncle, what happened? Shin Penghua pursed his lips. He hesitated for a moment, and in the end, said nothing. At this time, Shun Yin laughed. Shin Weiwei, you call yourself the pride of the Shin family. You think you have high status in our family. How come you don't even know what happened back then? Ha ha ha, it seems your old man was too ashamed to tell you about it. Shin Weiwei's frown deepened. What exactly do you want to say? What do I want to say? By this point, Shun Yin was already insane, and her eyes were full of venomous hatred. Back then, I told my parents that I wanted to marry into the Liao family, so that we could build a world-class martial family together. This plan was beneficial to both the Liao family and the Shin family, and my plan was watertight. There was no flaw. But, as she spoke, Shun Yin pointed at Hu Yuanbing, who was now lifeless, and roared. That bitch and that stubborn old fool refused, no matter what, and forced me to abort my child. My dear niece, you've always wondered why I never married. I'll tell you, ever since that abortion, I've lost the ability to have children. Tell me, shouldn't I hate them? Shouldn't I hate the Shin family? Shouldn't I? By the end, Shun Yin was practically screaming, her shrill voice piercing everyone's eardrums. Shin Weiwei was stunned. Her rage turned to shock. She couldn't believe such a horrifying thing had happened in the seemingly prestigious Shin family. As a woman, she knew what losing the ability to bear children meant. Not to mention, Shun Yin had been forced to abort a child. Shin Weiwei suddenly found herself speechless, not knowing how to refute her claims. Tears streamed down Shun Yin's face, but she wore a mocking smile. Dear niece, do you want to ask me anything else now? With these words, silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the woman in front of them, who was on the verge of madness. No one is speaking? Ha ha ha, doesn't everyone think I, Shin Yin, have gone crazy? Doesn't everyone think I killed my parents? Come on, come at me then. Come and kill me. You dirty parasites, come and kill me. Shun Yin staggered around, taunting everyone, until her face finally twisted into a sinister, angry mask. Come on, kill me. Kill me. You group of filthy parasites, come and kill me. Just as Shin Weiwei was at a loss for what to do, suddenly, a figure darted from the crowd and reached Shun Yin. Then the figure raised a hand and slapped her on the face. Slap. Crisp and clear. Shun Yin's roar was cut short, and everyone present was stunned. Click. In the next moment, Qin Tianci lit a cigarette, blew a puff of smoke towards the shocked Shun Yin, and smiled. Someone who can kill their own parents is capable of anything. You are worse than a beast. Shin Weiwei was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Qin Tianci to take action. She wanted to stop him, but was unsure how. Coming back to her senses, Shun Yin stared at Qin Tianci with pure hatred and screamed shrilly. You dog, what do you know? So what about my parents? Some people aren't fit to be parents. They are. They robbed me of my right to be a mother, and they destroyed my life. Why can't I kill them? Qin Tianci chuckled with disdain. And then what? What do you mean by, and then? Shun Yin asked, bewildered. You killed your parents. Then what? Does that make you feel better? Qin Tianci asked in return. But Shun Yin didn't accept this line of reasoning. She sneered. You little bastard, don't try to impose morals here. They might have given birth to me and raised me, but they also ruined me. There is nothing between me and them now, no love or connection. Is that so? Qin Tianci smiled even more leisurely. In your eyes, your parents were the ones who hurt you, ruined you, and made you miserable for the rest of your life? That's right. Shun Yan's face was twisted with hate as she said every word. They deserve to die. Okay. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianci didn't argue back. He then pointed at the members of the Shin family behind him. What about them? They didn't hurt you. So why are you trying to harm them? They? Shun Yin sneered. A bunch of parasites feeding off the Shin family. They should all be destroyed. And after that, I will lead the Shin family, together with the Liao family, to reach the very peak. No, to become the most powerful family in the world. Slap. As soon as she said those words, Qin Tianci slapped her again. Stop dreaming. You can't do it. You little bastard. Are you addicted to hitting me? Shun Yin clutched her face, screaming with rage. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. You won't be able to harm anyone here today, that's what I'm saying. Is that so? Shun Yin grinned maliciously. If it were only me, there's no way I could do anything to you. But what if we had them on our side? As she finished speaking, a hearty laugh rang out from the dark courtyard in the distance. Ha 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 ha, Sister Shin, you did a beautiful job. You're truly destined for greatness. Upon hearing this, Shun Weiwei's brow furrowed and her expression turned grave. Following that, Liao Ping and the other members of the Liao family came from the darkness. Chapter 223, The Shun Family Crisis, Part 2. Liao Ping? Liao Bujin? Liao Bushi? Shin Weiwei's face changed drastically when she saw the Liao family's 3 brothers in the lead. How dare you break into our Shin family compound at night? She hadn't expected that Shun Yin would ally with the 4 heroes of the Liao family. After Shin family's old patriarch's generation, the Liao family only had these 4 remaining. They were the strongest fighters of the Liao family. Although there hadn't been any particularly gifted martial artists in the Liao family in recent years, the 3 brothers, along with Liao Ji, were well-known figures from the Liao family's peak. They were once on par with Shin Weiwei. However, after Shin Weiwei came into her own, they seemed to have disappeared, remaining extremely low profile. No one even knew their skill level. But Liao Ji was an acknowledged master martial artist of the Liao family. That much was beyond doubt. However, if Liao Ji was the only master among them, Shin Weiwei was sure that they would never dare show their faces here. At that moment, Shin Weiwei took a deep breath. She was particularly sensitive to her enemies' auras. She could feel that the auras coming from the Liao family's 3 members, Liao Ping, Liao Bushi, and Liao Bujin, were not to be underestimated. If she wasn't mistaken, then other than Liao Ji, the other 3 brothers had all reached the power of a grandmaster. If that were the case, then things were going to get very bad. For grandmasters, that was an insurmountable power anywhere. Liao Ping came forward, hands clasped behind his back, and said with a sly smile, Miss Shin, what are you saying? We are just here to take a look at our own backyard. Is there anything wrong with that? Surely there is no rule saying you can't enjoy the moon in your own garden in the middle of the night? Backyard? Listening to Liao Ping's arrogant tone, Shin Weiwei's face hardened. This is the Shin family, not your Liao family's backyard. Get out of here. Liao Bujin licked his lips and said, Miss Shun, don't get so worked up. We'll all be one family soon. Why are you using such harsh tones with your future husband? Pooey. Shin Weiwei spat on the ground in disgust. Liao Bujin, look at your ugly face. Your 3 features are not even on the same plane. You dare to call yourself my man? Did your mother forget to give you a face when she gave birth to you? Hearing her merciless insults, Liao Bujin's smile stiffened. His expression became extremely unpleasant before he sneered venomously. Shin Weiwei, you and your third aunt are 2 completely different women. I'm starting to look forward to playing with you. How thrilling that will be. Shin Yin stepped forward and said, Enough talk. The Shin family's defenses are at their weakest now. Let's make this quick, before Shin Daotian returns. If he does, you and I will both suffer. Hearing that, Liao Bujin pulled her into his arms and sneered. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't worry. Once we take over the Shin family, I'll take great care of you. Get away from me. Shin Yin struggled out of his embrace. I don't want anything now. All I want is the lives of these Shun family bastards. I want their heads to mourn my dead child. Her eyes were filled with cruelty and her expression twisted into a grimace, as she seemed to completely abandon any consideration for their family ties. Shun Yin, you traitor. How can you work with the Liao family to attack your own family? Do you even have a conscience? Shin Panghua, having snapped back to reality, pointed at Shan Yin and roared, his face filled with disbelief. Shin Panghua, shut your mouth. Shut up. Out of everyone here, you are the least qualified to lecture me. How many times did I beg you to spare my unborn child? And what did you do? If you had any decency at all, would you have forced me to get an abortion? Shen Yin seemed to be severely triggered by Shin Penghua's words. She began to yell curses at him. That's not a reason to kill your own family. Shin Penghua, knowing he was at fault, gritted his teeth and replied through his pain. I don't need a reason. Shin Yin laughed coldly. I told you, none of you will escape today. I will settle my score with each of you one by one. You've really gone mad. Shin Penghua shook his head, clenching his teeth. He then pulled out his phone, tried to call the Shin family security team, but found that no one was picking up. Shun Yin seemed to have predicted this, and she laughed mockingly. What? Can't get through? Once I decided to turn on you, do you think I wouldn't have prepared some backup? Shin Penghua's eyes widened. What did you do to the Shin family's guards? Shun Yin chuckled. Nothing. There is nothing that money can't buy in this world. And if it can't be bought, then that means you don't have enough money. Stop wasting time talking to her, second uncle. At that moment, Shen Weiwei shoved Shin Penghua aside. Her lithe body suddenly shot forward. This woman is insane. She is capable of killing her own parents. I will do my father's duty and eliminate her myself. With that, she threw a punch at Liao Bujin. Liao Bujin had been waiting for this. He folded his hands together, managing to block Shin Weiwei's punch. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Liao Bujin staggered backward a few steps. Shin Weiwei, surprised at the force of the rebound, was also forced back. That punch, she had used almost 100% of her strength. But Liao Bujin had blocked it with such ease. That was enough to demonstrate that Liao Bujin's strength was on par with hers. Liao Bujin wasn't planning to give Shin Weiwei a chance to catch her breath. He turned to Liao Ping and the others and yelled, "Take this woman down first. The rest of them are nothing to worry about." Okay. Liao Ping, Liao Busi, and Liao Ji simultaneously responded. They then stepped forward to surround Shin Weiwei. Miss Shin, don't blame us for ganging up on you, but you are too strong. We cannot let you stand in the way of our plan. Shin Weiwei, keeping a wary eye on her surroundings, sneered arrogantly. You think you can? She then turned and threw another punch at Liao Ji. But Liao Ping rushed in front of Liao Ji and joined with him to block the strike. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud bangs resounded. Shin Weiwei's attacks did not weaken, but they did no damage to the four brothers. They cooperated very well, becoming more and more proficient as they fought. Soon, Shin Weiwei began to lose ground, her breath becoming ragged. It seems like the youngest grandmaster in Dragon Country is nothing special. Since you are only this strong, don't blame us for being unfair. Let's just take you down first. Liao Ping chuckled and joined forces with his three brothers to launch a series of coordinated attacks. Shin Weiwei instinctively put her hands up to her head to defend herself, but she was sent back 10 meters by the combined force. Liao Bujin suddenly appeared behind her, sneering. Miss Shin, you've lost. Crap. Shin Weiwei, not expecting Liao Bujin to be so strong, was shocked. By the time she wanted to counter, it was already too late. Just as Liao Bujin was about to cripple Shin Weiwei with his palm strike, a hand suddenly intercepted his wrist. Liao Bujin was taken aback. He suddenly turned around to see a man leisurely smoking a cigarette and smiling. For grown men ganging up on a woman? Weiwei said your mother didn't give you faces, and I must say, she wasn't wrong at all. Chapter 224. The Shun Family Crisis, Part 3. Where did this stray dog come from, daring to block me? Liao Bujin, having recovered from the shock, was furious. He swung his fist at Qin Tianci's head with brutal force. But the next second, a deafening sound erupted. Liao Bujin was sent flying back more than 10 meters, like he'd been hit by a truck. He rolled several times before finally stopping. Everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. If Liao Ji's defeat before was written off as a ploy, then what about Liao Bujin now? Could it be that this young man was truly a grandmaster? Shin Weiwei, having recovered, was overjoyed. Seeing Qin Tianci act, she was ready to fight the Liao family trash alongside him, but then she heard his commanding tone. Weiwei, fall back. Shin Weiwei was startled. Husband, all four of them are grandmasters. You alone might? It's all right. Qin Tianci smiled confidently. His smile filled Shin Weiwei's eyes with an unprecedented sense of peace. She knew that Qin Tianci would never do something he wasn't certain of. The ability to fight four grandmasters at once meant he wouldn't be making a mistake. However, while she knew Qin Tianci's strength, Shin Penghua and the others didn't. Seeing the situation, Shin Penghua hurriedly warned. Kid, those four are the Liao family's heroes. Each one of them is a grandmaster. Don't be reckless. Let Weiwei help you. Shun Yin sneered. Overestimating yourself, trash? You think you're somebody now? I always knew you weren't any good. You could fool Qin Kuan, but you couldn't fool me. Qin Tianci glanced at her with indifference. You beast, get lost. I can't understand your language. You. Shun Yan's face instantly flushed red. Her eyes were wide and full of terrifying rage. Qin Tianci calmly took a drag of his cigarette, turned to the four Liao brothers, and after looking them all over, chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Liao Bushi roared. Liao Ji stepped forward and said, "Big brother, this is the kid. He injured Baofeng and ambushed me." Liao Ping raised his eyebrows and scrutinized Qin Tianci. "It was you? You injured my fourth brother and nephew?" Qin Tianci walked in front of the group, a smile on his face. "You're called Liao Ping?" Liao Ping frowned slightly, but didn't reply. Qin Tianci turned to Liao Bushi. "You're called Liao Bushi? Kid, don't play tricks here. I'm giving you one chance. Get out of the Shin family immediately, or else. You're called Liao Bujin?" Qin Tianci completely ignored him. Before he could even finish speaking, Qin Tianci looked at Liao Bujin again, then laughed again. As if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, he laughed and sneered. "Frequent urination, incomplete urination, urinating on yourself, ha ha ha. I can't. How did your parents come up with such incredible names? Is the Liao family a urology-related business?" His mocking laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. It sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Especially for the Liao family, their expressions were odd. Some of them even had to suppress laughter, their eyebrows twitching. Some members of the Liao family had long recognized the double meaning of the four heroes' names. But, since they shared the same last name, no one dared to laugh about their names. Now that Qin Tianci had revealed it in front of everyone, Liao Ping and the others were utterly humiliated. Shame and rage surged up from the soles of their feet. "You bastard! You have chosen death?" Even someone as composed as Liao Ping couldn't suppress his anger. He glared at Qin Tianci, his teeth grinding. Qin Tianci continued to mock them, as if he couldn't care less. "Speaking of which, does the Liao family have a hereditary urinary problem? Is that why they gave you these names? You know, people from our grandfathers. Generation like to name their descendants things like Dog 2 and Big Ox. The names are supposed to make them as easy to raise as animals. Maybe your Liao family ancestors just wanted you to not suffer from this hereditary disease. You should be grateful to your parents. After all, having problems with your urinary system is hard. What if you have to go to the bathroom in the middle of a fight? Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" Giggle. Hearing Qin Tianci's rambling words, Shun Weiwei couldn't help but giggle. If it wasn't for Qin Tianci, she wouldn't have noticed that these three names were also a play on words. This man is so bad. Bastard. Liao Bujin could no longer bear the humiliation. He roared in anger. "You little bastard. I will make you pay for what you said and did today." The four Liao heroes hated it most when someone made fun of their names. He instantly lost his mind and charged towards Qin Tianci. Boom. A gust of wind, mixed with his rage, tore through the air and slammed towards Qin Tianci's face. Qin Tianci casually dodged to the side. Liao Bujin charged past him, but with his vast battle experience, he suddenly spun around and threw a vicious whip kick at Qin Tianci's head. Qin Tianci didn't even look. He simply raised his hand and grabbed his ankle in midair. He then flung him towards Liao Ping and the others. Liao Ping was surprised by how agile the young man was. He quickly acted and caught Liao Bujin's body to stabilize him. "All right, kid. You've got some moves." Seeing this, Liao Bushi no longer underestimated Qin Tianci. Someone with real skill could tell just from that one exchange. With just one move, they knew that Qin Tianci was no ordinary fighter. "Let's attack together. We'll kill this bastard." Liao Ping dared not be careless. He immediately ordered the four of them to attack Qin Tianci at the same time. Seeing that Qin Tianci was about to be surrounded by four people, Shen Penghua immediately wanted to assist. However, Shen Weiwei stopped him. "Weiwei, one person can't fight four. What's more, they are all grandmasters. This kid won't be able to handle it. We need to help him." Shen Penghua's anxious voice echoed. Shen Weiwei simply shook her head. "Tianci can handle a small situation like this." Shen Penghua was immediately shocked. How is that possible? All four of them are very strong, and they have the Liao family's special attack skills. Their teamwork is flawless. Even you can't beat them, this kid? However, before he could finish, a sharp scream suddenly echoed from the distance. Everyone looked. They saw that Qin Tianci had somehow already twisted Liao Ji's arm. He had not moved at all, and his other hand was still holding a cigarette. "Fourth brother." Liao Bujin roared in rage. His whole body erupted with terrifying power. He slammed his fist at Qin Tianci. That punch contained all his strength. If it hit, the impact would be fatal, or could even shatter bones. Boom. A loud explosion, followed by a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, everyone's eyes widened. They looked at what was in front of them in disbelief. This kid. Qin Penghua stared blankly at the scene, his jaw hanging. He saw that Qin Tianci had used only his raised pinky to block Liao Bujin's full-force punch. The next second, Qin Tianci flicked his thumb, and the cigarette ash fell onto Liao Bujin's fist. He whispered, "Die." Chapter 225. I said, "Kneel." With Qin Tianci's word, Liao Bujin's eyes widened. His face became extremely pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back, collapsing to the ground. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone stood there, completely dumbfounded. Just one word. And a grandmaster spat blood and was severely injured. What kind of monster was this? Qin Penghua was completely dumbfounded. He had seen Qin Tianci defeat Liao Ji with one move before, but that was an ambush, and he had at least used his fist. But now, the guy just said, "Die." And Liao Bujin immediately coughed up blood and flew away? Wei, what kind of monster did you find for a boyfriend? What is he? Shen Weiwei was just as shocked as Shen Penghua. She had known that Qin Tianci was strong, but he kept defying her understanding of his abilities. This was no longer simply crushing a grandmaster. They were no more than ants compared to him. They were simply on different levels. Third brother. Liao Ping was shocked and angry. His expression turned ugly. Damn beast. Attack together. Take his life. Qin Tianci's strength was beyond their imagination. There was no way out for them now. They had to join forces to eliminate him in order to ensure that their plan could continue. Liao Ji seized the opportunity to pull a knife from his waist with his other hand, and suddenly stabbed at Qin Tianci. "Be careful," Shen Weiwei exclaimed. However, Qin Tianci had already noticed his little trick. He casually flicked his finger, and the tip of the knife shattered. He then raised his foot and kicked Liao Ji in the face. "Ah!" Liao Ji screamed and was sent flying back. If Liao Ping hadn't caught him in time, he would have been severely injured on the spot. Damn it, this kid is strange. Let's attack together. Liao Ji wiped the blood from his mouth. He then pulled up Liao Bujin, who was also coughing blood, and joined with Liao Ping and Liao Bushi to attack Qin Tianci again. However, even with 4 grandmasters attacking him, Qin Tianci seemed to be enjoying the fight. He dodged while smoking, walking like he was simply strolling, with no pressure at all. The Shin family members who were watching were completely stunned by the scene. One person was fighting 4 grandmasters, and he was doing it so effortlessly. It even looked like a cat toying with 4 mice. Was this really the fighting power of a man in his 20s? Perhaps only the head of the family, Shin Daotian, could accomplish something like this. Boom. As the 4 men unleashed a powerful punch at Qin Tianci at the same time, Qin Tianci casually blocked, taking only half a step back. His cigarette, having reached the end, was extinguished. He took the last drag, then flicked the cigarette but on the ground and stepped on it. With a disdainful expression, he smiled and said, "The cigarette's done. It's time for the Liao family to disappear too." Arrogant! Liao Ping roared, his eyes filled with fear. Even Liao Ping, the strongest of the 4 brothers, was sweating. Not to mention the other 3. They were already exhausted. All 4 of them were powerful enough to fight a great grandmaster. But now, against Qin Tianci, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. It was a disgrace beyond anything they had ever experienced. "Big brother, let's use our ultimate attack. If we keep this up, we'll be exhausted by this kid," Liao Bujin said breathlessly. "All right." Liao Ping no longer dared to underestimate the young man in front of them. He decisively nodded. He immediately told Liao Ji, Liao Bujin, and Liao Bushi to stand together. They each placed their hand on his hand, their bodies surrounded by white mist as if they were casting a secret spell. Qin Tianci looked at them with interest, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that the Liao family had more tricks up their sleeves. "You bastard, daring to ruin the Liao family's plan. I will not rest until you are dead. Today, I will make you pay." With that, the power of the other 3 brothers flowed into Liao Ping. In an instant, Liao Ping's body ballooned. His terrifying muscles strained his clothes, and his eyes turned red, like he was a monster powered by force. Seeing his terrifying appearance, everyone's expression changed. No one had expected them to have such a move up their sleeves. "That's a combination technique, kid. Be careful." Shin Penghua instantly recognized their technique and instinctively shouted a reminder. Combination techniques were very rare in the martial arts world. It was a method where the internal energy of several individuals was concentrated on one person. In that time, the power of that person would be greatly enhanced. It was said that years ago on the battlefield, someone from M country forcibly absorbed the energy of a dozen or so people and reached the power of a great grandmaster, single-handedly defeating an entire army, causing heavy losses to the Dragon Country forces. He hadn't expected that the Liao family had learned such evil martial arts. Shen Weiwei was also a bit uneasy. She wanted to help, but Qin Tianci gestured to stop her. He then smiled faintly. So this is the Liao family's trump card? You little bastard, you are quite something to force us to this point. But it ends here. Today, you will die, and we will take over the Shen family. Liao Ping grinned, revealing his teeth. His bloodshot eyes were filled with cruelty. Liao Bujin laughed with ridicule. You're done for, dog. Do you know what this is? This is the combination technique that was developed by General Marst of M country. It was originally going to be used against Shen Daotian. You should feel honored to be witnessing it. Ha ha ha. Marst? When Qin Tianci heard that name, his smile widened. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards them. Instead of studying martial arts passed down through thousands of years in Dragon Country, you guys are clinging to things that make you look like neither humans nor ghosts, and making them sound like some sort of wonder. It's sad. At that, all four of the Liao brothers' expressions changed. What do you mean? Qin Tianci said calmly. What I mean is, once you're kneeling, stay kneeling. Don't get up again. The moment those words left his lips, Qin Tianci's aura suddenly exploded, causing everyone at the scene to stumble back several steps. The overwhelming pressure made everyone dizzy, and their hearts beat like drums. Even in this transformed state, Liao Ping stared at Qin Tianci's aura, feeling an unbelievable sense of oppression. How was this possible? They had spent 3 years perfecting this combination technique. How could they be afraid of this brat in his 20s? You bastard! I will rip you to shreds. I will send you to hell. Liao Ping was afraid of the terror in his heart. He roared and charged towards Qin Tianci. His terrifying presence changed the expressions of all the Shen family members at the scene. But Qin Tianci stood his ground, looking at the charging beast with cold, impassive eyes, and calmly said, Didn't you hear what I said? I said, kneel. Boom. A deafening crash echoed through the Shen family estate. Chapter 226. I'm sorry, I should have let you die. With an earth-shattering roar, Liao Ping's enormous body crashed to the ground, his knees shattering the ground. A painful scream echoed through the sky. Everyone at the scene exclaimed in shock. They stared at the giant, now kneeling in front of Qin Tianci, seemingly out of nowhere. Kneeled? Liao Ji stared blankly at his eldest brother kneeling on the ground, his mind completely blown. This combination technique was a masterpiece that they had researched for 3 years. And now it was defeated? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Big brother, what are you doing? Get up. Ah. Liao Ping was screaming in pain. Liao Ji's cries only made him more agitated. He didn't want to stay kneeling? Did he want to kneel? Why don't you try? Anyone could talk the talk. Big brother, get up. Kill this bastard. Liao Bujin and Liao Bushi also yelled at Liao Ping, trying to rally him, but then Qin Tianci turned his gaze to them. Noisy. Kneel. Boom. The 3 brothers instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, like a mountain had come crashing down on them. It forced them to their knees. The 4 brothers were terrified. Their faces were full of disbelief and fear, along with their pain. Just one word, and they couldn't even breathe. Who exactly was this Qin Tianci? Shen Panghua was also stunned beyond words, his jaw hanging open, and he stood rooted to the spot. The fact that Qin Tianci could fight 4 grandmasters at once had already shocked him, but for him to force 4 grandmasters to kneel with a single word, that had left him breathless. Even from several meters away, Shen Panghua could clearly feel the oppression coming from Qin Tianci. It was an oppressive feeling that he had never felt in all his 40 years, not even from his own brother, Shen Daotian. At that moment, a thought suddenly popped into Shen Penghua's mind. The Shen family was about to take off. Even Shen Weiwei was completely dumbfounded by this unbelievable sight. She knew that Qin Tianci was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. He overwhelmed 4 grandmasters. The Liao family had even used their combination technique, making Liao Ping's strength reach an unimaginable level. But even with that, he knelt before Qin Tianci like an ant. What exactly was the background of the person that her family had betrothed to her? How come she had never heard of such a person in Dragon Country? Shun Yan, seeing how miserable the four Liao heroes looked, had lost all her arrogance. Instead, her face was full of disbelief and horror. As soon as she recovered her senses, she roared, "What are you doing? Get up and kill this bastard." "What? You Liao family are all a bunch of bastards raised in Ingzhou. Do you really like to kneel?" The four Liao heroes struggled to look up at Shun Yin, cold sweat rolling down their faces, without uttering a word. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. It was simply impossible for them to do so. They had already cursed Shun Yin and all her ancestors at least 18 times in their minds. Who could have known that the Shin family had such a person? If they had known, they would never have been so stupid as to come with Shun Yin to seek death. "I'm talking to you. Are you all deaf? Get up and kill all these dogs. Kill them." Shun Yin, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, completely lost it and screamed. Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Tianci backhanded her hard across the face. Noisy. Shun Yin covered her face and stared at Qin Tianci in disbelief. "You little bastard. How dare you hit me?" Slap. Another slap. Shun Yin was sent flying over 10 meters away. Her once smooth skin was now bruised and bleeding. "Ah, my face. My face." Shun Yin's screams of agony sent a chill through everyone. Seeing Qin Tianci's cruel methods, the Liao family were filled with fear. Liao Bujin, feeling the pressure subside, suddenly lunged up from the ground. He pulled out a knife from his waist and rushed towards Shin Weiwei. Shin Weiwei, not expecting Liao Bujin to attack in this situation, didn't have time to react. She found herself with a knife held against her neck. "Liao Bujin, let go of Weiwei." Shin Penghua was terrified. Everyone else also started panicking. "Little bastard. We planned this for 10 years, and you ruined it. I'm not satisfied." Liao Bujin grinned cruelly, his face covered in blood. His eyes were full of resentment as he stared at Qin Tianci. Shin Weiwei tried to struggle, but he immediately stopped her. "Don't move. Shin Weiwei, we are both grandmasters. You should know that if I want to kill you, it's easy." Shin Weiwei was full of regret. If she had known that she was going to be taken hostage, she would have just rushed in to kill this beast herself. Seeing that she didn't dare to move, Liao Bujin felt a thrill of smug satisfaction. He then looked at Qin Tianci again. "Aren't you powerful? I want to see if your fist is faster, or my knife is faster. Don't do anything foolish." Seeing this, Qin Tianci acted as though he was in a panic, and quickly said, "As long as you don't hurt Weiwei, you can do whatever you want." Seeing that the previously arrogant Qin Tianci had become a coward, Liao Bujin laughed. "Weren't you very tough? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" He turned to Liao Ping and the others and roared, "Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, get up. I've taken Shin Weiwei hostage. Let's see who in this Shun family dares to go against us." "Good job, third brother." Liao Ping was also overjoyed. He hadn't expected that things would take such a turn at the end. He got up and yelled at Qin Tianci with pride. "Kid, your strength is indeed beyond our imagination, but so what? As long as we have a weakness of yours in our hands, victory is ours in the end." Qin Tianci was now clearly panicking, his face pale. He begged, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone against you. I shouldn't have made you kneel." Shin Penghua was stunned by Qin Tianci's sudden change. He had been so domineering, but now he had turned into a coward? You're sorry now? Too late." Liao Bushi smirked cruelly and said to Liao Bujin, "Third brother, you've been lusting after Miss Shin's body for so long. Let this Mr. Qin have a good look." "Haha, just what I wanted." Liao Bujin laughed and ran his hand over Shun Weiwei's body. Shin Weiwei didn't expect that she, a grandmaster, would become a burden. A feeling of frustration overwhelmed her. Just as she was about to fight them to the death, she suddenly heard Qin Tianci's voice. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made you kneel. I should have let you die." The moment those words left his mouth, a silver needle suddenly shot from his fingers, piercing directly through Liao Bujin's head. Liao Bujin didn't even have the chance to stop his smile. His body slumped weakly to the ground, dead. Chapter 227. I'll teach you how to kill. In an instant, the scene fell silent once more. The smug, wild laughter on the Liao brothers' faces completely froze. They stared blankly at Liao Bujin's lifeless body on the ground, their minds going numb. Third brother? Third brother?" Liao Ping cried out in disbelief. Big brother. Third brother. He's dead?" Liao Ji snapped back to his senses, his face turning white as he cried out in terror. Shin Weiwei also snapped out of it. Looking at Liao Bujin's lifeless body in the pool of blood, her pale face became even whiter. She indeed had great martial arts talent, but she had never killed anyone in her life. This was the first time she had seen someone die at her feet. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Qin Tianci, who had just killed Liao Bujin, leisurely lit a cigarette and said calmly to Shin Weiwei, "Weiwei, whoever taught you martial arts probably didn't teach you how to kill, did they? Then you need to watch closely and learn. Today, I'll teach you how to kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci's figure blurred. He disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared behind Liao Ji. "Fourth brother. Behind you." Liao Ping, who was still able to react quickly, immediately yelled out. However, his shout was too slow compared to Qin Tianci's speed. Qin Tianci grabbed Liao Ji's head and twisted it. Crack. Liao Ji didn't even have time to scream before his neck was twisted into a pretzel. Qin Tianci then kicked his body away, sending it flying more than 10 meters away, before turning to face Liao Bushi again. Liao Bushi, obviously anticipating an attack, quickly drew the knife from his waist and held it in front of him. But then, Qin Tianci's palm glowed with a golden needle, and he brought it down on him vertically. Blood spurted from Liao Bushi's forehead. His eyes opened wide, his body falling into a pool of blood along with his broken knife. Everyone present held their breaths, staring in horror at what was happening. From start to finish, barely 2 breaths had passed. 1 person killed per breath. That speed was comparable to Yama, the king of hell. Second brother. Fourth brother. Liao Ping's pain was unbearable. His eyes filled with blood as he roared. He charged towards Qin Tianci. "I'm going to fight you to the death." However, when his fist was less than 2 centimeters from Qin Tianci, he suddenly stopped. Because now, a golden needle was pointed at his forehead, just barely touching his skin. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. "I was just playing with you guys. Did you really take me seriously? How dare you touch my woman?" Boom. Liao Ping's mind exploded. He finally realized that the man in front of him was someone they could never afford to provoke. The next moment, thud. Liao Ping directly knelt down, completely defeated. The head of the Liao family, now begging for mercy like a dog in front of Qin Tianci, made everyone in the Shin family gasp. "Since you guys already think that you should die, wouldn't it be too unkind of me to not send you off?" Qin Tianci smiled casually, reaching behind him to catch the cigarette he tossed in the air, before taking a puff. "No, no, no." Liao Ping shook his head like a rattle drum. I mean, I'm still useful. Mr. Qin, please have mercy." "Oh." Qin Tianci smiled. "Tell me, how are you still useful?" Liao Ping was so scared he almost wet himself. He immediately screamed. This plan to swallow up the Shin family was not something that the Liao family planned. We were also forced to act. We were under orders. Hearing that, Shin Weiwei and Shin Panghua were both stunned. Shin Panghua immediately rushed forward and angrily questioned Liao Ping. "What are you saying? You said you were under orders? Who ordered you to do this?" Liao Ping immediately replied. I don't know either." "Bullshit." Shin Panghua yelled. "You just said that you were under orders, and now you say you don't know? What are you trying to do?" "It's true." Liao Ping was also distressed. "That person usually just contacts us by fax. We haven't even had the opportunity to meet. I really don't know who he is." "Who uses faxes in this day and age?" Shin Weiwei also recovered from her shock and stepped forward and questioned in a cold voice. "If you haven't even met him, why are you following his orders? Is he your father?" Hearing this, Liao Ping was also distressed as he replied. That person said that as long as we followed him, he would help our Liao family become the head of the Tianhai Martial Arts Alliance, and that he would also help the 4 of us brothers become grandmasters. So we had no other choice but to follow his orders." Hearing his explanation, Shin Weiwei and Shin Panghua both gasped. They had been in the martial arts world for many years and had never heard of a grandmaster being promoted like that. If grandmasters could be mass-produced, wouldn't the martial arts world be in complete chaos? But Qin Tianci said calmly, "You don't have to be so surprised. There was a set of grandmaster pills that were circulated by the Gu sect a while ago. This was a way to use human blood to forcefully push a martial artist past their limit and achieve grandmaster level." "The Gu sect?" Shin Weiwei was furious when she heard that. Those beasts again. She wondered how the Liao family's 4 heroes could suddenly become grandmasters after being so low profile for so long. So they had been secretly colluding with the Gu sect. Qin Tianci continued to explain. Although this method can forcibly elevate someone to Grandmaster level, it greatly shortens a person's lifespan. These 4 are nothing more than sacrifices. Hearing this, Shun Penghua was shocked. Are you saying that they don't have long to live? Qin Tianci nodded. From the beginning, I already knew what these so-called Liao family heroes were all about. But I wanted to confirm some things, so I dragged it out for a while. And what did you discover? Shen Weiwei asked. Qin Tianci took a drag from his cigarette. They were never going to live to this point anyway. It's just that someone was using goo to prolong their lives. This is why I believe that the Liao family's 4 heroes are merely lab rats. At this point, he turned his head to look at the disheveled madwoman that was Shan Yin and sneered. It's interesting that the goo that was planted in Liao Bujin's body is very similar to the goo remnants that I can see in Shen Yan's body. What did you say? Shen Penghua was shocked when he heard this. There's goo in Shen Yan's body? Qin Tianci nodded and then, under Shan Yan's horrified gaze, said, I'm guessing that old Master Shun must have seen through the Liao family's plan. That's why he vehemently opposed Shen Yin and Liao Bujin's marriage. Also, the child that he forced her to abort was just Liao Bujin's method to implant a goo in her body. Those words hit Shen Yin like a thunderbolt. Her mind went blank. Chapter 228. Resurrection. Impossible. This is impossible. Hearing Qin Tianci's new explanation for the events of that time, Shan Yin staggered around, her disheveled hair flying everywhere. She murmured in a daze. That stubborn old fool must have been afraid that I would have a son, threatening the status of my brothers. That's why he forced me to abort my child. He can't be that kind. Impossible. Qin Tianci turned around, took a drag of his cigarette, and calmly asked her, Don't you often feel abdominal pain in the middle of the night? Usually for about an hour? And don't you also have pregnancy symptoms every month? Hearing this, the expression on Shen Yan's face froze. As Qin Tianci had said, she did feel abdominal pain every night, for about an hour, and it was the kind of pain that made her wish she were dead. Also, when her period came, she felt like throwing up, just like the symptoms of pregnancy. But every time she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor's results were always normal. In the end, she could only explain it away by saying that everyone's body was different. But she had never told anyone about this. How did Qin Tianci know? Seeing that she didn't speak, Qin Tianci glanced at Liao Bujin's body, lying in a pool of blood in the distance. He walked over and used a golden needle to poke him, and a black bug immediately crawled out of his mouth. This scene made everyone present gasp. Seeing the bug try to run away, Qin Tianci pinned it to the wall with a flying needle. It struggled a few times before finally going still. Qin Tianci then walked forward and said, This kind of goo is called a seed goo. It lives in your body year-round, allowing you to maintain the energy you had when you were younger. But the source for this energy is your flesh and blood, which greatly shortens your lifespan. Shen Yin regained her senses. She stared coldly at him. Don't act like you know everything. What goo bugs, what seed goo? Those are just made-up stories. Who are you trying to scare? Qin Tianci chuckled. Do you really believe that you were pregnant with Liao Bujin's child back then? Shen Yin was stunned. What do you mean? Qin Tianci took a drag of his cigarette and said calmly, What you thought was pregnancy was just a seed goo in your body. Your so-called child was just a bug? Nonsense. Shen Yin interrupted him sharply, her eyes filled with venom. I clearly heard my child's heartbeat back then. All the values were normal. How could it be what you call a seed goo? You're lying. Qin Tianci ignored her outburst and continued. The seed goo takes root in a woman's uterus, creating a false pregnancy. Its initial development process is the same as that of a normal fetus. Even the best medical equipment cannot tell the difference. But there is one difference. You would vomit white fluid every night, am I right? Boom. Hearing that, Shen Yan's mind exploded. She stood there in a daze. She couldn't understand how Qin Tianci could describe all of the things that had happened to her back then, with such accuracy. Back then, she would vomit that white fluid every night. At the time, she thought it was a normal physical reaction and didn't pay it any mind. Seeing that she was silent, Qin Tianci turned to a stunned Shen Weiwei and asked, Old Master Shun should also have studied some Chinese medicine, right? Shen Weiwei nodded as she came back to her senses. Grandpa was a famous TCM doctor in Tianhai back then, and he often researched methods to deal with evil sorcerers. Qin Tianci was silent. He looked at a shocked Shen Yin and said, You said you hated your parents because they forced you to abort your child and you could no longer get pregnant. But how did you know that old Master Shen didn't try to protect you? The seed goo damages the uterus quite a lot. That's why you lost the ability to have children. Stop talking. Xin Yin interrupted him with a scream. Her face was twisted into a grotesque mask. Stop talking. Are you trying to trick me? You think I'm that easy to fool? Even if everything you said is true, why would Liao Bujin do something like this to me? What benefit would he get from that? Qin Tianci chuckled, turning to look at a very uneasy Liao Ping and said, I believe that the head of the Liao family can explain this. Seeing that Qin Tianci was calling him out, Liao Ping dared not hide anything. He immediately confessed. Third brother, he thought that Shen Yin was easy to manipulate. He just needed to plant the seed goo in her, and then she would become his plaything, someone to abuse. That's why he... Listening to Liao Ping's explanation, Shen Yin completely broke down and slumped to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained. Qin Tianci said calmly, It's because of the forced goo removal that you're having all those reactions now. They're nothing more than the aftermath. Of course, while there are side effects, at least your life is saved. Impossible. Impossible. Shun Yin grabbed her hair in a state of near madness. She roared hysterically. Those two old fools just thought I was a woman and that I didn't deserve to be part of the Shin family. They only wanted to harm me. You're lying. You're lying. Whether you believe it or not, it's none of my concern. Qin Tianci said calmly. He then moved to Hu Yuanping's side and looked at the peaceful old lady lying on the bed. A golden needle appeared at his fingertips, and he gently poked it into Hu Yuanping's head. The needle began to glow with a faint blue light, which shocked everyone. Hugh, what does the kid want to do? Shin Penghua couldn't help but ask. Shin Weiwei was also surprised. Maybe he wants to save Grandma. How is that possible? Shin Penghua exclaimed. Mom is already. Sure. Shin Weiwei made a shushing gesture. Don't interrupt him. All eyes were fixed on Qin Tianci, including Shan Yan's. She stared at the golden needle in his hand as it continuously glowed, her heart churning like a storm. She had been the one who had sent Hu Yuanping off. The poison in the medicine she'd used was incurable, and she had already stopped breathing before everyone arrived. Could Qin Tianci really bring her back? Just as everyone was wondering, Qin Tianci gently pulled out the silver needle and said with a smile, Don't be so naughty. If you don't get up, the Shun family is going to fall apart. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yuanping took a deep breath and then sat up under everyone's shocked gaze. She shook her head and looked at Qin Tianci with a bewildered expression. Kid Qin, what are you doing here? I hope my granddaughter didn't cause any trouble? Hiss. Everyone's heart trembled. Resurrection? Not only did the man before them have the power to crush anyone, but he also had miraculous medical skills. What was he? Was he not human? Was he a god? When Shen Yin saw Qin Tianci pull Hu Yuanping back from the brink of death, her last bit of defense completely collapsed. Chapter 229. No parent holds a grudge against their child. Mom. When Shen Penghua saw Hu Yuanping wake up, he was overjoyed. He rushed forward, grabbed her hands, and knelt on the ground, crying like a child. What's wrong with you, little Hua? I'm not dead yet. That's great. Shen Penghua was crying when he suddenly realized something. He looked at Hu Yuanping in shock and asked, Mom, you recognize me? You're better? What nonsense are you talking about? Hu Yuanping slapped Shen Penghua on the head and scolded him. Do you not want this old woman to be well? And you're cursing me? Seeing that Hu Yuanping was no longer forgetful or confused, Shen Penghua wailed louder. A divine doctor. Kid Qin, you're a god. Qin Tianci casually took a drag from his cigarette. The poison that Shun Yin gave her wasn't too strong. I used the poison to stimulate her neural center. So I guess it was a blessing in disguise. Hearing this, Shun Yan's eyes widened. Not too strong? The poison she had used was a lethal drug specially prepared for her by the Liao family. Anyone who took this poison would be dead in 5 minutes. But now, in front of Qin Tianci, he called it not too strong? At that time, Hu Yuanping, who had just woken up, saw Shun Yin in the distance, her hair covering her face, looking like a madwoman. Her old face was filled with complex emotions. Shin Weiwei stepped forward and grabbed Shin Yin, dragging her in front of Hu Yuanping. Kneel. Shun Yin was staring blankly at the ground. She didn't dare look Hu Yuanping in the eye, perhaps because of guilt, or perhaps because of other reasons. Shun Yin continued to tremble, but Hu Yuanping didn't say anything. She just looked at her quietly. She obviously already knew what had happened. Shin Weiwei was about to start reprimanding Shan Yin, but Qin Tianci pulled her back and shook his head at her. Shin Weiwei reluctantly swallowed her anger and stepped back. Shin Penghua said, "Mom, Shin Yin is too evil. She has to be severely punished. If Big Brother comes back, he will absolutely not let her go. Killing one's parents was an unforgivable sin, especially in a martial arts family that valued filial piety above all else." After a while, Hu Yuanping sighed deeply. Her old eyes were filled with a weariness she couldn't hide. Yin Yin. Hearing the familiar pet name, Shun Yin shuddered and lowered her head even further. "Do you know? Actually, I already knew how old man Shen died." Hearing that, Shun Yan's pupil shrank, and she looked up at Hu Yuanping. You knew all along?" Hu Yuanping nodded, her old eyes filled with sorrow. "Then why have you kept me by your side all these years?" Shin Yin couldn't understand, but Hu Yuanping said calmly, "I was the one who buried old man Shen. Before he died, his last words were to tell me not to blame you." Hearing this, Shan Yin stared at Hu Yuanping, whispering in disbelief. Not blame me?" Hu Yuanping looked at her and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Old man Shun had 2 sons in his life, but you were his only daughter. He held you in his arms, afraid that you would melt. But who would have thought that you would do something like this?" As she spoke, Hu Yuanping's tears rolled down her wrinkled skin as she was overcome with sadness. Listening to Hu Yuanping's words, Shun Yan's heart had become empty and numb. She couldn't understand what was happening. Even though you stabbed him out of hatred, he still felt sorry for you, that he didn't protect you properly, that you had suffered at the hands of the Liao family. Even on his deathbed, he didn't want me to tell you the truth. Saying that, Shun Yin was already sobbing. She grabbed her head and cried, Why didn't you blame me? I killed him. I killed him." However, Hu Yuanping, looking at her hysterical state, calmed down. No parent holds a grudge against their child. Boom. Shin Yan's mind exploded. Her eyes widened as she stared at the front, completely dazed. Seeing this, Shin Weiwei couldn't hold back the tears that filled her eyes, clutching Qin Tianci's arm tightly. Qin Tianci had been calmly smoking from the beginning to the end. His expression had remained calm. Liao Ping, who was captured, saw the situation. He subconsciously got up and tried to sneak away, hoping to escape. But he heard Qin Tianci's cold voice. "If you don't want to die, don't move." The next moment, Liao Ping froze, not daring to move a muscle. Hu Yuanping got down from the bed and patted Shun Yin, who was still crying. "Take care of yourself, child." After saying that, she turned and walked to Qin Tianci, looking at him with a kind expression. She even held Qin Tianci's hands. "Good child, thank you so much today. Without you, the Shin family would have been..." Qin Tianci smiled faintly. "Grandma, you're too kind. Weiwei is my wife. These are things I should do." Hearing that, Shin Weiwei's heart fluttered, her cheeks turning crimson. The word wife was imprinted on her heart like a brand, keeping her in a daze. At first, she had resisted this marriage, and even wanted to teach this unfamiliar fiancé a lesson, showing him the difference between them. But now, her family was too wise. This kind of man was not someone she could find even if she searched with a lantern for the rest of her life. Good. Hu Yuanping, hearing Qin Tianci's humble words, was very pleased, her wrinkled old face full of happiness. But she quickly asked, "Little Qin, how did you know my unfilial daughter was under the influence of goo? I remember that only the masters from the Heavenly Law sect had this ability to see through the goo. Do you have any connections with them?" Hearing this, Qin Tianci was stunned. He hadn't expected to hear the old man's name from Hu Yuanping and couldn't help but feel surprised. But seeing that Hu Yuanping didn't seem to be testing him, after thinking about it, he said, "He's my master." Hearing this, Hu Yuanping's old eyes flashed with surprise. She asked, somewhat unnaturally, You're telling the truth? He's really your master?" Qin Tianci was a bit confused. "Do you know my master?" Hu Yuanping suddenly realized something and immediately changed the subject. I was just asking randomly. I don't know him. I don't know him." She then turned to Shin Weiwei and said, "Weiwei, there has been a big change in the Shin family today. Little Qin is also tired. Why don't you take him back to rest for now?" Shin Weiwei was confused. She didn't know why her grandmother had become so flustered when she heard Qin Tianci's master's name. She was about to ask when Qin Tianci refused. "Not yet." He then turned to Liao Ping, who was standing to the side, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. There are some things I need to ask the head of the Liao family. Chapter 230. The Dragon Law Hall. After the incident at the Qin family's residence, Qin Tianci suddenly realized something. Since he was released from prison, all the big and small incidents he had encountered were related to the Gu sect that he had wiped out. This was enough to prove that the Gu sect's influence within Dragon Country was huge. Even though he had killed the Gu king, Yun Yao, the sect's members were like rats in the sewer, moving around in secret. Seeing that Qin Tianci had no intention of letting him go, Liao Ping kneeled down again and begged for mercy. Mr. Qin, you've already killed 3 of my brothers. Aren't you going to let me go? Qin Tianci smiled faintly. Give me a reason why I should let you go? Liao Ping was at a loss for words. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into resentment. Mr. Qin, our Liao family is a powerful family in Tianhai. We'll run into each other sometime or other. It's better to leave a little room. Leave a little room? Qin Tianci's face was filled with ridicule. I killed 3 of your brothers. This situation can't be undone. Are you sure you still want to leave a little room? Hearing that, Liao Ping's expression changed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, as long as you let me go, the Liao family will never step foot into the Qin family again. I swear that we will never go against the Qin family again. We will be at peace from now on. Okay. To everyone's surprise, Qin Tianci readily agreed. There is no problem with making peace. As long as you tell me who ordered you, I'll let you go now. However, upon hearing this, Liao Ping's pupils shrank. Mr. Qin, I'm already showing my sincerity. You're pushing our Liao family towards a fire pit. The smile on Qin Tianci's face gradually disappeared. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? As he spoke, his entire aura exploded again. The entire villa was filled with his icy intent. Seeing this, Shun Weiwei stepped forward and angrily rebuked. If we ask you to talk, you talk. After you have turned our Qin family into this, do you really think that you can just say some nonsense and leave? Is it that easy? Liao Ping's expression became very ugly. He stared at Qin Tianci. Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I tell you? He then threatened, as if he had suddenly gained some courage. Qin, you are indeed very strong, but no matter how strong you are, do you really think you can control everything in Dragon Country? Let me tell you the truth. You can't afford to offend the people behind me. If you don't want to bring trouble to the whole Qin family, I advise you not to ask. Hearing his arrogant tone, Qin Tianci laughed. All right, since you said so, I won't bother asking. Seeing that he had given up on questioning him, Liao Ping's face softened a bit. He squeezed out an ugly smile. Hee hee, a wise man submits to circumstances. Mr. Qin, you should just die. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Tianci suddenly disappeared, appearing behind Liao Ping. He grabbed Liao Ping's head and, in an instant, a deathly aura enveloped the latter, making him scream. Qin Tianci, you didn't keep your word. Qin Tianci's expression was calm, his eyes filled with killing intent. Did I ever promise that I would let you go? Ah. Perhaps it was the fear of death that made Liao Ping scream. You dare to kill me. The people behind me will definitely not let you go. You and the Qin family will die without a proper burial. Don't worry. Qin Tianci smiled calmly. The people behind you will soon be joining you. He was about to crush Liao Ping's head when a loud, commanding voice came from outside the door. How dare you? Killing people in broad daylight. Stop this instant. The shout echoed like thunder in the courtyard. Everyone present was shocked. But Qin Tianci didn't even look. He ignored it and twisted his hand, killing Liao Ping without even a scream. Bastard! Seeing that Qin Tianci had ignored his orders and had killed Liao Ping, the voice erupted with anger. Kid, how dare you? Who gave you the right to kill people here? Qin Tianci casually threw Liao Ping's body to the side, turned around, and saw a uniformed middle-aged man and a group of armed personnel rushing in. They surrounded everyone present and cocked their guns. Shin Penghua's expression changed as he saw the group. People from the Dragon Law Hall? Shin Weiwei was shocked. The Dragon Law Hall? Isn't that one of the most mysterious organizations in Dragon Country? Why are they here? Shin Penghua shook his head, his expression grim. Weiwei, did you see the dragon emblem on the person's chest? That's a symbol of the highest power in Dragon Country. Shin Weiwei looked in the direction he was pointing and noticed that the middle-aged man leading the group was wearing a dragon emblem on his chest, and that this emblem had 3 exquisitely crafted stars on it. Second uncle, What rank is a 3-star dragon emblem in the Dragon Law Hall? 3-star. Shin Penghua's pupils constricted. He saw 3 stars on the man's dragon emblem and muttered with a pale face. It's a 3-star knight. That's basically at the level of a division commander. Hearing that, Shun Weiwei's heart leaped. That high? Shin Penghua nodded. I didn't expect this to alarm the Dragon Law Hall. The person behind the Liao family isn't simple. We're in trouble now. While the two of them were talking, the middle-aged man who was leading the group had slowly approached them, his hands behind his back. His aura was incredibly powerful. His gaze was arrogant, making it difficult to look him directly in the eye. He walked up to Qin Tianci, glanced at the corpses of the 4 Liao brothers on the ground, and said coldly, "Did you kill these people?" Looking at his arrogant attitude, Qin Tianci was about to speak when Shun Penghua stepped forward and said, "General, there's been a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Did I ask you?" Before he could finish, the man interrupted him coldly, his tone intimidating. He then continued to stare at Qin Tianci and asked, "Answer me, did you kill them?" Seeing how arrogant the man was, Qin Tianci decided to stop being polite. He casually lit a cigarette in front of the man, blew the smoke gently at him, and smiled faintly. "I did. Very well." The man did not become angry, but instead smiled. His eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. "Kid, do you know what the consequences are for killing martial artists, especially grandmasters, in front of the Dragon Law Hall?" Qin Tianci shrugged his shoulders, put his hand in his pocket, and, completely ignoring the man, turned and walked to Shin Weiwei. "Weiwei, have people go and take back all the martial arts clubs that we lost. Also, take over the Liao family's assets while you're at it." Shin Weiwei hadn't expected that Qin Tianci would directly ignore the 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall. Husband this? How outrageous. Seeing that Qin Tianci had completely ignored him, the man became furious. "All of you, listen to my orders. Take all the criminals here into custody and interrogate them." "Yes." The soldiers that the man brought were also obviously not ordinary people, their voices all in unison. However, at that moment, Qin Tianci turned his back to the man and spoke with an icy tone. "Anyone who moves will die." Chapter 231. Kill them and be done with it. What can you do to me? The moment Qin Tianci's threatening words landed, the Dragon Law Hall soldiers who were about to move instinctively froze. They exchanged confused glances, a flicker of apprehension visible in each other's eyes. The first rule of the Dragon Law Hall was that military orders were paramount, especially for soldiers like them. Under the command of a 3-star knight, disobeying a superior's order was unheard of. Yet this time, they had all stopped in unison. It wasn't cowardice, but the keen sense of danger that came from years of fighting that made them halt. It was as if they moved, they would truly lose their lives. "What did you say?" The man's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. "You dare threaten the Dragon Law Hall?" Qin Tianci calmly turned, enunciating each word clearly. "Dragon Law Hall? Never mind a 3-star knight like you. Even a 5-star knight, even the head of the Dragon Law Hall himself in front of me. These people, I will kill them and be done with it. What can you do to me?" Silence fell over the entire area. Everyone stared at Qin Tianci, completely dumbfounded, frozen as if petrified. Even Shun Weiwei was stunned. Although she didn't know much about the Dragon Law Hall, she understood that its authority was sacrosanct. If the Martial Arts Association and the Martial Law Police were the organizations that govern martial artists, then the Dragon Law Hall was the organization that governed grandmasters, even controlling their life and death. It was said that anyone who could enter the Dragon Law Hall was not just 1 in a million, but 1 in 10 million. They were the most talented geniuses, possessing the nation's absolute core technologies and power. A single armed squad from the Dragon Law Hall could easily eliminate a grandmaster, not to mention Qin Tianci was currently facing a 3-star knight. Shin Penghua cried out in alarm. "Qin, kid, don't talk nonsense. This is the Dragon Law Hall." Then, he stepped forward to plead for Qin Tianci. "I'm so sorry, Commander. This young one in my family doesn't know the rules. Please, have mercy." "You admit he's a young one in your family?" The man interrupted Shin Penghua again, his gaze piercing and cold, as if it could penetrate his very soul. Shin Penghua's face instantly turned pale. As a late-stage innate martial artist, with 1 foot in the Grandmaster realm, while many in the Dragon Kingdom were stronger than him, he had never felt such pressure from an ordinary person. This man, despite showing no hint of cultivation, made him feel threatened, as if he could be killed at any moment. Seeing this, the man ignored him and instead, smiling with anger, said to Qin Tianci, very well, very well. It seems our Dragon Law Hall has been low profile for too long. Now, even a little brat dares to shout at us. How excellent. With that, he pulled out a specially made pistol, cocked it without another word, and aimed it at Qin Tianci, roaring, Dragon Law Hall execution. Everyone, listen. Anyone who resists will be charged with treason and executed without mercy. Yes, sir. These soldiers were clearly used to being arrogant. Now, with a direct order from their superior, they felt emboldened. Qin Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of killing intent showing in them. Just then, Shun Weiwei rushed in front of Qin Tianci, protecting him and questioned the man. Is this how the Dragon Law Hall operates? Without asking what happened, you just come in and try to arrest people? Who gave you the right? The man said coldly. We, the Dragon Law Hall, represent the right. Nonsense. Shin Weiwei retorted angrily. You're completely distorting the truth, acting like henchmen. I refuse to accept this. You don't have the authority to judge. The man said indifferently. Then try me and see if I have the authority. Already frustrated by the matters of the Liao family and Shun Yan, and now this group of people trying to take her man without a word, Shin Weiwei was at her breaking point. Her aura surged, and her furious roar forced all the Dragon Law Hall members several steps back. Grandmaster? The man's pupils constricted slightly, seeming surprised that such a young woman was actually a grandmaster. But to him, what did a grandmaster amount to? You've achieved grandmaster at such a young age. That's quite a talent. I advise you, don't interfere with the Dragon Law Hall's execution of law, otherwise, I wouldn't mind having the nation lose a promising talent. The man only showed surprise for a moment before regaining his composure, still haughty to an infuriating degree. What a joke. Shin Weiwei was not afraid of his threats. She laughed. What haven't I been through? I'm not afraid of the likes of you. As she was about to teach these arrogant people a lesson, she was stopped by Qin Tianci. Honey, don't stop me. These animals are trying to kill you. I can't stand it. Qin Tianci smiled and said, don't worry. I'll be fine. Fine. The man laughed. Kid, you murdered innocent people and violently resisted arrest. You're in big trouble. Qin Tianci remained calm and took a puff of his cigarette, asking casually, what's your name? The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, exuding arrogance. Dragon Law Hall. 3-star Knight. Chun Jinxuan. Chun Jinxuan, is it? Qin Tianci smiled faintly. I can go with you, but I have one request. You have no right to make demands. Take him away. Chun Jinxuan refused without hesitation. Qin Tianci wasn't angry. He smiled and prepared to leave. But Shun Weiwei grabbed his hand, stopping him. You can't go. It's said that the Dragon Law Hall is a one-way trip. I can't let you take that risk. If worst comes to worst, I will fight them. Looking at the worry on Shun Weiwei's face, Qin Tianci simply patted her head with affection. Silly girl, we can fight, but can the others in the Shin family also fight? Shin Weiwei froze, then looked back at the Shin family members behind her, all equally terrified. She was instantly caught in a dilemma. Okay, the Shin family has just gone through a storm. They still need someone to be in charge. And the Dragon Law Hall isn't some kind of dragon's den. I'm just going to go and grab some meals. Listening to Qin Tianci's comforting words, Shin Weiwei was both angry and amused. She had heard of people crashing wedding banquets, but never anyone crashing the Dragon Law Hall for food. However, she knew that this wasn't the time for childishness. The lives of hundreds of Shun family members were at stake. If they were to go to war with the Dragon Law Hall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then, she looked at Qin Jinxuan with murder in her eyes and said, Qin Jinxuan, I'm warning you. You better take good care of my man. I'm only giving you 3 days. If, after 3 days, I don't see my man standing in front of me safe and sound, this young lady will personally lead people to flatten your Dragon Law Hall. Qin Jinxuan was not afraid of her threat. Instead, he scoffed at her. A small grandmaster dares to speak so arrogantly. Wait until you can even get through the gates of my Dragon Law Hall. With that, he gestured to his men, who immediately stepped forward and led Qin Tianci out of the Shin family compound, leaving Shin Weiwei gnashing her teeth in hatred. Chapter 232. Don't let me leave so easily. After Qin Jinxuan had Qin Tianci forced into the car, he immediately instructed his men to put special handcuffs on him. Put them on tight. This kid can kill a grandmaster. Don't let your guard down. Yes, sir. The subordinate immediately responded, holding up the handcuffs to Qin Tianci and ordering with a gun leveled at him. Cuff yourself. Quick. Qin Tianci was still smoking a cigarette. He glanced at the handcuffs on the ground and smiled. I'm going there for a meal, not to be thrown in prison. Don't worry, I won't run. Cuff yourself or else. Enough nonsense. The soldier shouted sternly, his tone leaving no room for argument. A meal? Heh, once you're in our Dragon Law Hall, you don't think you can just walk out again, do you? Another soldier mocked, a cold laugh in his voice. His gaze towards Qin Tianci was as if he were looking at a dead man. However, Qin Tianci was unfazed. He leaned back in his seat like a boss and said, I said I won't run. You want to handcuff me? You can do it yourselves, but only if you can handle the consequences. You still dare to be so arrogant when you're already here? Looks like you're asking to die. The soldier was furious at Qin Tianci's disobedience. He immediately cocked his gun and pointed it at him. Although Qin Tianci's face was full of smiles, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Jinshuan in the front spoke up. Don't start a conflict. Let's go back first. Then, he warned Qin Tianci. Kid, don't try anything funny. This assault vehicle is filled with equipment that can restrict martial artists. The moment you try to make a move, you will lose your life instantly. Qin Tianci smiled dismissively. It's bad to offend someone with a smile, and bad to cause trouble for the host. You are my meal ticket for the next few days. Why would I cause trouble for you? A few days? Qin Jinshuan scoffed. Kid, you might be disappointed. Anyone who enters our Dragon Law Hall never leaves, especially you. Hearing this, Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face. Oh, is that so? That means I'm quite honored to receive special treatment. May I ask, who is it from? At these words, Qin Jinshuan's expression changed, a flicker of anger showing. He never imagined that Qin Tianci would be so perceptive. He'd managed to see through his words with just that one sentence. Then, he let out a cold snort. You are thinking too much. Our Dragon Law Hall always acts impartially. Qin Tianci stared at him while still holding the cigarette, his eyes showing an intense gaze. Your surname is Chun. What is your relation with the Chun family, one of the 4 great families in the Imperial City? Qin Jinshuan's eyes twitched almost imperceptibly, and he looked at Qin Tianci with murder in his eyes, warning him in a deep voice. Kid, you can eat food randomly, but you can't say things randomly. I'm warning you, you're a prisoner of our Dragon Law Hall now. It is me who's going to interrogate you, not you interrogating me. Let me think. Qin Tianci ignored him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Your surname is Chun. Chen Kuan's surname is also Chun. And Chen Kuan is an illegitimate son of the Qin family. What is your relationship with him? Shut up. Qin Jinshuan suddenly roared in anger, glaring fiercely at Qin Tianci. You little bastard. You sit here quietly and don't talk any nonsense, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Why are you getting so anxious? Qin Tianci laughed fearlessly. I was just making a casual guess. It seems like I hit the nail on the head. Right, since we're on the topic, I can now be sure that the Liao family also had the Qin family behind them, correct? Click. Qin Jinshuan's gun was now aimed at his head, his expression extremely enraged. Talk. Keep talking. Let's see how capable you are. Seeing this, the smile on Qin Tianci's face slowly disappeared as he continued to question him. What's the Chun family's motive for targeting the Qin family? And what relationship do you, the 4 major families, actually have with the Gu sect? Listening to his questions one by one, Qin Jinshuan was completely shocked. He hadn't expected that this kid not only knew about his relationship with Chen Kuan, but he'd also somehow managed to guess the core secrets of the 4 major families in the Imperial City. Regardless of whether or not he had evidence, if this information were to get out, the prestige of the 4 families would be greatly impacted. Suddenly, Qin Jinshuan turned abruptly and turned off the recording device in the car. The soldiers were immediately puzzled. General Chun, isn't doing this inappropriate? Are you trying to disobey me too? Qin Jinshuan glared at the soldier who asked the question. Seeing him so ferocious, the soldier's eyes flickered with panic as he looked away and lowered his head. I'm sorry. With the recording device turned off, Qin Jinshuan no longer felt the need to restrain himself. He no longer bothered to hide anything and laughed coldly. Kid, sometimes being too smart isn't a good thing. Seeing the murderous look on Qin Jinshuan's face, Qin Tianci instead smiled and leaned forward, meeting his gaze and asking, "What? You want to kill me?" "Kill you?" Chun Zhenxuan laughed mockingly. "You don't think death is the most painful thing in the world, do you? My methods are far more painful than death." Qin Tianci smiled faintly. "I do agree with that. However, are you so confident that you will be able to use your methods on me? Then let's try." Chun Zhenxuan didn't want to waste any more time with Qin Tianci. He turned to the soldier driving the car. "Turn around. Go to the 9th prison." "The 9th prison? General Chun, he hasn't been convicted yet. And the 9th prison is?" The driver was very confused. Chun Zhenxuan interrupted and scolded him. "I told you to go, so just go. Why are you talking so much?" The soldier had no choice but to obey. Several hours later, the car reached a desolate, deserted area on the outskirts of the Tianhai border. Withered branches and swirling sand made the area seem extremely desolate, and along the way, the skeletons and mummified corpses were everywhere. These mummified corpses were still wearing tattered prison uniforms, clearly inmates who had escaped from prison and had died along the way. The frightening scenes and eerie environment were chilling. The 9th prison. Although it had the number 9, any prisoner who heard of this place would tremble with fear, some choosing to commit suicide to end their life rather than be sent there. It was a prison of terrible proportions, far beyond the horrors of a normal prison. Qin Zhenxuan thought that his temporary change of destination would intimidate Qin Tianci, but to his surprise, Qin Tianci had been sleeping the entire time. He seemed completely unconcerned about his surroundings. Even when he got out of the car and saw the 4 words, "the 9th prison," he just yawned and asked, "Are we there?" Chen Zhenxuan ignored him, ordering harshly, "Take him in." "Wait." Qin Tianci suddenly called out to him. Chen Zhenxuan sneered. "What? Are you scared?" Qin Tianci lit a cigarette leisurely and said, "No, I just think you'd better listen to my request." Chen Zhenxuan figured they were already there, and he couldn't try any more tricks, so he said arrogantly, "Speak." Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette and grinned. "Actually, I don't have any special requests. It's just that you've captured me, but don't let me leave so easily, okay?" Chapter 233, The 9th Prison. Chun Zhenxuan? What does he mean? Most people would have been so frightened that their legs would turn to jelly just by hearing that they were going to the 9th prison. They would want to grow a few extra legs and run away. But this guy is saying not to let him leave so easily? Is he some kind of masochist? The 9th prison is a death trap, second only to the Lingdu prison in terms of terror. Anyone who goes in there either dies or goes insane. Was Qin Tianci ignorant and fearless, or did he simply not take them seriously? He had expected Qin Tianci to beg for mercy or something, but instead, he made a request like that. Once he came to his senses, Chun Zhenxuan couldn't help but sneer. "You don't know your place. Do you think this is a sightseeing tour?" "Of course not." Qin Tianci's unexpected answer made Chun Zhenxuan pause, his face full of confusion. "This is where the food is served." With that, under the bewildered gazes of the soldiers, he walked towards the prison gates. Seeing that they didn't move, he urged them on. "What are you waiting for? Let's go. I'm home." "Everyone?" Chun Zhenxuan? Everyone was dumbfounded. In their eyes, Qin Tianci's actions were no different than rushing to his death. Was he scared witless by their overwhelming presence? Clearly, that wasn't it. Coming back to their senses, everyone looked furious. "He actually dares to look down on us, the Dragon Law Hall. The damn thing. General Chun, we can't let this kid off. We need to make him wish he were dead in there." Seeing that Qin Tianci's actions had angered the soldiers, Chun Zhenxuan smirked inwardly. He then said casually, "Don't worry, he's just an ignorant kid. From the moment he stepped in here, that life of his is no longer his to own." He refused to believe it. In the 9th prison, his territory, how could he let this kid turn things around? Afterwards, he led the others inside. Name? Qin Tianci. Age? 25. Sex? Beauty? Do you want me to give you a live demonstration of my virility? In the interrogation room, the dim light from the desk lamp circled around a few moths, the small room exuding a suffocating feeling. A beautiful, unsmiling woman was taking notes like a robot while interrogating Qin Tianci. She had long, shapely legs clad in black leather boots, the tips of which were tapping against the floor beneath the table. Her name was Lu Shuzhen, the warden of the 9th prison. She had rushed to the scene to start the interrogation after seeing Chen Zhenxuan bring in a very dangerous criminal. But then, she was surprised to see a young man in his early 20s. She couldn't understand what major crime such a young man could have committed that made Qin Tianci bring him straight to the ninth prison, bypassing judicial procedures. However, when she observed that Qin Tianci showed no signs of fear upon entering, but rather a sense of relief as if he had arrived at home, Lu Shuzhen realized that this man was not simple. Clack. Lu Shuzhen put down her pen. Her beautiful eyes looked at him coldly. I advise you not to be so glib. Do you know where you are? This is the ninth prison. If you don't want to suffer physically, you better cooperate and confess honestly. Try your best to get lenient treatment. Qin Tianci crossed his legs, leaning back in the chair, a playful smile on his face. I'm already cooperating very well, beautiful police officer. Then, he didn't forget to ask Chen Zhenquan, who was listening on the side. Commander Chun, am I not cooperating? Chen Zhenquan was furious with Qin Tianci's attitude, but still tried to keep his temper in check in front of Lu Shuzhen. He slammed his hand on the table, warning him, Qin Tianci, answer my questions properly and don't make pointless struggles. Upon seeing this, Qin Tianci shrugged nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair and smoking his cigarette. Lu Shuzhen took a deep breath and stopped dwelling on the issue of his attitude. She asked, what's your background? Qin Tianci exhaled smoke, his eyes full of depth. I've loved, I've hated. Slap. Lu Shuzhen's patience finally snapped. She slammed her hand heavily on the table. Qin Tianci, I want you to straighten up your attitude, or I don't mind sending you into the prison to let the inmates teach you some manners. Hearing this, a playful expression returned to Qin Tianci's face. Why are you so temperamental, even more so than my wife? That won't do. My advice is that you go to the Lingdu prison and learn from the warden there how to manage a prison. The Lingdu prison? Upon hearing Lingdu prison, Lu Shuzhen's expression froze. She was full of shock. She knew that the Lingdu prison was the most terrifying prison in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The numbers of criminals and the level of their crimes were completely different from those of the ninth prison. If the ninth prison was hell, then the Lingdu prison was the 18th level of it. She didn't expect Qin Tianci to know of Lingdu prison. Just then, a soldier came in with a file and gave it to Lu Shuzhen. Lu Shuzhen looked at it and scoffed, then threw it on the table in front of Qin Tianci. So you've been in jail for 3 years? And it was for rape. A scum like you is best at pretending to be something you're not. You think we can't find out your background? You even dare to speak of Lingdu prison. Once you're in Lingdu prison, you're not coming back out, understand? Qin Tianci smiled dismissively. You little girl is quite clever and playful. Impudent. Chen Zhenquan shouted angrily, the warden of the ninth prison is interrogating you personally, so you better behave. Please. Qin Tianci spread his hands out, smiling at Lu Shuzhen. Warden Lu, since I came in, I haven't resisted, spat, or tried to harass you. Where exactly have I misbehaved? Lu Shuzhen took a deep breath. As a warden, she had seen countless people. Naturally, she could see that Qin Tianci wasn't someone to be trifled with. She calmed herself and sat back down. Okay, since you say you are well-behaved, then tell me, what did you do that made the Dragon Law Hall bring you in? It wasn't that big of a deal, really. Qin Tianci smiled. I just killed 4 grandmasters. Commander Chun just had to make a mountain out of a molehill and brought me here. Lu Shuzhen's hand, which had just picked up her pen, froze again. She lifted her head in shock, frowning as she stammered. What did you say? You killed 4 grandmasters? Are you making fun of me? What do you think you are? Grandmasters are not that easy to kill, are they? As soon as she said that, Chen Zhenquan said in a slightly embarrassed tone, Sorry, Warden Lu, what he said is true. Lu Shuzhen? Chapter 234. I'll give you a chance to. Lu Shuzhen sat frozen, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She hadn't expected that the seemingly unremarkable, somewhat arrogant young man before her was actually sent here for killing 4 grandmasters. 25 years old? Killing 4 grandmasters on his own? Even among all the prisoners in the ninth prison, no one could have done that, right? Chen Zhenquan scoffed at that moment. Warden Lu, this prisoner, you must interrogate and sentence him well. Lu Shuzhen snapped back to reality. She glanced at Chen Zhenquan, then turned to Qin Tianci and asked in a deep voice, Do you plead guilty? Yeah. Qin Tianci agreed readily, then leaned forward, smiling. Beauty, hurry and arrange a charge for me. I'm hungry. It's almost dinner time, so I can make it in time for the meal. Lu Shuzhen. Seeing that he was completely ignorant of the gravity of the situation, she looked at him coldly. I'm warning you, this is the ninth prison. This isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. If you have anything to say, any defense, state it clearly here and now, or else you will no longer have the opportunity to speak. Looking at Lu Shuzhen's uncompromising attitude, Qin Tianci smiled again. I don't need an opportunity to speak. Just give me food. Even if you ask me to leave, I wouldn't want to go. Chen Jinchuan said impatiently. Why are you wasting time talking to him? Just hurry up and get him inside. Lu Shuzhen frowned at Chen Jinchuan. Chen Jinchuan, I don't care what personal grudges you have against him, but here, I'm in charge. Chen Jinchuan's face stiffened. He then said in a deep voice, Warden Lu, the management rights of this prison have always been jointly held by the Lu family and the Qin family, and I am also a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall. I have the right to pass judgment. Lu Shuzhen's expression was cold. I don't care about the Dragon Law Hall or the Qin family. Since I am the warden of the 9th prison, I must be responsible for all the prisoners. You. Chen Jinchuan didn't expect Lu Shuzhen to be so stubborn. He snorted coldly. This little bastard's guilt is clear. What else is there to say? If you intentionally side with him, I will apply to the highest levels of the Dragon Law Hall to investigate your position as warden. Lu Shuzhen looked at Chen Jinchuan's determination to kill Qin Tianci, and a few guesses began to form in her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she said, In that case, you can decide on your own. With that, she stood up and turned to leave the interrogation room. Don't let me see you out. Chen Jinchuan's face showed a hint of triumph. After she left, he looked at Qin Tianci, who was relaxing, and his attitude became arrogant. Little bastard, do you understand your current situation? If you're willing to help me now, you still have a chance to get out of this prison. Otherwise, you'll be trapped here for life. Qin Tianci became interested. Oh, how should I help you? Hearing this, Chen Jinchuan paused, then turned to the soldiers outside the glass and waved his hand. The soldiers immediately cut off the recording device in the interrogation room, and Chen Jinchuan said, You were able to kill Liao Ping and the others, which proves that you have some skills. As long as you cooperate with me and deal with the Qin family, I guarantee that you can leave here now. Hearing that he wanted to join forces to deal with the Qin family, Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face. I'm very curious. Why are you targeting the Qin family? Is it just because of Chen Kuan? Or is it that the Liao family was helping the Qin family do some shady business? At these words, the triumphant smile on Chen Jinchuan's face froze again, and his gaze became vicious. I told you, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You haven't listened to a single word I've said. Qin Tianci was nonchalant. If you're not willing to reveal your hand, why should I cooperate with you? You think I'm discussing this with you? Chen Jinchuan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. To tell you the truth, in my eyes, you are less than an ant. If it weren't for my personal appreciation for talent, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me. Qin Tianci wasn't angry. He lay back in his chair and took a puff of his cigarette, laughing mockingly. What big official power. The people of the Dragon Law Hall are indeed extraordinary. Chen Jinchuan sneered. That's not for you to judge. The majesty of the Dragon Law Hall is not something a piece of trash like you can comment on. Qin Tianci didn't pay attention to his ridicule, his eyes flashing with a keen light. When Bei Xian founded the Dragon Law Hall, he claimed to oversee injustice in the world and uphold the law. It's only been 3 years, but it's already riddled with problems, with maggots festering underneath. I can believe that it's already rotten inside. The 4 great families don't know how many rats like you have been planted in it to wreak havoc on the world. When his words landed, the smile on Chen Jinchuan's face suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? Chen Jinchuan thought he had heard wrong. He had just heard the name Bei Xian from Qin Tianci's mouth. The Heavenly King, Bei Xian, the most powerful grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Although his name resounded throughout the country, few people knew that Bei Xian was the head of the Dragon Law Hall. Even he was only qualified to know about it after he became a 3-star knight. Yet now, Qin Tianci had just casually mentioned it. How could he not be shocked? At this point, Qin Tianci had effortlessly freed himself from the restraints of the chair. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring directly at Chen Jinchuan, enunciating each word clearly. Since you said you would give me a chance, then I will give you a chance too. Within 3 days, make Bei Xian kneel before me and confess his sins, or else the Dragon Law Hall will have no reason to exist. Boom. After his words landed, Chen Jinchuan's mind exploded, as if he'd just heard something that had turned his world upside down. What did this kid just say? Make the heavenly king, Bei Xian, the most powerful grandmaster, kneel before him and confess his sins within 3 days? Others may not know what 3 grandmasters mean, but Chen Jinshuan definitely did. To describe them as being below 1 person but above 10,000 was an understatement of their status. Especially Bei Xian. As the most powerful grandmaster, he was qualified to meet with the emperor with his sword. Even the royal family had to treat him with 3 parts respect and 7 parts fear. And now, Qin Tianci was asking the most powerful grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom to kneel before him and beg for forgiveness? How ignorant could someone be to say such a thing? Lost in his thoughts, Chen Zhenxuan, his throat dry, stared at Qin Tianci and asked, "Just who the hell are you?" Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette. His expression was imperious, and his aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. He pointed at Chen Zhenxuan with the finger that held the cigarette. "You are not worthy to know." Looking into his cold eyes, Chen Zhenxuan's heart skipped a beat. A moment later, he screamed in terror. Someone, hurry and take him to prison. Keep a close watch on him. No, heavy guard." Chapter 235, A Fat Sheep. "Warden, the checks are complete. We can send him in at any time. It's just, he refuses to give up his cigarettes." A few hours later, a prison guard in uniform walked up to Lu Shuzhen to report. Lu Shuzhen looked at the file about Qin Tianci in her hand, not saying a word, her thoughts elsewhere. After a moment, she stood up, handed the file to her subordinate, pushed open the door, and entered the room. She found Qin Tianci still sitting in the chair, smoking, his attitude as fearless as before. Chen Zhenxuan had just arbitrarily bypassed her to issue the man's prison processing, making her feel increasingly strange. Therefore, she wanted to talk to this man while Chen Zhenxuan was away. When Qin Tianci saw Lu Shuzhen, he was surprised. He immediately put on a playful smile. "Oh, I must be pretty special. Even the beautiful warden is here to personally send me in." Lu Shuzhen couldn't help but frown at his carefree demeanor. Then, she found a place to sit and asked, "Since you've been to prison before, you should know that it's not a place to joke around, especially. The terror of the 9th prison far exceeds your imagination. Aren't you really afraid?" Qin Tianci seemed surprised that Lu Shuzhen would come in to say this. He scoffed. "It's not like it's my first time. Besides, it won't be long before someone comes to get me out." "Get you out?" Lu Shuzhen was stunned, then said mockingly, "You're far too naive. Although I have been the warden of the 9th prison for a short time, I have never heard of anyone who's gone in, ever getting out." Qin Tianci shrugged, his face indifferent. Seeing this, Lu Shuzhen continued, "I know what kind of person Chen Jinshuan is. Since he is determined to send you in, he definitely won't let you go easily. I don't want to get involved in whatever happened between you. I also know that even if you've committed a crime, you shouldn't have been sent here. But if you want to live, you need to be honest with me. I can help you." Hearing this, Qin Tianci was stunned for a moment, then asked her playfully, "Why would you help me? Did you fall in love with me at first sight?" Lu Shuzhen's eyebrows furrowed. She said angrily, "Mr. Qin, if that's your attitude, then there's no need for me to continue this conversation with you. Good luck to you." Qin Tianci smiled. "Then, can I ask you a question?" Lu Shuzhen had just started to get up when he stopped her. Her beautiful eyes focused on him as she said, "What do you want to ask?" Qin Tianci's eyes held a profound meaning. "You're so beautiful. Why did you come here to be a warden?" Lu Shuzhen seemed surprised that he would ask such a question. She felt somewhat shocked. Shouldn't a normal person be more concerned about their sentence? Then, she snorted coldly. "That's none of your business." Seeing that she was unwilling to reveal anything, Qin Tianci wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "You little girl has quite a temper. Never mind if you don't want to talk. By the way, when is dinner?" Seeing that he was completely unfazed, Lu Shuzhen also felt that her kindness had been wasted. She got up impatiently. "Let's talk about that when you can survive tonight." With that, she stormed out of the room. Qin Tianci smiled but didn't stop her. Anyone with eyes could see that although Lu Shuzhen was the warden of the 9th prison, she lacked the experience to compete with an old fox like Chen Jinshuan. Moreover, through the previous conversation between Lu Shuzhen and Chen Jinshuan in the interrogation room, Qin Tianci was able to conclude that Lu Shuzhen's surname was Lu. The 4 great families were Zhao, Lu, Qian, and Zheng. One of the families also had the surname Lu. This Lu Shuzhen was from the Lu family. Thinking of this, Qin Tianci couldn't help but sneer. The people of these 4 families had really long hands. 9,577. Pack up your things and come in with me. At that moment, a prison guard rushed in and shouted at him. Qin Tianci yawned, then stood up and followed him into the prison. Honestly, in these past few months, Qin Tianci sometimes missed being inside. He just didn't know if this 9th prison was big enough for him. As the prison guard led Qin Tianci inside, they encountered Chen Zhenxuan, who was waiting for him along the way. Seeing him being brought in, Chen Zhenxuan sneered coldly. Kid, enjoy your life inside. I will ask someone to take good care of you. Qin Tianci could tell what he meant. He immediately smiled and said, I'm happy to go inside. I'm just afraid. Chen Zhenxuan paused. Afraid of what? Qin Tianci leaned close to his ear and whispered, just afraid that you'll be begging me to come out. After those words, Chen Zhenxuan paused, then threw his head back and burst into laughter. Begging you to come out? Ha ha ha, what do you think you are? Begging you to come out? Once you're in here, even if the Heavenly King himself came, you can forget about getting out of here. Qin Tianci sighed. People, you shouldn't speak so certainly. You might get a slap in the face. Chen Zhenxuan's face changed. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Take him away. Yes, sir. The prison guard complied and led Qin Tianci into the cell block. After he left, the smile on Chen Zhenxuan's face completely disappeared, replaced by an uneasy and sinister look. He beckoned, and a subordinate came over. Chen Zhenxuan lowered his voice. Pass the word to old 9 in the prison. Don't let this kid live through tonight. Do you understand? Yes. Go. On the other side, Lu Shuzhen had seen all of this. Her beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual light. Then, she snorted lightly. What a fool who doesn't know how high the sky is. I want to see what kind of skills you have to survive here. Soon, Qin Tianci was taken to the deepest part of the prison. The moment he stepped into the prison, a familiar stench assaulted his senses. Even the prison guard couldn't help but frown and hold his breath, but Qin Tianci didn't seem uncomfortable. Surprisingly, the prison was very quiet, a silence that made one's scalp tingle. However, each time Qin Tianci passed a cell, he could feel the unfriendly, hostile, and lustful gazes from within. The quieter the prison, the more terrifying it was. In the dark environment, every prisoner looked at the newcomer as if they were wolves that had just smelled meat. They stopped what they were doing and focused their gaze on him. Qin Tianci didn't care. He wore a faint smile on his face and was led by the prison guard to a cell in the deepest part of the prison. Get in. Qin Tianci was pushed inside. He saw that it was a large room where more than a dozen people lived. The moment he stepped inside, a few burly men who were huddled together and killing time with homemade cards stopped what they were doing. They turned their heads and stared at him with fierce eyes. It was as if they had seen a prey. Anyone else would probably have been so frightened that their legs would have gone soft. Qin Tianci simply smiled faintly and lay down on an empty bed without a word. He pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, lighting it. However, this action made all of the burly men pause, especially when they saw that he had cigarettes. Their eyes lit up. One of the men, who had a dragon tattoo on his chest, grinned grotesquely. Well, brothers, looks like we have a fat sheep here. Looks like we'll have a feast tonight. Chapter 236, Can I Smoke Now? Seeing these menacing prisoners fix their gaze on him, Qin Tianci continued to lie there as if nothing had happened. The man with the dragon tattoo and his men saw that the newcomer was so defiant. They looked at each other and smiled. Not just a fat sheep, but a fat sheep that doesn't know the rules. Brothers, looks like we have something to do tonight. With that, many of his subordinates began to laugh excitedly. Boss, look how delicate this kid's skin is. If we didn't know that he was a prisoner, we would have thought that the guards outside were sending us a treat. One of the men looked at Qin Tianci with desire in his eyes, and even licked his nasty tongue. He seemed to have some homosexual tendencies. Slap. The man with the dragon tattoo smacked him on the head, scolding him. How can you talk like that? He's a new guy. You want to scare him to death? Hee hee, there's plenty of time to develop a relationship with this little puppy. After being locked up for so long, these prisoners had already become psychologically twisted. Even their sexual orientations had gone bad. Someone like Qin Tianci was rare to see in this cell. Naturally, they were all excited. Then, the man with the dragon tattoo swaggered over with his men, stopping in front of Qin Tianci's bed. He put his hands on the bed frame, raised his chin and said, Hey, newbie, how many times have you been in? Qin Tianci looked at the hostile group, leisurely exhaling smoke. Twice. Hearing this, the man with the dragon tattoo looked at his men with a mocking smile. Oh, he's a repeat offender. Everyone laughed again. Qin Tianci didn't care. He pointed at the man with the dragon tattoo. Hey you, get me something to eat. I'm hungry. When the words landed, the laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at Qin Tianci in disbelief. The man with the dragon tattoo pointed at himself, asking in surprise, Are you talking about me? Aren't you the cell boss? What kind of cell boss doesn't even have any contraband? Qin Tianci said matter-of-factly. After hearing this, the man with the dragon tattoo laughed loudly, his words filled with mockery. Ha ha ha, so he's a tough nut? At that moment, a subordinate stepped forward and said fiercely, Do you not know the rules? You're already on your second time and don't know what to do when you come in? Then, he patted his chest proudly. This is our boss, Brother Long. Now, immediately take out everything you have and offer it to my big brother. Then, go squat in the toilet. Do you understand? Hearing this, Qin Tianci casually glanced at them, a half-smile on his face. Then what? Then what? The man with the dragon tattoo laughed. Then let each of us beat you up. After 3 days, you can sleep on this bed. That's the rule. Oh. Qin Tianci replied casually, smiling. Your rules are not very good. Every time I've entered a cell before, I had to kill all of you guys to be qualified to sleep. He wasn't trying to scare these people. When he had been brought to Lingdu prison by that old man, the old man had arranged a new cell for him every day. If he couldn't kill everyone inside, the only outcome was death. Even on the first floor of the Lingdu prison, those prisoners were ruthless and had killed at least a dozen people. That period of training had left a lasting impression on Qin Tianci. After hearing Qin Tianci's words, everyone was stunned on the spot. Then they all burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, big brother. Is this kid scared silly? How can he say such stupid things? Kill someone? You little brat, I'm standing in front of you right now. Try and kill me? Hee hee, can't do anything but put on a tough act? Your ability to scare people isn't that good. At that moment, a subordinate took Qin Tianci's cigarette without a word, saying arrogantly, Who said you could smoke here? Then, he turned around and gave the half-smoked cigarette to the man with the dragon tattoo, smiling obsequiously. Boss, this is for you. The man with the dragon tattoo didn't refuse. He took the cigarette and enjoyed it, as if he was ascending to heaven. That's so damn good. Is this kid related to someone? How can he bring such good cigarettes in? Brothers, don't waste time with him. Search his body. If he dares to resist, beat him to death. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. All right. These subordinates had already been itching for a fight. They were getting bored in the cell. The subordinate who had been shouting the loudest earlier rushed forward and yelled, You motherf***cur. Can't you understand what we're saying? Quickly give me your stuff, or I'll stab you to death. With that, he pulled out a homemade knife from his waistband and pointed it at Qin Tianci. Boom. However, in the next moment, the subordinate flew out of the group and slammed against the wall, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. Everyone who had been so smug before was stunned. When they looked at Qin Tianci, he hadn't even moved. He just smiled. You just wanted to smoke. Why did you run into the wall yourself in excitement? Seeing this, the man with the dragon tattoo's face turned ugly. His eyes were filled with malice. He's a trained martial artist? All of you, attack him. Those subordinates listened to his command. They pulled out their homemade knives and charged at Qin Tianci. From the looks of it, they weren't holding back. They were intent on taking his life. But Qin Tianci seemed not to notice them. He just waved his hand casually. The subordinates at the front instantly died, not even managing to scream before they were killed in the cell. The man with the dragon tattoo was dumbfounded. What had been sent in here wasn't a fat sheep. It was a king of hell. In the next moment, he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Qin Tianci got up with interest, propping his hands on his knees as he sat. Wrong? What did you say earlier? The cell has rules? No. The man with the dragon tattoo shook his head like a rattle drum. He didn't dare to talk about the rules anymore. He stammered. From today on, you are the rule. As long as you say it, I, the man with the dragon tattoo, will listen to you. The prison was a place where humanity was most exposed, and the man with the dragon tattoo was very perceptive. Knowing when to quit was the most basic skill. This man was not someone he could mess with. Seeing that he was so perceptive, Qin Tianci didn't plan to bother with him anymore. Then, He raised his head and looked at the other subordinates. Those subordinates were so terrified by his gaze that they quickly knelt down on the ground with the man with the dragon tattoo, shouting in unison, "Brother!" Qin Tianci nodded in satisfaction. Then, he lay back on the bed, took out a cigarette and asked, "Can I smoke now?" "Smoke. You can do anything you want. You can even smoke me." The man with the dragon tattoo immediately got up and lit the cigarette for him. Seeing how perceptive he was, Qin Tianci smiled. "All right, can we eat now? I'm hungry." Chapter 237. Rise to the King's Aid. Within hours, news of the deaths in Cell Block 3 spread like wildfire throughout the entire prison. Normally, deaths were a commonplace occurrence in this institution, with almost daily fatalities hardly considered noteworthy. However, the simultaneous deaths of 7 or 8 inmates this time sent shockwaves through the entire prison population. In Cell Block 1, a long-haired man with a full beard sat eating a fresh orange, his gaze fixed on the bodies being carried out on stretchers, a glint of cunning in his eyes. A subordinate approached him from behind, saying, "Boss Hong, they say a real tough guy showed up in Cell Block 3. He apparently killed 7 or 8 of Over the Mountain Dragon's men as soon as he arrived. Even Over the Mountain Dragon himself has submitted to him." The man, known as Boss Hong, tossed aside the orange peel. His eyes narrowed with a fierce gleam as he chuckled menacingly. "What's there to panic about? They're already inside these walls. What flipping the sky can they do?" He finished the last segment of orange, clapping his hands dismissively. "There's a half-hour left before yard time. We'll give this newbie a lesson. Show him that in 9th prison, even if a dragon enters, it has to coil at my feet." Meanwhile, in the capital's prison, Summer Purple was relaxing with her shapely legs propped up on her desk. She hummed a tune, painting her nails, seemingly in a very good mood. A moment later, she admired her handiwork, her red lips curling into a satisfied smile. "Master's favorite purple color. So charming, I love it." Just then, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She continued painting her nails, but spoke to no one in particular. "Since you're here, why are you hiding?" As soon as her words were spoken, a woman wrapped in black, with a proud figure, appeared in the room. Upon seeing Summer Purple, she immediately bowed respectfully. "Subordinate greets Warden." Summer Purple casually painted her nails as she asked, "Little Shadow, why aren't you by Master's side? What brings you here?" The woman known as Little Shadow, the same woman who helped Qin Tianci dispose of bodies in Jiangling, looked uneasy. After hesitating a moment, she said, "We just received news. His Majesty was captured and taken to 9th prison." Upon hearing this, Summer Purple's hand froze. She immediately pulled her legs down, her beautiful eyes widening as she asked in a low voice, "What did you say? 9th prison?" Little Shadow nodded. "Yes. What happened? Explain clearly." Summer Purple's heart was filled with a bad premonition, her previous playfulness gone. Little Shadow recounted Qin Tianci's actions at the Shin family, the interference of Chen Zhenxuan from the Dragon Law Hall, and the entire process of Qin Tianci's imprisonment in 9th prison. Summer Purple's pretty face darkened with anger, and she slammed her hand on the desk. "The Dragon Law Hall is courting death. A mere 3-star knight dares to imprison Master in 9th prison? Does he have a death wish?" Little Shadow remained silent at her outburst. "His Majesty's identity." Chen Zhenxuan seems unaware, and according to my understanding, this Chen Zhenxuan is a member of one of the 4 great clans. Hearing this, Summer Purple was stunned for a moment. A chilling smile then appeared on her face. Well, it's the 4 great clans again. Master hasn't gone looking for trouble with them, yet they keep dancing on their own graves." "Fine. Very well." Little Shadow asked, "Warden, shall I storm 9th prison and rescue Master?" Summer Purple countered, "Do you think Master needs you to rescue him?" Little Shadow's face tightened, and she lowered her head, saying nothing. She had been sent by Summer Purple to protect Qin Tianci. But protect was a nice way of putting it. She was actually just there to clean up Qin Tianci's messes. No one could stop her king from doing whatever he wanted. Her role was simply to reduce the trouble he encountered. She wouldn't have come to report to Summer Purple if Qin Tianci hadn't killed the 4 Liao brothers and alerted the Dragon Law Hall. The 4 great clans, humph. Summer Purple stood up, a slight smile playing on her red lips. However, the smile was filled with furious rage. Back when His Majesty repelled the Japanese invaders and pacified the northern border, he wanted to reduce their power. If not for the sake of the imperial family, these 4 great clans would have already been eliminated. Yet they dare to cause trouble time and again. Alright, since they want to play games, I'll play with them. Looking at Summer Purple's furious expression, Little Shadow felt a shiver run down her spine as she asked, Warden, what are you planning to do? Do what? Summer Purple, in her boots, swayed her alluring body to a nearby rope. The majesty of my king must not be defiled. There's no need for 9th prison to exist any longer. She yanked the rope forcefully. Rumbling noises ensued. The cell doors in the entire capital prison automatically opened. From the 1st level to the 10th, inmates wandered out, confused, staring at each other, unsure of what was happening. Summer Purple pushed open her office door, walked outside, and looked down at them, her hands clasped together. Hey, little bitch Summer, what tricks are you pulling now? Although they were all world-class dangerous criminals, they knew the warden was a rose with thorns. Anyone who messed with her would pay the price. They were, therefore, extremely wary of her. Summer Purple surveyed the crowd before speaking coldly. Is everyone here? A guard stepped forward to report. Everyone's here, Mississippi. Good. Summer Purple nodded and then, gripping the iron railing in front of her, yelled to the inmates, You scum! I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. If you complete my task, you'll get extra rations for a month and 2 more hours of yard time every day. Do you dare to accept it? Immediately, all the inmates showed signs of joy. Ha ha ha, the little bitch is finally showing mercy, a great day. What's there to be afraid of? Ha ha ha, you just say it. If I show a hint of fear, I'll go to the dark room and punish myself tomorrow. However, someone also yelled. Just 2 hours and 1 extra meal? I'm not doing it, unless you let us play with the woman next to you. That's right. It's worth doing only if we get a girl to play with. This reward is for idiots. Seeing the crowd's mixed reactions, Summer Purple wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled. What if I told you, you will help me bring down 9th prison? Her words stunned everyone. They looked at her in disbelief. Just then, a calm inmate stepped forward and asked, Dare I ask, Miss Summer, why go to 9th prison? Summer Purple surveyed the crowd and said indifferently, To rise to the king's aid. The moment those words were spoken, the scene went silent. Rise to the king's aid? The next moment, let's do it. Those who don't know death dare to provoke his majesty. Let's bring them down. Let's go, brothers. Let's wreck their world. His majesty is in trouble. We'll follow him no matter what. Let's fuck them up. Chapter 238, National Shock. The capital. The National Military Council. A kind-faced elder was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Bang. Suddenly, the courtyard doors were smashed open, and a young man stumbled in, his face filled with panic. It's bad. Something bad has happened. Old Song. The elder, known as Old Song, stopped his movements, looking at the young man helplessly and scolding him in a gentle voice. Little Lee, how many times have I told you? Be calm and composed when something happens. Don't be so flustered. But the young man rushed to him in fear. Old Song. Something really big happened. Summer Purple released all the inmates in the capital prison and took them to Tian High. Hearing this, Old Song, who had just sat down to drink tea, trembled, looking at him with a blank expression. You? What did you say? Has Summer Purple gone mad? The young man was anxious. It's not just her who has gone mad. The whole world is going mad. The world's about to go mad. What happened? Old Song asked, suppressing a bad feeling. It's because he was imprisoned. The young man was pale, stammering and speaking incoherently. He was imprisoned. He was imprisoned in 9th prison. Something's really wrong, Old Song. Crack. The teacup fell to the ground. Old Song's eyes widened as he grabbed the young man's hand, his old body trembling visibly. Is that true? He was imprisoned in 9th prison? It's true. The young man was on the verge of tears. Bastard. Old Song slammed his hand on the stone table, shattering it instantly. Has the warden of 9th prison gone mad? How dare she imprison him? Does she want 9th prison to be erased from the Dragon Kingdom? Old Song was no longer calm, his face even paler than the young man's. Who the hell did such a stupid thing? Who is it? This old man will kill him. The young man looked at the elder speechlessly. Where was the talk of staying calm? Now you're the one panicking? It was done by Qin Tianci of the Dragon Law Hall. Dragon Law Hall? Qin Tianci? Where did that thing come from? I've never heard of him. Old Song was livid. ready to kill at any moment. It's a member of the Chun family. Old Song tried to suppress his anger, his old eyes filled with panic, pacing around frantically. This is bad. This is really bad. Something truly terrible is going to happen. Old Song rubbed his hands together, his whole body trembling. He suddenly grabbed the young man's hand. Quick, go gather the National Military Council. Rush to Tianhai. No. Immediately. Immediately go to Tianhai, or everything will be over. Okay. I'll arrange it right away. No. Don't you arrange it. I'll go myself. Old Song kicked the young man on the butt, screaming, "Prepare the car." On the other side, the Imperial Palace. A heroic-looking man was reading a newspaper while sitting on a gilded toilet, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the smoke swirling in the golden surroundings. Report. Suddenly, a shout broke the silence of the Imperial Palace. The man jumped in fright, and even his bowel movement stopped. What the hell is going on with all this shouting? I'm trying to poop. Do you believe I won't cut your head off when I come out? The man cursed, very displeased. But the servant outside responded with a trembling voice. Reporting to the general, we have just received an urgent report from the National Military Council, saying that Summer Purple has led all the inmates from the capital prison to 9th prison in Tianhai. The man's cursing immediately stopped. After a moment, he asked in disbelief, "What did you say? Has that little bitch Summer gone mad? What happened?" The servant quickly explained the news he had received from the National Military Council. The next moment, boom, the gilded toilet exploded. Then, a mountain of a strong man rushed out, grabbing the servant in front of him with one hand, his fierce eyes wide as he asked in shock, "What the hell did you say? He was captured in 9th prison? I'll fuck you." Slap. The man slapped the servant across the face, his expression furious, like a furious deity. "General, quickly mobilize the Imperial Guard. If we wait any longer, the sky is going to collapse." The man, not even having time to pull up his pants, grabbed a talisman from his room and ran out. Clang, clang, clang. 3 bells rang, shocking everyone in the Imperial Palace. Imperial Guard assemble. Speed to Tianhai. The National Security Bureau. I bought a watch last year. Crash. The sound of shattering glass. A man threw a chair out of the room, his expression twisted with rage and panic. 9th prison. Are you tired of living? How dare you capture him? Who did it? Who the hell did it? I'll flay him alive. We heard. It was Chen Zhenxuan of the Dragon Law Hall? What the hell is Chen Zhenxuan? Was he born without an ass? Doesn't he know what's happening? What a moron. He wants to die. Don't drag us all down with him. The man's cursing showed how he wished to curse Chen Zhenxuan's ancestors. He was still on vacation. Suddenly, he received the news that would destroy everything. It scared all the sleepiness out of him. I don't care how you do it, but within 3 hours, I want to be outside 9th prison in Tianhai, or none of you will have a good time. Move. Meanwhile, in 9th prison in Tianhai, it was as calm as ever, unaware of the chaos outside. It was yard time. Qin Tianci, surrounded by Over-the-Mountain Dragon and his men, came out of the prison. Over-the-Mountain Dragon respectfully lit a cigarette for him. As a new face, and also acting so openly, it was difficult for him to avoid the attention of the other inmates. As Qin Tianci walked onto the exercise yard, everyone stopped what they were doing, looking at him with hostile eyes. "Boss, you should probably put that away. These are valuable here. With you being so high profile, people are going to take an interest in you," Over-the-Mountain Dragon said, obviously feeling uneasy from the sharp looks around him. He couldn't help but warn Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci was indifferent. He casually found a place to sit down and asked, "Are there any entertainment activities during your time?" This Over-the-Mountain Dragon was at a loss for words, laughing awkwardly. "There are no real activities. It's just, the power dynamics here are complicated, and things often happen during yard time." He added a reminder. "Boss, Over-the-Mountain Dragon, fear nothing else. Except for Boss Hong from Cell Block 1. That man is ruthless. Many of my men have died at his hands." But no sooner had he spoken, Boss Hong appeared with his men, slowly approaching. He surrounded Qin Tianci and his men, asking provocatively, "Are you the newcomer?" Chapter 239. Let's make this bigger. Qin Tianci calmly smoked his cigarette, observing the approaching crowd. Over-the-Mountain Dragon immediately stood up, blocking Qin Tianci and yelling, "Boss Hong, Don't cause trouble. This is my new boss. You'd better behave. Boss Hong sneered, then walked to Over the Mountain Dragon, hands casually in his pockets, and said with extreme arrogance, Over the Mountain Dragon, it's only been a few days. How have you become someone's dog? A dog? To this pretty boy? TSK. My brothers and I have been enlightened. Haha. Upon hearing this, the surrounding subordinates all laughed. Over the Mountain Dragon's face stiffened, and anger flashed in his eyes. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want me to kill you? You? Boss Hong obviously didn't care about Over the Mountain Dragon, laughing disdainfully. Someone like you, I wouldn't even look at if there were 10 more of you here. He then pushed past Over the Mountain Dragon, again turning to look at Qin Tianci. Little brother, I don't care where you came from. Here in 9th prison, I, Hongli, am the one in charge. If you know what's good for you, hand over everything valuable and give each of my brothers a pack every month. Then, no one will bother you in this prison. Otherwise, kneel down. Before he could finish, Qin Tianci spat out a cloud of smoke, interrupting him. Hongli was stunned, looking at Qin Tianci incredulously. What did you just say? Qin Tianci looked at him indifferently, speaking each word clearly. I said, kneel down. The scene went silent. Even the inmates watching from the sidelines were stunned, looking at Qin Tianci in disbelief. After a moment, Hongli snapped back to reality, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, me kneel down? You must be courting death, you little bastard. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this in 9th prison. Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Tianci slapped him across the face and leaned back in his chair. Now, has it happened? Hongli was utterly dumbfounded by the slap. Not only him but also Over the Mountain Dragon and the other inmates. Qin Tianci might not know Hongli's background, but they were all well aware. This man was responsible for dozens of deaths. His criminal activities involved over $100 billion. He had been on the run for 3 years before being captured by international police with 1,000 officers. He was the toughest of the tough. But that was not the most important thing. The important part was that Hong Li's boss was the notorious Lord of 100-Mile Demons. Lord of 100-Mile Demons wasn't an easy person. He was rated as one of the top 10 SSS-level international dangerous individuals. He once massacred 5 countries. It was only after the Underworld king intervened that he was put into the capital prison. But even now, people still trembled at the mere mention of his name. And a distinct characteristic of the Lord of 100-Mile Demons was that he would protect his subordinates at any cost. Those he approved of would have his unconditional protection, and anyone who dared to move them would be on his death list. This was why no one dared to provoke Hong Li in 9th prison. And now a newcomer had just arrived at the prison and not given Hong Li any face. This was a blatant slap to the face of the Lord of 100-Mile Demons, and a way to put his own life on the edge of the cliff. Hong Li, feeling the burning sensation on his cheek, stared at Qin Tianci. You dare to hit me? Over the Mountain Dragon panicked, rushing forward to advise. Boss, you shouldn't hit Hong Li. What are you doing? He was in a panic. Although he was not on good terms with Hong Li here, given the other party's identity and strength, he could only maintain a delicate relationship with the other party, not daring to offend him. But Qin Tianci had completely broken that balance, putting himself on the path of death. Qin Tianci looked at Over the Mountain Dragon indifferently. There is no one in this world that I can't hit. Do you want to help him? Over the Mountain Dragon was speechless. He was starting to regret it. He regretted giving in to Qin Tianci and submitting so quickly. Now, he was neither able to retreat nor advance. He was suffering a lot. Damn it. Hong Li's face twisted in anger. I've never been humiliated like this in 9th prison. You bastard, do you know who I'm with? I'm with the Lord of 100-Mile Demons. You dare to hit me? Lord of 100-Mile Demons? Qin Tianci was slightly surprised. Then he said with a hint of playfulness, Tell Lord of 100-Mile Demons to come before me, and let's see if he dares to talk to me like that. Hiss. Everyone gasped upon hearing these words, their hearts trembling. This kid, he didn't even respect the Lord of 100-Mile Demons? Although the Lord of 100-Mile Demons was currently imprisoned in the capital prison, his power was still there, and he could kill him easily. You dare to insult my boss? Fine. Good. It seems you don't want to live anymore. Hong Li was furious, angrily waving his hand. All of you, grab your weapons. Upon hearing this, the subordinates took out homemade knives and surrounded Qin Tianci. Seeing this, Over the Mountain Dragon quickly advised. Hongli, we are all in the same prison. Let's not kill each other. Is that necessary? Shut your mouth. Hongli roared at him with a menacing look on his face. Over the mountain dragon, you think I'll be nice to you? This dog dared to hit me and insult my boss. Do you think I have a good temper? Today, I'll teach him who is in charge here. Then he signaled for his men to attack Qin Tianci. The subordinates' eyes flashed with brutality. They took their knives and stabbed at Qin Tianci with no mercy, aiming to kill. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Seeing this, Over the Mountain Dragon immediately rushed forward, kicking the subordinate. Protect Mr. Qin. Then the two groups started fighting, and the exercise yard quickly turned into chaos. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hongli charged towards Qin Tianci, using his hand as a knife, aiming for his neck as he yelled, "Die!" Clang. Qin Tianci caught the knife with 2 fingers and said calmly, "You, a subordinate of the Lord of 100-mile demons, yet you are willing to be another person's knife. It's really sad that he has an underling like you. What the hell are you talking about?" His words making Hongli uneasy, he pulled out a toy gun from his waist and, without another word, pointed it at Qin Tianci's head and pulled the trigger. Chen Zhenquan, who was watching from a distance, sneered. "You can only blame yourself for not opening your eyes. Offending the 4 great clans, you won't have a place in this country. Die." But as he thought his plan was successful, suddenly, boom, Hongli flew back, slamming on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. His face was full of horror. The bullet that was just shot at Qin Tianci had already turned to dust. Qin Tianci stood up slowly, his eyes gleaming with fierce cold light. "Since you want to cause trouble, then make it bigger." Then he raised his hand, grabbed a sharp homemade knife, and threw it with all his might. The next moment, screams of agony resounded through the exercise yard. Chapter 240. His Majesty's Dragon Majesty. Death to those who touch him. With a flick of Qin Tianci's fingers, an inmate had his throat slit and died on the spot. Screams followed each other as the entire exercise yard plunged into a living hell. Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially Over the Mountain Dragon, who had just supported Qin Tianci, stood there, frozen in place. Killing with a flick of a hand? Killing with a step? Where the hell did this god of death come from? Hongli was also stunned. Seeing his men falling into pools of blood, he suddenly felt his scalp going numb, his heart in turmoil. While his motivation to cause trouble for Qin Tianci was partly due to his own position in the prison, it was also heavily influenced by the orders from Chen Zhenquan, telling him to get rid of this boy. But the situation was far beyond his imagination. When he pulled the trigger, he saw with his own eyes Qin Tianci catch the bullet with just 1 finger and crush it into dust. Could a human do that? And yet, Qin Tianci stood still, his expression indifferent, as if he was not killing humans, but chickens. "Chen Zhenquan, I'll fuck you. Did you set me up? Come out. I'm going to die." As the number of dead increased on the exercise yard, Hongli panicked, completely panicked, screaming wildly. Ding-ling. The prison alarm suddenly rang. A large group of riot police stormed in, preparing to suppress the riot. "Stop!" The riot police shouted at Qin Tianci, pointing their guns at him as if ready to shoot at any moment. Chen Zhenquan also appeared at the scene, pointing at Qin Tianci and yelling, "You bastard! How dare you kill people here? You've got some nerve." Qin Tianci looked at Chen Zhenquan, mocking him. "Officer Chen, you wanted to get rid of me here, using these people as knives. Your trick is not very impressive." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Chen Zhenquan flinched upon his trick being exposed, but still snorted coldly. "I thought if you were sent here, you would repent and reform. But you've actually become more depraved. Today, I will act according to the law and execute you on the spot." Hearing this, Qin Tianci smiled. "That's a nice execute on the spot." It's hard to believe that the dignified member of the 4 great clans, a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall, would use such a dirty trick to solve problems. Chen Zhenquan sneered proudly. "Qin Tianci, don't try to divert the situation. I am a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall and the commander of the enforcement army in 9th prison. I have the right to maintain order here. You have severely violated the prison rules. Execution squad, listen up. This person is extremely evil, unrepentant, disrupting the prison rules. Shoot him dead on the spot." Then he issued the order to the riot police. The riot police cocked their weapons and aimed them at Qin Tianci. Over the Mountain Dragon realized he had met a plague carrier. Even Qin Tianci, a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall, had deliberately arranged for Hongli to target him. His heart was filled with regret. He had always been cautious in Ninth Prison, afraid of offending outside forces, especially the Dragon Law Hall. Now, he had actually sided with Qin Tianci and ruined Hongli and Qin Tianci's plan. This was the end for him. Once Qin Tianci was dead, he would certainly be next. Qin Tianci looked at the murderous riot police. His face was as calm as still water. He took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Qin Tianci, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Qin Tianci, I advise you to think carefully. If you pull the trigger, the Qin family will have no way back. Qin Tianci laughed at his threat. What do you think you are? Daring to call yourself a king? You think you can threaten me on my territory? Once you are in here, you can forget about ever getting out. Kill him. Stop. Just when the riot police were about to shoot Qin Tianci, a sharp, feminine voice rang out. Then, Lu Shuzhen rushed over with her men to stop it. Qin Tianci, you have no right to deal with my prisoner. Qin Tianci's expression immediately changed. Warden Lu, this man is extremely vicious. He killed innocent people after coming to this prison. His crime's unforgivable. Are you going to protect him? Lu Shuzhen stood in front of Qin Tianci and argued. Even if that's the case, the law will punish him. It's not up to you to use your own rules here. Lu Shuzhen. Qin Tianci yelled angrily, seeing she wouldn't budge. You better be clear about your position. This is Ninth Prison, under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Law Hall, and also under my Qin family. You are nothing more than a woman here for a bit of experience. What right do you have to teach me here? Lu Shuzhen's pretty face changed, but she still stood in front of Qin Tianci. No matter what, as long as I'm the warden of Ninth Prison, I must be responsible for my prisoners and will absolutely not allow you to abuse your power here. Looks like you want to die. Qin Tianci's pupils constricted, his expression furious. Qin Tianci was also a little confused. He didn't understand why Lu Shuzhen had suddenly stood up to defend him. It was impossible for her to be a soft-hearted person to become warden. Why would she stand against Qin Tianci because of him? Did he have other uses? Or did Lu Shuzhen have other intentions? In short, this woman was not simple. Qin Tianci stepped forward. My affairs don't concern you. Move aside. Lu Shuzhen was stunned. She had not expected her kindness to be rejected by the man, and she said coldly, Don't think I'm helping you. I've seen many people like you who think they are powerful and look down on everyone. In reality, you're just a clown. You can't stand against Qin Tianci. Go back. Qin Tianci sneered. Him. His words shocked Qin Tianci and Lu Shuzhen. Even in this situation, Qin Tianci dared to act arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of death? When Lu Shuzhen came to her senses, she frowned, scolding him angrily. Do you really think he won't dare kill you? What do you think you are? Qin Tianci sucked in his cigarette. The reason why I came here with him was to see what progress the 4 great clans have made all these years. But now, I am very disappointed with his performance. If I want to leave, no one under the heavens can stop me. Hearing this, Qin Tianci sneered. Boy, what do you think you are? You still want to leave once you're in Ninth Prison? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lu Shuzhen also mocked him. Don't use your ignorance to challenge the strength of Ninth Prison. You can never leave here. The only thing you can do is to save your life. Hearing this, Qin Tianci smiled and shook his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Ignorance? You are the ignorant ones. Who can stop me? Today, even if I destroy this Ninth Prison, what can you do to me? The moment he finished speaking, a loud boom echoed throughout the prison. The prison door was kicked open. All the alarms went off, and everyone was shocked. Then, in the dusty haze, a graceful figure walked in, a voice with a frost-like tone reaching everyone's ears. His Majesty's Dragon Majesty, death to those who touch him.